Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty House.
Wait,
Oh,
Rust
my hoodie
Dog?
is
Rust
all
Dog
off.
get the belt? Rust Dog got the belt. So wait, is Alex really banned? You guys are mentioning, I don't know who Alex is, but
Alex is an old Chatty House member, I believe.
that is no longer.
Yeah, he used to just type just nonsense. No
Oh.
clue who he was talking to.
Oh,
Wasn't even like he would just talk. Yeah.
I think he shows up on the King's Beat,
Oh, really?
and I have to like put him on timeout.
Yeah,
and
it
I'm
was
like,
just,
hey, man.
Alex, who are you talking to? That's all we would ask.
Yeah, like, you're going a little weird. You're getting a little weird on us. Hello, everybody. Hello,
Good
David.
morning, David. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Warren. Hello, Wheezy. Hello,
Happy
Johnny
Thursday.
G. Donut Thursday. Donut Friday on a Thursday.
Shout
Zabo.
out. We went with sprinkles this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
All right.
Do sprinkles have a flavor?
No.
Just kind of like it's just like a texture thing. It's like a
Candy topping.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not even about. I don't know. It just looks cool. you
No,
know?
yeah, I like sprinkles.
I throw sprinkles on my ice cream.
Yeah.
All right.
No, absolutely.
She's like feeling young.
I guess. Yeah, maybe that is.
There it is.
Hey, man, if it takes sprinkles, do it. Right? Come on.
All right. Greeting from Oxnard. Hey, Chris
Yeah.
Ochoa. How many games in a row have your Angels lost?
That's not very nice. No, John Post. I'm not 4 and 5. Leave me alone, man.
This is Kyle's favorite day of the week. Johnny G, you're digging the Aura ring. I was just telling Joe just a second ago that my sleep score was not good last night. It was like a 70. Only got like 5 hours and 47 minutes of sleep.
Joe, can I get a rundown actually when you get a chance?
It's right next to you.
Oh, it is? Oh, this is Wednesday. Oh, we're all good. Never mind. Thank you. I got thrown off by the title.
Oh, that's my bad.
All good. We're good. Shout out Joe, producer extraordinaire.
There we go. Oh, here we are. Let me quote tweet this. Join us.
I see people often talking about how you don't put salt on your eggs, dude.
Yeah, I don't.
This
Not
is
on my
not.
eggs.
No, I know, but this is still
Yeah, that's
a
year
running
long.
thing.
That's a year long.
Wow.
At least.
Here we go.
Maybe 2.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia over there. Hi, Jesse.
In the building again. Been having fun this week, hanging out with you guys, you and Joe.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
A change of pace for you.
yeah.
Yeah, get you a little more exposure.
I
The
guess
hoodie's back today.
It is back today. Yeah.
Okay, and I like that you do the earphones over the hoodie.
It's just comfortable, you know.
It's a smart move.
And to be honest, like the earphones, well, because like when I first got here and I was working here and all that, like we had to share headphones and stuff because like ESPN 1320 wasn't the
Got it.
richest, didn't have all that money, you know. So
Yeah.
it's like I'm not gonna throw somebody else's ear sweat on my ear. So let me throw the hoodie on
Got it.
and we'll cover it as well. It's like a comfortability thing as well because I have the hoodie on when I'm at the grocery store anywhere. Like it's comfortable as well.
Got it.
It's kind of
Yeah, like
introvert thing, but yeah, like no, I don't like. I even mine. Like I don't want it touching my ear.
so I bought Kyle his earphones that are over there as a gift, because I thought they looked like Kyle.
Mhm.
And they've got like the root beer brown like interior
Yeah.
lining and like they're white, but I don't like wearing earphones. I don't like having like totally boxed in.
They're comfortable. I like how they sound too, like just the quality and all that stuff.
Okay.
We're always editing like Joe knows and all that stuff. But yeah.
All
I
right.
got the same pair as him, and I agree. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, these are comfortable, and I like to do it with the beanie sometimes. So I
Mhm.
get what you're saying because I throw the beanie on and then I put it
It
on.
just feels
over
weird because it's like, what if I turn into like a UFC fighter and I got cauliflower ear because it's like the ear sweat from this or whatever? Like, that's not gonna happen. But it's like
That's a weird thought.
It's disgusting. I just don't want my ears to be gross.
I'm gonna wait for Jesse to come in wearing
Yeah,
like
I'm
wrestling,
a podcaster with cauliflower ear.
Don't mess with that guy. Yeah.
wrestling, like a headgear for wrestling.
Like I'm okay.
That'd be
I'm
amazing.
not even gonna walk down that road. Won't even step on it. So yeah, we're just gonna stay clean.
Okay, things got weird here. I apologize. We are the Insiders.
I
I'm
don't
James Ham.
apologize, by the way.
It's Jesse Tapia. Over here, we got Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2. You can find us on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch, anywhere else that you can possibly watch, listen, and Twitter, all that stuff. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us. We got to watch the Oklahoma City Thunder punch their ticket to the finals last night.
Yeah, we saw that one coming, huh? I mean, we both called at the end of the show yesterday. I think I said 15 plus Thunder would win. You kind of agreed.
Yeah. I thought it would be a better competition early on. But
the Thunder had that punch that you expected the Timberwolves to come out with.
Yeah. And to watch a team that's up against it, that's fighting for their lives, lose the first quarter 26-9.
Yeah, it was over after that.
It's just like
it's just a matter of how much you wanted to watch the rest of the game before you turned it off.
Yeah, I really didn't want to watch the rest of the game. You lose the first quarter 26-9. You lose the second quarter 39-23. And you go down 65-32 at half. I don't think I've seen a drubbing like that. And, look, I think there's something about this Oklahoma City team. Like I told Kyle last week, they feel like Thanos, like they're inevitable.
Yeah, it's just kind of like there's no real just weakness to them right now. They're one of the best defensive teams and they're one of the best offensive teams. They got the MVP, and you just got, whether it be the second role player on the like Jalen Williams or Chet or whoever, is just everyone is just perfect for this team.
That's what I feel like. Very rarely do you see a team that's so well assembled.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Alex Caruso and Hartenstein were the last Infinity Stones that they needed to add.
Exactly. So I think first of all, Sam Presti is an incredible general manager. This is the third time he's built a big time winner. He has not won a chip, but when you're a general manager that, again, with Seattle, with OKC, in a small market like Oklahoma, that can deliver 3 MVPs, that can mine the NBA for 3 MVPs, that's incredible. And I think Shea's just he's in the beginning stages of winning a bunch.
Yeah, it's the blueprint. I mean, he didn't draft Shea or anything like that, but you drafted Chet, Williams, and all those guys, and it makes it a lot easier to bring in one guy like Shea to kind of round it all out or start with it. Yeah,
well, that, and when they got Shea, they traded Paul George to get him, and not only did Shea, get traded to OKC, but it included a whole ton of first round picks, one of which they used to select Jalen Williams. So, look, I don't know how teams can repeat what's happened here in OKC, because the problem is that even if you decide to start today, you're the Sacramento Kings, you're like, let's throw it all the way. Let's dump everybody we can. Let's trade Sabonis. Let's trade Zach LaVine. Let's trade DeMar DeRozan. Let's start at the beginning. Even if you did that, the problem is that you don't have Sam Presti on your side.
Yeah, would you like to hope maybe there's a couple Sam Prestis out there and he's not the only great GM that could fix something?
Well, it's not just about being able to fix something. It's about being able to acquire assets in a different way than most people do.
Yeah.
And just think about the game in a different way, and bring in as many players, young players, first round picks as you can, sort through them. Don't stick on anybody too long that's not going to make it. If they're not developing the right way, you move forward. It's one of those things where it takes there's a certain brutality to the way that he's a general manager, and it's cutthroat. It's like, hey, Josh Giddey, we like you. You're a top 6 pick. We think you're a good ball player, but you're not good enough for what we're doing. You're not good enough for, or the right piece for what we're doing and what we need. So just boom, trading for Alex Caruso. We've seen them waive so many first round picks.
Yeah, like you kind of mentioned that, Brad Stevens straight away, Marcus Smart for Kristaps Porzingis at the time. That seems weird. He kind of just ties into if you do have to be cutthroat. You can't just kind of GM with relationships. It's like, oh, we'll keep him around for another year, or we'll see, and kind of stick around, and maybe he'll develop. No, if you know or see it then you got to fix it right then and there.
Well, that, and it's really tough to bring along a huge group of young players together, right? That's because players fall off, players fall behind. I guess there is a way in which you can have a big group of players that start fighting together to move forward together. But it just so rarely happens where you see one after another, like productive draft pick. And I think we can look at it like going back to when he built the team with Kevin Durant and then Russell Westbrook and James Harden, where it's just like boom, boom, boom. He created this atmosphere where, yeah, it's 3 top 5 picks, right? But he hit on all of them and was able to develop his staff was able to develop all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Where, not everybody knew James Harden was going to be a flat out superstar. Russell Westbrook, like you pretty much knew, like coming out of college. Same, I'd say the same with KD.
Definitely KD.
Yeah, KD. I mean, I thought he should have been the first pick in that draft, and I thought that at the time. Like watching him as a college freshman dominate the game, lead the NCAA, and I think both scoring and rebounding as a freshman at Texas was just like, man, why would you not draft him?
Yeah, why would you draft Michael Jordan either? Portland.
Yeah. The Greg Oden pick. I mean, that happens. Greg Oden should have been really good too.
Yeah.
But you knew that Kevin Durant was going to be something different. But watching Presti just continuously put these teams together, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling where you have a team in Sacramento that has had these opportunities multiple times. They've gone all the way back to, the basics multiple times. They've drafted in the top 5 or top 8 multiple times, and they never have this type of not only success, but what looks like sustainable success.
You've been here longer than anyone. Like, why? Why do you think that is? We've had GM after GM, just coaches, whatever. Like, just why haven't they been able to get on the right foot? And I guess 2023, the Beam Team season, they did, but I don't know if that was a fluke or they just kind of got complacent after that. Like, why? Like why can't they take the step forward?
I think for me, like the biggest issue that teams and franchises like the Kings have, and they're not the only ones that do this.
I mean, there's the Charlotte Hornets.
It's the instability. And I'd say even Charlotte has stuck with, they've had moments where they stuck with James Borrego for a long time. They stuck with Steve Clifford for a long time. You look at Washington, Scotty Brooks got like a really long run there. It's the constant change that just is so detrimental to young players. And, just Keegan Murray, for instance, right? You draft Keegan Murray and again, you're changing sure, he had his coach get fired like midway through his 3rd season. But look at how many different roles Keegan Murray's played throughout his first 3 years. And it's because there's no continuity of idea. Mm-hmm. Right. So when you're building a team, it should be like, hey, let's let Keegan Murray get comfortable in this position and let's just keep building and building and building. And that's not what they do. Instead, we need you to be a small forward. Wait, we need you to bulk up and be a power forward. Wait, we need you to defend the best possible player on every single team every night. We need you to defend guards. There is no like one pathway forward where you can just see like, hey, I need to improve at this, this, and this. And so next season I can be a better player. Like Keegan Murray should have been the last 2 years working on like his off the dribble, his ability to handle the ball, to take the ball to the basket. And he has.
But it feels like also that's kind of been a backseat type of thing because of the role he's had to take on defense too, I feel.
Exactly. So instead of asking him to take on more of a scoring role and become more of the players that you thought he was going to be when you took him with the 4th overall pick, you just keep changing what you need from him. And again, it's not in this situation. At least he had the same coach for 2.5 years, but go back to some of the other players that have been here, the De'Aaron Foxes of the world who, started with Dave Yeager, but, went to Luke Walton and Alvin Gentry and Mike Brown and Doug Christie, 5 coaches before he left.
Is Tyreke Evans kind of winning Rookie of the Year? Didn't they kind of switch him up position-wise after that too, or what was the situation there? Isn't that kind of similar?
Tyreke, I'm going to say it's a little bit different because the problem that you had with Tyreke was
just going on the theme of just no stability and just kind of reworking stuff.
Well, that's part of it, right? Like I'll say this, the problem that one of the bigger problems, my first 2 years covering the team was Tyreke's rookie season. No. I came in the next season. So he was coming off his rookie season and I had DeMarcus Cousins as a rookie. That was my first 2010, 2011 season. First of all, he didn't have a natural position at all. So you're wondering the whole time, like, what are we going to do with this kid? Like, is he a small forward? Is he a shooting guard? He's a shooting guard that can't shoot. Is he a point guard? His family, his brothers wanted him to play the point guard position the whole time. But again, you just kept trying different things to bring in pieces that you thought might work. So in his second season, the next season, the Kings drafted Jimmer, thinking that Jimmer would be an answer, right? Because I saw the outline of what they were thinking. What they were thinking, Jeff Petrie at the time, he was trying to kind of recreate the Mike Bibby, Doug Christie backcourt, and just missed.
Yeah.
Like Jimmer just was not an NBA player. And then of course Isaiah Thomas was, but Isaiah Thomas wasn't the same type of player. And so now you had to disguise, some of the defensive liabilities of Isaiah Thomas, but also, like just the moxie and everything else was like spectacular. So like the dynamics of those teams just changed so much. And a lot of it was because they had the lowest payroll in the NBA. Like my first 2 seasons, they traded for players at the deadline to get to the floor that they had to be at. They had to get to 58 million. So one year they traded for Marquise Daniels and to get to the floor. One season, I believe they traded for Sam Cassell to get to the floor, who these guys never played for the Kings. Like how many players the Kings traded for during my first 2 or 3 years that never played for the Kings? Like people forget Larry Hughes was a King, never played for the
Cavaliers legend.
Yeah, I don't even think he ever came to Sacramento. Jason Terry was a King.
Yeah, the people don't like Jason Terry around here, huh?
Yeah, because when he got traded to the Kings, he asked to be bought out so he could go play for a contender, and the Kings did. And then he went on radio in Dallas and talked trash about Sacramento for no reason.
Yeah.
Just
my only memory of Jason Terry is when he got dunked through the floor.
Yeah, just ungrateful.
Yeah.
But it feels like there are always these moments where you're on a pathway and then you lose your pathway. And it's because, whether it's like switching coaches or switching owners or switching general managers, like there's always some new pathway.
Okay. And I know we were trying the same with the Thunder and all that, but let's stick with the Kings. Do you think like what's their direction now then? Like where do you see where do you see this going now?
We don't know yet.
No,
I think
because like I see Sabonis and Levine, and I'm kind of like wondering, like, okay, like what's the direction you're going here?
Well, if I'm them, I feel the same way. I want to know what the direction is, and then not only do I want to know what the direction is, but it was fine. Monty and Wes had a direction as well. I want to know how you're going to actually execute the direction, and that's the problem that I think you're going to have convincing guys like Domas, convincing guys like Zach LaVine. Like, okay, this is who we're going to be. And it's like, okay, can you show me that first? And it's like, okay, that's where Scott Perry's got to step in and he's got to figure out how to make this happen. So I think with Domas specifically, it's more of don't tell me anymore. Just show me.
I got you.
Show me what you're going to do. Yeah. All right. This discussion definitely went a different direction than we had planned here in the first 15 minutes of the show, but that's the way it goes sometimes. We're going to step aside. When we come back, I think we'll continue this, but we're also going to talk about how Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Tyrese Halliburton are taking these like gigantic leaps as players and what it means for the NBA. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute.
What's up, Shady House?
Well, this definitely taken a different direction, but now I kind of see where we go next. Oh, I'm going to sneeze.
Oh, I don't know. I got the bless you, James. I got the StreamYard chat up. So
what do you ask about? Oh. Yeah, we both have the StreamYard stuff going. That was a big sneeze. Let's see. I couldn't disagree with this more. Like, I don't think Devin Carter should get a chance at the point guard position. Like, if you're a bad team, if you're going to win 25 games or 30 games, that's fine. But that's not what you do when you have an all-NBA center. And, you have a 2-time All-Star at your shooting guard position.
Yeah.
You got a Hall of Famer at your small forward position. I mean,
well, we don't even know what Scott Perry thinks of him either. Scott didn't draft him.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because, to be honest, a lot of people there are not fans.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's too many things with him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we hear things about like his diet is bad. There's been questions about whether he's done everything to get back on the court. He's very, very confident, and I think that's a nice way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think most people do not put it that way from the inside. So, yeah, I think there are a lot of questions still about him, both as a player and as a fit.
Gotcha.
Rustog, we haven't had any other names added to Coach Christie's to Doug's staff. I have not spoken with Doug. It's been a little bit quiet, which is good. Again, I think from here on out, the additions might be smaller additions. Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking about that, Chris. We don't have anything new on the coaching staff. We will like we're getting closer and closer to being around these guys more. So we've got Summer League coming up, and even if there isn't a California Classic, there is Las Vegas Summer League, and they'll have a little mini camp before that, and yeah. Yeah, Marcus, Trista was on that bandwagon very quick.
The game 916, I'm not going to say they didn't do their due diligence or whatever because I have no clue, but they did draft Davion Mitchell with him having no clue either.
They did have Devin Carter in for a pre-draft workout.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why I think a lot of people were confused by the shoulder injury because he came in had a full workout with other players.
Mm-hmm.
But it was pretty clear. I think he may have tweaked something in a workout, but it was something that he had been dealing with since midway through his season with the Friars.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was lingering.
It's an odd pick all around.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me today. Kyle Madsen is away. He's taking a week off and seeing every concert known to man, having a good time out there.
He saw Stray Kids again last night, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's just going to follow them.
Shout out Kyle Madsen. He's having the time of his life.
Yeah, he's just living the K-pop life. Yeah, it's very, very intriguing. Yeah. To be 34 again.
I'll get there in a few years.
Get there at some point. Yeah, Stray Kids, and then I think Kendrick Lamar tonight.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Actually, I think it is tonight.
Yeah, it is tonight at Oracle Park again.
Oh.
Was Stray Kids not at Oracle Park last night?
Yeah, because I saw his video yesterday. So
that was at Oracle Park, right? Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
just
so-
it hid out somewhere and just slept there. And,
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
make it into content. Hey, I spent the night at
The-
Oracle Park without getting caught.
Overnight challenge
Exactly.
at Oracle
That-
Park.
Yeah.
that would be a good topic here on the Insiders.
Oh yeah.
Um,
I was like, yeah. Just found my way to the janitor's closet. Nobody saw, and then just fell asleep in left field after that.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle is living the life right now. He's
Shout out
living the
Kyle
life.
Madsen.
So we're very happy for Kyle to get away.
Will in the chatty house says he's on his way to SF for Kendrick right now.
Oh, there we go.
Leezy's going out there too.
Shout
Keep an eye
out.
out for Leezy.
All right. A lot of people are going to see Kendrick Lamar.
You guys are both
Kendrick
big concert
Lamar.
guys.
I'm a huge concert guy.
Yeah.
I've seen so many concerts, it's crazy.
Yeah, same. No, yeah, I'm a huge. Even before this job, I had been going to concerts frequently, so it tied in perfectly.
Yeah.
You're not going to catch me at a Stray Kids or a
I believe it. Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar concert.
No,
but,
you probably just stick to your bag and all that.
I've seen quite a few different bands, but also a lot of older stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah. So a lot more low key than what Kyle is.
I got you. Kyle seems like he's on the floor right next to the stage. It seemed
Absolutely.
like. Yeah.
Although, I did go see Timberlake at Golden One. That was
That sounds like it'd
wild.
be fun.
He was what I was wondering the whole time, was he wearing a step counter? Because I thought he'd probably taken 30,000 steps during the show.
Yeah.
He had this really, really long stage that went all the way through the middle of the crowd, and he was up and down the entire time. I thought, man, this is exhausting. Yeah, so I've seen him there. I saw Maroon 5 there at Golden One. I mean, I think I've been to 12 shows, 21 Pilots, but then a whole bunch of older stuff.
Need to become more of a concert guy, maybe.
Here-
Kind of see.
Where I've already talked about this with James and Kyle. Where I'm taking you guys to Aftershock this year.
Oh no, brother, I'm not going after.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going after.
I think Thursday night at Aftershock is supposed to be off the charts, right?
It's gonna be insane.
Aftershock used to be cool though, because I used to live right by Discovery Park, and you'd hear the music and just
Oh,
just
yeah.
from
Oh,
your
yeah.
apartment or whatever. It'd be
Most
pretty dope,
people.
yeah.
That's the cool thing about Aftershock is most of the people in the surrounding community are for it.
Yeah, my dad has been trying to get me to go to Aftershock the last couple years.
Dude.
Actually, he likes to go out there.
Yeah. Well, look at Drew Down. Here in the chat, he said Joe Brazil strikes me as a Jonas Brothers guy.
There it is. and thank you for John. He is a Jonas brother. I'm Joe Jonas.
There you go, right
So,
there.
There you go.
And Aldrin J, I'm probably not going to a Janet Jackson concert unless my wife wants to go, because my wife is a big Janet Jackson fan and met Janet Jackson when she was young. So maybe we go to a Janet Jackson concert. All right, let's get back into this. We get detoured all the time on the show, which is it's just part of the fun. We did have the game, the final score last night. The Thunder, they win the series 4-1. It's 124-94. It wasn't even that close, to be honest with you.
Once the Thunder jumped out to that late in the beginning, like you said, we were expecting the Timberwolves to. It was all right, we know this is over. The Timberwolves just aren't going to have it tonight.
No. They didn't have it from the opening tip. And you're
Mhm.
like, what in the world happened? How could you not be ready for this moment? And they might feel the same way that I do, that hey, nobody's stopping the Thunder this season. But shout out to Chet, who had 22 points. Jalen Williams had 19. I think it's really crazy to see a young trio, because Shea had 40, but a young trio of players show up like this in the playoffs and just take the step that everybody's been waiting for.
And they took it kind of fast. What did you think?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Chet missed a year. But this all last year they won 62 games, I believe, something around, or maybe 57, I think, because they were close with the Nuggets, I think. It was around there. Either way, you get the point. But you kind of expect teams like this to fail a little bit. And they've just already taken the next step. Where it's everyone's expecting them to kind of walk over the Pacers too, if that's who they play in the finals.
Well, I think a lot of people, not exactly the way this happened, but I think a lot of people expected them to stumble a little bit here and there in the same way that the Cavs did.
Yeah.
Because their trajectory is very similar to the Cavs. The Cavs won a bunch of games last year and then won even more this year. I think that they won 64 or something like that.
Yeah, I think they might actually won 62 this year.
Yeah.
The number I was talking about.
No, they won 64.
Oh, 64.
Yeah, Boston won 61. And OKC won 68. Those are your only 360 win teams. And to be honest with you, those are the only three teams in the NBA that won more than 52. So there's this huge gap between the top three teams and then who was next. But OKC, I kind of felt it right away, oh no, this is not one of those teams that's going to have to take time. to get better because they added the veterans that you kind of knew that they needed to add.
Yeah, because Caruso's not just some role player. He's been an defensive team type guy and all that over his career. So
yeah, and he's so good defensively. And the crazy thing is that he didn't make first or second team because Lou Dort made first team. No, Jalen Williams. Yeah, Lou Dort made first team. Jalen Williams made second team. So Caruso and Shea don't make all NBA defensive team because you can't have 4 of them on the squad. But realistically, they do. They have like 4 all NBA defenders,
and
caliber defenders.
We're talking about the vet additions they made too. Like we mentioned, Sam Presti doesn't waste time. We saw last year they needed size, so you go and add Isaiah Hartenstein, and it's like boom, you got it right there. They're ready to go. Like there was no we're gonna wait or see what it is here.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing I'll say about that one too is they overpaid Hartenstein by a ton, but it doesn't matter. First of all, they had the money to spend because they have kept their cap flexibility really well. We talked about it the other day. They're for next season. They're at 172 million in dedicated salary, 13 players under contract. So Hartenstein's never going to get that $30 million contract again.
Yeah,
but that doesn't matter. He'll probably stick around and play the rest of his career there because he just made a whole bunch of money up front.
He'll likely be a champion.
Yeah, and I started something early before we got going. Casey Tucker in the chat said he said OKC is going to be a force for the next few years until they have to start paying luxury tax on their stars. That defensive system and personnel are dominant. The weird thing, they're not going to have problems because the salary cap it's almost like Sam Presti. Like he built this team to succeed and then to be in the era where the salary cap jumps 10% every year because of the new television deal. So what they did is they chose, instead of the players union and the owners, they negotiated this instead of having just 1 year where the salary cap jumps like $40 million and a bunch of randos get all kinds of money. They decided to tier this thing so it goes up 10% every year. A smoothing of the cap is what they call it, right? What that means is that, it doesn't sound like that much, 10%, but when the salary cap's $155 million, that means it goes up 15.5 million. And then the next year it's going to go up, because it'll be at 180, 170, it'll go up 17 million. So as your team is getting better and as they're growing, when you sign your players to contract extensions, it's usually the most you can give them is an 8% raise. So while they're getting 8% raises, the NBA salary cap is jumping 10%.
Yeah.
Right?
So he's kind of planned this out, you're saying?
Yeah, it looks like he planned this out to when the television contract was going to hit, because we get a couple of years into this build and Hartenstein's big dollar money is going to fall off. You're going to have to pay Jalen Williams. You're going to have to pay Chet. But all of their role players are locked up on long-term reasonable deals, $8 million a year, $9 million, 10, 11. They're all reasonable deals. And when you're looking at percentage of the salary cap, like in 2 years, a $10 million contract is going to be like 5.5% of the salary cap. So you've managed this thing so incredibly well. I don't think they're going to run into a problem. They might have a player who steps up and is just way better than they thought, right?
Well, yeah, you can see Chet taking a jump or whoever.
Well, no, because you're already expecting Chet and you're already expecting Williams.
You're talking about one of the role players.
And you're talking about, and then you have Shea. The rest of them, they're going to be, right around 10 to $15 million players from here on out.
Well, what do you think they'd pay Chet? Like, do you think they'd pay him like he gets a max, right?
He's close. He's close to max money.
Because I wonder, like, if they're looking to pay him maybe a little bit less than the max, is maybe he just hasn't jumped out to what he was expected to be as a number 2 pick, but someone else in the league is willing to pay him however much. Like, I wonder if that's a way you lose guys.
No, it's possible, but I don't think they're going to. So, because I think what's going to happen is the moment that Chet's contract kicks in, Hartenstein's going to drop.
I got you.
And again, Hartenstein's not getting that money again. He might be a guy who signs at 345 as opposed to the 30 million he's getting this year and last year, like that giant, this year and next year, those giant numbers. That's not going to continue, but they were able to do that because of where they were financially. They were able to just grossly overpay for like a middle of the road role player, but a guy who fits their system perfectly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's really it's fun to watch a team that just like figured it out. I think they're going to be great for a long time, and it kind of brings us back to the discussion that we're aiming to have. It's that it's all predicated on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander becoming great, and to be honest with you, I don't know why it is that we overlook OKC as the spectacular great team that they are, and why we overlook Shai, because even like in our discussions about who's going to win the MVP, the discussion kept coming back to this point that, again, Jokic is a 3-time MVP, should be a 4-time MVP, and he just posted a triple-double. He averaged a triple-double for the season. And it's like, well, Shai's going to win the MVP because he's, the best player on the best team. He's leading the league in scoring. Jokic is still the better player, but Shai is, he's going to win the MVP this year because everyone's they've got Jokic, they're over it, right?
Yeah.
Like there has to be a moment here where, like, as people who talk about sports on the radio or people who write about sports, who talk about sports on social media, we have to acknowledge that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is probably the best basketball player in the world right now.
Okay, you say that, but like, do team situations matter though? Because like, if you were to flip Jokic and Shai and make the rosters work, then it's like Jokic is like, I don't know. I guess it's the context of it all. Because I don't nearly disagree. If we want to call Shai the best player in the league right now, he won MVP, average 30 a game, and all that, team's about to win the finals. Like, I wouldn't even fight you, but I do get the other side where it's like, if you do want to argue, it's still Jokic. Is like, I mean, Jokic probably did as much as he could with not like Michael Porter Jr. looked like it was ready, his shoulder was ready to fall off his arm and all that.
Okay, but we have to acknowledge the fact that they won 18 more games than Jokic's team in the regular season.
And I don't nearly disagree, but I do see like the other side where it's like, well, if we still hold on to Jokic.
Okay, so once we get past Shai, right, their next best player is Jalen Williams at 21.6, which is, if I'm not mistaken, it's right around, almost spot on what Jamal Murray averaged, right?
Yeah.
Then we get past that, and the next leading scorer is Chet Holmgren at 15 points per game. So he's in the Aaron Gordon range, but not in the Michael Porter Jr. range, who averaged more. So, like, I don't know. Like, we can't say, like, if you put De'Aaron Fox on the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're not winning 68 games.
Yeah.
If you take Jaylen Brown and put him on the Oklahoma City Thunder, they're not winning 68 games. Jason Tatum, not going to happen. Like, Luka, not going to happen. I don't think.
But you're saying if Tatum and like Luka are on this Thunder team replacement SGA, they're not winning 68?
Yep.
James, I don't know. Like, I thought I was going to agree with you going into it before the show, but it's like a guy like Jokic is an all-time great, could, when it's all said and done, be like one of the 10 greatest players of all time. And it's like,
I agree.
We're willing to call Shai better than him right now?
Shai's averaged over 30 a game 3 years in a row. He's one of the most consistent scorers we've ever seen in the NBA.
Yeah.
What did he scored 31 points last season, not this season, but last season. I think it was 31 on the dot. It was something like 39 times. It's just like astronomical how consistent he is. And we can not like the foul grifting. I hate to tell you, but James Harden, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, LeBron James, they're all foul grifters.
I got you. I'm pulling up Jokic's numbers right now. I mean, Jokic has been 26, 25, 24 plus, excuse me. I don't want to cheat anyone, since the 2020, 21 season. Like, he's been doing it consistently as well. It's just, I mean, I can't. Your logic is right, and I completely understand. I get the fight that what you're trying to go for, but I can't. I don't know. I can't say that SGA is just better. Like, he's one of the 3 best players in the league. I can give you that.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. Like Polo L here in the chat, he says, "Wonder the Thunder win 45 games without Shai."
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna disagree. I think they win 38 games without Shai. Look at the team. Like, again, we can say like, "Oh man, they're really coming into their own in the playoffs," and Chet's averaging like 18 a game in the playoffs. But
you wouldn't have them better than this past year's Kings team, who won 40.
Pull him, take him off the roster.
No, yeah, I got you. It's still. You don't think Jalen Williams can maybe get you 23, 22 a game or 24 a game or
The
whatever.
only way it would work is if Jalen Williams averaged 35 a game and they found somebody else to average another 5 points a game. I don't see, like, again, look at, you're not getting more than 10 points a game out of Isaiah Joe. You're not getting more than 12 points a game out of Aaron Wiggins. You're not getting more than 11 out of Harkenstein, 10 out of Dort. Maybe you get 12 points out of Dort. Like this, the depth of this team is so predicated on the greatness of Shea. That's where I'm at, man.
I got you. Like I said, your argument makes complete sense, but
this is a group of randos. Like, I'm not saying that it's
wait, who's a group of randos? The Thunder?
the Thunder.
No, I can't. You can't do that. Lou Dort has been like, he's a great defender who's been like just like an all defensive type defender like for a few years. Like, that's not randos. Like, those are guys who like all defensive teams. That's not randos.
Okay.
Isaiah Joe's a rando, but not like Caruso or any of those other guys.
But the rest of them, Caruso, so people know, Caruso averaged 7 points a game this season.
That's fine, but I guess you can't be an all defensive type player over your career and be like, yeah, he's a rando. Like,
Casey Wallace in the rotation,
second year player, but it looks like he kind of could be something, right?
averaged 8.4 points per game.
I'm
telling you, this
you are indirectly disrespecting this Thunder team to prop up Shea. I won't let you do it.
This system works because Shea's there. We can keep go. You know
we
what?
can go back and forth. Whatever. This is radio too, so we don't have to make sense as well. Like, this is sports. Whatever.
Let's fight about this after the break.
I got you.
We're gonna continue this because I think we can add in the Tyrese Halliburton discussion as well into this and kind of grow it from there. So we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute.
Steven, see, I saw your message in the chat. Yeah, I got no case on this phone at all. Shout out to my iPhone X. I need a new one though.
Spencer, I love Jokic. Jokic is my guy. Like, I've been saying forever. Like, Jokic, I'm the one who keeps saying, hey, Jokic is going down as one of the top 10 players of all time, and no one wants to acknowledge it. Yep. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I think this is going to be the finals narrative right here. Unfortunately for the Kings, it's going to be a lot about the Kings and the Clippers making mistakes and having these two young players like step onto the stage. Yeah, Greg Tabers. It is exactly what a healthy organization looks like. You know, like even Mark Dagnall yesterday during his post game, and they're all like he called them idiots, like because they were goofing around. But if you watch them throughout the season, they do this thing where one by one they walk past the sideline reporter in Oklahoma City, and they put a towel on his head. So he keeps getting like towels stacked on his head while he's in the middle of talking on the sidelines.
I love that video.
They're a young group of dudes who like literally they just don't know how good they are and they're having a good time. Hi, Spencer. Yeah. I think Isaac Jones will be on the Summer League. I think Isaiah Crawford will be on the Summer League team. I think they're going to probably give Isaiah Crawford a second two-way, another year of two-way contracts. He's developing. And he's a super nice kid. Introvert, super nice. He's always sitting in his locker reading books and trying to get better. David, I think he's going to be part of a bigger trade. Like it's tough to like there's so many different avenues in trading him. We'll discuss that a little bit here in a little bit. I think the next season, the starting five is already set.
Yeah, and they're both on there too. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been announced. I think Jaylen Brown is one, Halliburton, Shea.
Yep.
And then a couple others.
Yeah, here's the problem. Like Aaron, I don't disagree that Chet and Jalen Williams would step up, but how much can they step up? Like let's say you get 5 more points per game out of Chet and he's averaging 20, and let's say that again Jalen Williams, let's just add another 5 and he's averaging 27. Who's going to score the other 20? The other 22?
Well, yeah, well, we're not expecting them to win 68. You said 38, and that was a bit harsh. So you think that? Well, I guess it was all radio.
No, Russ Dog, we don't know who's going to coach the summer league team. It might be Doug, to be honest with you. He might want to just take the team himself.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. And we've got Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. And we're in an epic debate over the value of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, you call the OKC guys randos, and I think that's Denver, if we're being real here.
Denver has...
Brother, they got the corpse of Russell Westbrook. All right,
Okay.
Sorry, Dame. I'm sorry, but
yeah.
Okay, Michael Porter Jr., who's got a shoulder like a bunch of ribs ready to fall off the bone.
But he's not a rando. He's a guy who's averaged like 18 to 20 a game for 5 years.
Julian Strawther, rookie, but like he just stepped up.
Yeah. Okay. So they do have some randos at the end of the bench because they got depleted.
Yeah,
for sure.
Guys who had to get minutes though.
Okay.
Christian Braun, like he's more of a rando than Alex Caruso would be. I don't want to disrespect Christian Braun, but like
I'm not saying Alex Caruso. Alex Caruso's not a rando, but Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins, Cason Wallace, like these guys are. They are randos.
That's fine. Those guys can be randos. That's fine. But also, I don't think this team is only winning 38 games either if you take SGA off. Like I think given how everyone plays defensively, like you get they're not winning 68 games. No doubt.
No,
they're probably not even winning 55 or whatever, but I think they'd win 40 plus still.
Every team in the league, they focus all of their attention to slow down SGA. If that doesn't happen, what do you think Jalen Williams is going to face?
Well, it's like on the Indiana Pacers, though, kind of, let's just bring them all in here. Like sometimes, like Tyrese Halliburton isn't going for 30 a game, but they have a system that works as everyone kind of does their job. I feel like that's kind of the system that the Thunder could run if you take SGA off there. It's not going to be some guys going for 30 that night every night. But hey, maybe Chet gave you 25 or 27. Maybe J-Dub gave you 25 or 27 this night and stuff like that. Caruso had a decent shooting night or whatever, like just things like that where you kind of lean on that more. So SGA, we need 35 from you today.
Okay, so my rebuttal would be that Shai averaged 6.4 assists per game. Jalen Williams, 5.1. No one else on the team more than 3.8 assists. Who's even passing the ball in that system?
Alex Caruso, you're running point. Like, I don't know, James. Like, it's not going to be that bad is my point. They're not winning 38 games.
They're going to be.
I can't give you the stats for every player and stuff like that, but I do think you have a good enough squad where it's like, yeah, you could get good. You could get wins out of here.
I don't know.
And again, maybe you're a play-in team and you're playing the Lakers in the 7-8 matchup or something like that, but I don't think it'd be 38.
Alex Caruso's career high in assists per game was 4.
Like I said,
I don't not a natural point guard. I'm just saying, like,
also,
look,
if you don't have an SGA, Sam Presti is going to look and like you're not finding an SGA caliber player, but you're going to find a point guard or whatever, someone to fill that role and kind of like it's not just take SGA and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it, but now you're changing things.
This is radio, whatever. I'm trying to make sure I win this argument, I guess.
I don't think you're going to win it. I'd also say this. we're watching like Shea take the lead,
Yeah.
but also we're watching Halliburton take the lead.
Yep.
And again, Halliburton's style of play is so unique that so much of what they do is predicated on his passing versus Shea's like shooting. But I think we're getting really close to the like yesterday. Sort of our discussion was like Halliburton is a superstar.
Yeah.
We have to acknowledge that now that he's reached the point where when you start putting up 30, 15, and 14 in the playoffs in the Eastern Conference Finals, you're probably a superstar, right? And I think it's funny because if we shift the conversation to face of the league, I think Halliburton has a better chance of being the face of the NBA than Shea, and it's strictly because of his personality.
Yeah, Tyrese is way more animated, and that's not like a problem with Shea. He just isn't. But Tyrese was doing the choke sign against the Knicks and all that, even though they hadn't won at the time. And he's just kind of, like you say, he's just out there. I feel like the people love Tyrese too, whether it's like on social media or just analysts watching the game. Like everyone just loves Tyrese Halliburton. So you're always gonna prop that up more when he does that, has his antics and all that stuff. Because it doesn't really bother me. People get frustrated by Tyrese because he'll talk trash when they're up or whatever. But to me, it's just personality. It's just who he is on the court. And like that stuff doesn't bother me at all.
No, it doesn't bother me either. Like the one thing and covering him too, like when things went bad,
Yeah.
he wore it. Like you wear the hoodie. Like there were a couple of press conferences where he wore a hoodie like pulled over his face. And I remember there was a night where the Kings lost by like it was something bad at home. It was like 33 at home to Atlanta or something. Well, no, maybe it wasn't the Atlanta game. Maybe he referenced the Atlanta game. And somebody asked him, "Hey, is this like the lowest point?" And he goes, "What are you talking about, the lowest point?" He's like, "No, we lost by like 45 last year at home." He's like, "That was the lowest point. Like this is not a good point, and it's a low point, but no, it's gotten worse. It's been worse. So no." And so I've seen like the dark side of him because like he loves to win and he hates to lose. And you see it like so dramatically on his face and the way that he acts. And I think that that's, a reason why people either love or hate him.
Yeah.
Like the antics, I'm not a WWE guy, but like the antics of him and like.
Well, like B Perry in the chat house right here brings it up right here. He brings the WWE show to his games. Like you said, it's just the antics and the entertainment. Leezy also says he embraces the moment and the entertainment. He's aware of the show too, I think. Like it's not just a basketball game, like where these guys like Kyrie Irving just wants to play basketball. Jokic just wants to play basketball. Like Tyrese wants to play basketball as well, but he's aware of everything else that goes on with it. I think he plays into it a bit, which is a fun thing.
I think so too. And a little bit of the Jason Williams thing, right? Where Jason Williams was like the ultimate showman.
Yeah.
Like he did so many stupid things on the court. But it didn't matter because when it was right, when he hit it, you're like, oh man, that was like one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Now, how many times I watched him pull up off the dribble with 22 seconds on the shot clock from like 26 feet in an NBA that did not like embrace that. He was so far above, like before the curve with the like ridiculously bad shots. And his didn't go in like Steph. Like, there were plenty of misses. But there's a certain showmanship quality to him. And again, I think there's a certain workmanlike quality to Shea that like is never going to garner the same type of like, I don't know, even like James Harden has a certain flair to him, right? Shea just hasn't bought into that. It's
like Harden's got like even just like he's got the beard, like just things that people can kind of gravitate to and stuff like that. Like not that the beard is like a thing, but it's just kind of like his little branding thing or whatever. Like Shea doesn't really have like a brand. I think he's kind of latched onto yet, where it's like his thing,
Well, remember James Harden had the shimmy too.
Yeah.
Like there's certain things that Shea just doesn't.
Yeah, it's just like there's no brand to Shea, I feel.
Yeah, his brand is to go out there and just beat you.
Yeah.
And to win the game. And to me, there's a lot of respect needs to go into that. It's a little bit more LeBron James-esque because LeBron doesn't like the antics aren't there. The pregame, like that stuff and, the crazy dunks and stuff. But it kind of feels like Shea, like personality wise, like more subdued and everything else.
Yeah, LeBron's got that little step celebration he does too now. This is more of a Miami thing, I think. Won't see it too much now, but
yeah. He did spend a lot of time in South Beach.
Yeah, he's a little funny too when he comes up injured or whatever. He might stay on the floor for a few minutes.
I'd also say like he's in his 40s.
Yeah,
Like it does take a while to get off the floor at that point.
it's a good point. LeBron is 40
Yeah.
years old.
Yeah, and he's had plenty of time to kind of look at it and figure it all out.
Shout out LeBron.
I just think it's an interesting conversation. Like we've been sitting here waiting for the next generation of NBA players to step into the spotlight, and they are. And I think a lot of people are just missing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the next generation is Tyrese Halliburton, it's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, it's Jalen Brunson, and it's Anthony Edwards. And I think Anthony Edwards and Jalen Brunson, like they faded pretty hard. I think Brunson is at least been like relatively consistent. He's been picked on defensively, but
ran into a bigger star, if anything.
Yeah,
like it's not like Brunson's been fine or whatever, but it's just the Pacers has just been better and taking the moment more than that series.
Yeah, I would agree.
And then Anthony Edwards just ran into a buzzsaw. I'm sorry, like they had no shot in this series.
Yeah, and I also think that Anthony Edwards, he's only 23 still.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he has taken. I mean, he's got his team to the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row, so you can't say that he's not doing his job. But he also doesn't have the right players around him to fully take that next step.
And I wonder what direction the Timberwolves want to head, because like you got to the Western Conference Finals last year, and we all know like you traded a better player in Karl-Anthony Towns to the Knicks for, like, I'm not going to call him a lesser player in Randall, but probably a tier below.
Yeah, a tier below.
Yeah, tier below in Randall. And it's kind of like, all right, what are you trying to win titles here? Are you trying to save money or give me the aprons or whatever? Like, just kind of, what is your plan here?
Yeah, I think it's one of the more, like, that team specifically, you don't know where they're headed, because this is a pretty disappointing way for their season to end. And I guess you can hope for organic growth from guys like Anthony Edwards to take another step and be like a 30, 32 point per game guy. You think that like McDaniels can take another step as a player, but they also have, like major decisions. We talked about it yesterday. Julius Randle as a $30 million player option, and he might think he can go get more money somewhere else.
Well, that, and you got guys like Rudy Gobert who are just like, you're here, but like, brother, we can't even play you in the playoffs right now.
Dude, I don't even want to. I went in and looked at the Gobert. He is such a bust as a playoff player.
Yeah, he's like, unplayable in the playoffs. We see it every year. Come playoff time, like it's great, regular season, whatever. Come playoff time, he go grab some bench.
Yeah,
this is every time, every year, whether it be the Jazz or this team now.
He had the one game where against the Lakers, who have no center, where he put up 27 and 24. In the other 14 games, he averaged 6.7 points and 7.5 rebounds per game. He's the weakest link on that team, and it's not even close.
Yeah. They gave Tyrese the most overrated player moniker or whatever from the Athletic vote and all that. That's Rudy Gobert.
It is Gobert.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, very crazy. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we got a little bit of DeMar DeRozan spoke on a podcast. We'll continue some of this discussion and how it kind of plays into where the Kings are and how do they find their guiding star. And that's going to be probably the biggest challenge for Scott Perry moving forward. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. James Ham, Just Tapia, Joe Brazil over there. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. What's going on? Come on, Matt Morris. You have to force your kids to be Kings fans.
Oh yeah, come on, Matt. Like if you're a Kings fan, I'm big on like, cause my dad's a Dolphins fan. Like I follow my dad's teams.
Yeah.
He got to watch Dan Marino. I've just lived through pure misery, and it's like I'm gonna make my kid do the same thing.
Well, it's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Like it's a rite of passage.
It's so much funner too. Like when you like for me, I get to watch sports with my dad and brother. We're all fans of the same team. Except my brother's a Heat fan. I'm a Celtics fan. All that stuff. It's a lot more fun when you watch it with like your family and stuff like that.
That's like the main reason too.
Yeah.
Like to have something you can all get behind with your brother or your dad.
Yeah.
Like you go home. Hey, did you see the game today?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't watch it together,
Well,
like
we're always talking about it too. And stuff
exactly.
Like
and we're on the same level. Like shout out to my dad. He taught me everything I know about sports. So
It's so crazy because sometimes I will legit get mad at my father for like, why did you make me a Dolphins fan? When it's just December hits and like, oh, they're 1-4 in December. It's like, why did you do this to me? But no,
Yeah.
shout out.
My dad actually didn't force me to be a Kings fan just because, as I mentioned before, we were the Giants were pretty crazy around that time. So I just kind of made that decision. I was never, you can't find any pictures of me when the Warriors won a crazy run or anything.
Yeah.
Never. So
Yeah, no.
it was a pretty easy decision for me.
Football, we had no choice. We were Dolphins fans from the start.
My dad wasn't like growing up. My dad worked too much. He wasn't a big sports fan. We did watch a little bit of sports on the weekends, but me and my brother somehow just like gravitated towards sports. Yeah.
Yeah, I got family in Tracy too that are Dolphins fans, so we'll go Tracy or Modesto watching the games and stuff. It's always a good time. So yeah, Matt, make your kids suffer in your misery as well. This is the point.
Aldrin J, I've been one of the people who have actually talked about this one here. Like you could do DeRozan or Hawk as in one of their shooters. Welcome back into hour number 2 here on the Insiders. And James Ham, Jess Tapia joining me today. Kyle Madsen's out all week. We've got Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. Of course, we're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Make sure to swing by a local Jiffy Lube. Get your car ready for the summer months that are upon us. It's supposed to be 100 degrees this weekend.
Yeah,
like
I'm
tomorrow.
I'd be saying like, yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not leaving my house, bro. I'm turning on the AC. Like, I'm gonna be okay. Like I'm not going outside.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'll take the dog out to maybe go for a walk in the morning or in the evening. So we'll be all right.
I'll probably get up and take a walk with the wife. Our oldest has been walking with us lately, which is good. But we'll probably do that like around like 8:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, or maybe, you know.
I'm a big walk guy too.
Yeah. We've been doing a lot of walking, like trying to get back in better shape. And
shout out to anyone who's got to work outside though in that heat. That's not fun at all.
I'm gonna be in the heat, baby. Let's go.
That's your rite of passage though, is a street team promotions. I remember we'd be at Thunder Valley for some concerts. I'm just, all right, does anyone have any water bottles?
Yep.
Just sweating.
Hey, I remember Papa Roach at Concerts in the Park last year. It was like 110, I think. But hey, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to be outside all weekend.
When I got the call for that job, I was doing a side job at the time for the summer, helping a friend lay out concrete and stuff. And we're leaving the dump. And it's already like 100 degrees, 9:00 in the morning. And the promotions person at the time, like, hey, Jess, do you want to come work? Yep, I'll be there whenever you need me.
Oh,
yeah.
That's miserable.
Yeah, I left that job after that.
Yeah. I don't miss that. I helped build the downtown plaza when I graduated from high school. I went right into like when they built the plaza, when it went from like the K Street Mall to the downtown plaza, and I worked swing shifts. So we started at 3 to midnight, and it was like 104, like almost every day.
Yeah.
I would like drink a Gatorade and sweat the entire thing out.
Yeah. Shout out to you outside workers. That's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. It's a tough life.
Legends out there.
Let's get back into this. First of all, we got some minor things we'll kind of run through. First, the A's lost again last night. They are not playing well at all right now. I think they've lost 13 out of 14. They're down to a 23-33 record. They're 10 games under 500, which has all happened like in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, is the story with the A's. You guys help me out here, Joe, as well. Is the story with, like, I know all the Sacramento stuff. We can leave that to the side, but this is a team with young players that you're just kind of watching to see how they develop this year. Because I know a lot of people were talking, oh, they might be 500, blah, blah, blah. Are you just watching Jacob Wilson tear the ball up and all that stuff? Like just the young guys kind of play and see where it falls?
Really, for me, the biggest issue that they have is that their bullpen is just horrible. And like they did not spend any money at all on their bullpen this summer.
You don't say.
And well, I mean they did
on Severino and stuff, but
yeah, they paid Severino, they paid Lawrence Butler, they paid Rooker, but the problem if you don't pay for a bullpen, you're going to be in a bunch of trouble. And so Mason Miller has not been all that effective here after the first like 3 weeks of the season. He's been very hittable. And then the rest of the guys are just, like nobody has a bunch of Major League Baseball experience. And it's tough because that's where, what was the stat? The A's have given up. They lead the league. They're tied, I think, with the Yankees with most grand slams given up this season with 5.
Mm-hmm.
All 5 have come in the month of May. Like in the first 22 days of the month of May, they've given up 5 grand slams. Like you can't compete with that.
Yeah, no.
And almost all of those are bullpen. So you're having guys, load the bases and then somebody else is coming through and not being able to close the game out. So really, really rough. Although our guy Jacob Wilson is absolutely crushing it. He was 2 for 4, hit his 7th jack yesterday. He's batting .353.
I'd be pretty shocked if he wasn't Rookie of the Year this year.
Oh, right now he's the Rookie of the Year.
I don't even know who was close.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Kurtz could have given him a run for his money because all of a sudden he started hitting home runs. But then he's on the injured list with a hip flexor, so he's gonna be out for a little bit. The Giants fell yesterday as well. That's 3 in a row for the Giants. They're 31 and 25. 6 games over 500. They're playing well. They lost to the Tigers. Interleague play is like so strange still. Like I know it's been around for like you guys only know interleague play, but for years and years and years, there was no commingling of.
I don't get
NL
that either. Like I think that's worse.
See, I'm pro DH.
Yeah, me too as well. Yeah,
like I love that
David Ortiz.
Yeah, I love that every team now, the National League also has a DH.
Unless Carlos Zambrano was hitting, I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
That's the only guy who was hitting home runs, and like I said, it was even for a pitcher.
Yeah,
Man.
I was always like, why are we doing this? Why are you making a guy go up there who's batting 100, who's not even like, who's like,
well, he bunted again
weekly striking out every single time, doesn't want to hurt himself. I never understood it. So just like
I miss it.
Really?
I miss pitchers hitting. Yeah, absolutely.
See, he's a Giants fan. He's not like us AL guys where we're just seeing bombs hit all over the park and stuff like that.
Funny enough, I just was watching Bumgarner's home run highlights, but
That's
even
him and Zambrano were the ones who can actually hit.
Yeah.
If, like I said, 4 pitchers.
It just adds an extra element of excitement when that pitcher finally does get that big hit.
How do you feel about your Giants?
The pitching is the least of my worries, especially we moved Doval back to the closing role, which was the right move. Absolutely. And then we got guys like Randy Rodriguez and whatnot in the bullpen. Ryan Walker, of course. The bullpen and the pitching it's still locked in, no doubt. But the hitting's got to go, man. I mean, the bats aren't swinging right now, and your pitching can only get you so far. If you're only putting up 1 or 2 runs a game, like it's just not going to happen. So we need Bailey to start hitting. We need all of our first basemen to start hitting. We need our shortstop to start hitting.
Joe Brazil says the Giants need bats.
The Giants need bats.
The Giants haven't had a legitimate hitting first baseman in like decades.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to say like Will Clark. I'm not giving you Brandon Belt. I'm just not.
I'll take Brandon Belt.
I'm not giving you Brandon Belt as legitimate hitting first baseman.
James, and that's where the line stops.
That's where it is. The Brandon Belt line.
Yeah.
I got you.
You know what I don't miss? I don't miss watching a 220 hitting second baseman that can't hit the ball out of the park at all, getting walked so you can strike out the pitcher the next batter.
That's a really good point.
I don't miss it. I don't miss
that.
Any
Is
of
a really good point.
They're like, oh, it's their strategy. It's like, yeah, just send that guy who can't hit to first base so you can get the guy who really can't hit. Yeah. Maybe he'll get lucky.
The DH needs to stay for life.
That's right.
It should stay, but I do miss it.
Okay, we had this Cam Scadabo from Sac State and then Arizona State, right?
Yep.
He fell to the 4th round in the NFL draft. But he was on the St. Brown podcast. Have you seen this?
I saw the clip.
Okay, so Amon Ra and Equanimous, St. Brown, they have their own podcast. And he said he thought he was going to be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers with the 100th pick. And he thought, the vibes were high, the lights started turning on, videos started turning on, and then no phone call. And then the next morning he woke up and knew that, he'd go in the first 10 picks because the Niners, the Giants, Tennessee, all had shown interest in him. And the Giants called, and, so I would have loved to have seen him on the 49ers.
Yeah, everyone wants to root for the hometown kids. That would have been a fun story. That's always like the funnest story you could probably do as a rookie.
Well, that
Yeah,
guy's
as a
a
rookie.
beast.
Yeah, yeah, he's kind of one of one. I don't know, like he's not a fullback or anything like that, but I don't know who runs like him in the league, where he's just kind of short stout, but just like a little bull or whatever.
It kind of like
And I don't know, like he's not gonna be this every down back or anything like that, but
kind of like Mike Allstott. That's
Yeah.
He used to kind of like he just beats you up. Even he's not very big, but Austin Eckler, like
Yeah.
you know, guys who just like head down and like hit people. So yeah, I don't know. I think
be
he's a
interesting,
guy.
though.
He can score touchdowns. I think at the pro level, he'll be a guy that scores a bunch of touchdowns.
Dr. David in the chat, Peyton Hill is number 2. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Madden legend, by the way.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
It's a one-hit wonder.
And again, Casey Tucker mentioned Mike Allstott.
Allstott. Yeah, I thought Mike Allstott was a little taller, like just kind of bigger or whatever, but
Yeah,
he's similar though. I can see it.
Yeah, touchdown Tommy Vardell. That's a little too early for you.
I was gonna shake my head. Yeah.
Stanford kid who went to the Browns and you know, again, a big time touchdown guy at the college level. I think Scatterbo can be that at the pro level.
Yeah.
So I kind of wish the 49ers would have drafted him. I just think it would have been a cool story. On top of that, DeMar DeRozan was on the Run Your Race podcast with Theo Pinson and AJ Richardson. He kind of rehashed the chaos of the 2024-25 season. And like for me, it was interesting to watch. I know it sounds weird. It was interesting to watch like a really, really like solid veteran guy who's been in the league for, this was his 16th season, but go through chaos for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm so used to chaos.
Yeah, no, this is not normal what happens in Sacramento.
It's not normal. Yeah. So like I can say, let me think, just off the top of my head, Keith Smart replaced Paul Westphal midseason. Ty Corbin replaced Mike Malone midseason, and then George Karl replaced Ty Corbin midseason. On top of that, we've got Alvin Gentry replacing Luke Walton midseason, and you've got Doug Christie replacing Mike Brown midseason. So I've seen a coach replace midseason 5 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like for you media guys out there, it's kind of, oh, here we go again. Anytime it does go down.
No, totally. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I remember when the puke game, when the guy throws up all over the court, and then Luke Walton is let go the next morning. We were walking down to the media room, and Brendan Nunez had not gone through this before, and it was quiet, and everyone was like, okay, and it's like, what do I do here? And I looked at him, I'm like, don't worry, me and Jason and Sean, we got you. We've been through this a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, okay. I said, if you want to ask a question, but what you don't want to do is ask about the game, because that's not what the story is tonight. The story is a coach that's about to get fired. And like, we all knew. And then we walked in the media room, and it was like peppering around, and it was like interesting. But now here we are a couple of years later, and Brennan's been through it.
No,
he's already gone through it again, and you see it coming.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, no. When Mike Brown got fired, there was no question. Like I knew a couple of days before,
mm-hmm.
and we had talked about it, and like we knew it was coming right before Christmas, but then they waited until after Christmas, and it was really uncomfortable. Like, right? But you've been through it a bunch of times. So to have a player come through who's a Hall of Famer, and DeMar DeRozan, who's been in the league 16 years,
yep,
and who has never been through a situation where a coach got fired mid-season, was like stunning. Like, what do you mean you've never been through this?
Well, like the guy played for the Raptors, and the Raptors have never really been too dysfunctional, as far as I can think.
Well, I mean,
at least did with him.
No, probably not.
Yeah,
they did fire. Who was their coach?
Dwayne Casey.
Dwayne Casey. He won
Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year, and then they fired him. But that can be a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't know if that was dysfunction or just more so
George Karl,
because they kept losing to LeBron at that time and stuff like that. But either way, like there wasn't like this in Sacramento or anything like that. And then you get to San Antonio, and San Antonio was tip top shape no matter what.
Yeah,
and it's just kind of Chicago was.
It's surprising that they never fired a coach there.
Yeah, like Yeah, like Chicago was just a playing team or whatever, and then you get to Sacramento, it's just boom, 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 and he kind of fell into a role that probably he wasn't supposed to be in when he got there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Like the reason why he ends up being a player who you know was able to average 20 plus a game this season is because of the chaos.
Mhm.
Like there should have been a point where you started to transition this team to like the Keegan Murray team, and you didn't do it because like chaos hit. And then going through like having the best player on a team traded, and people can like want to argue that or whatever on the outside. Like De'Aaron Fox inside the locker room and in the practice facility and on the court was like understood as the best player on that team.
Yeah.
Like by the players. Like
Yeah.
De'Aaron's our guy. Right. So when that happens, that's also like another like earth shattering, like chaotic moment. So
Yeah, because DeMar during the podcast talks about like it was one thing after. No, we're not playing the clip because I think they cussed during or whatever. But he talks about like Mike Brown gets fired, then De'Aaron gets traded, and then like Zach LaVine and the new guys get here, and he talks about how he's trying to find his footing with the guys that are already there. People get traded, and then he's kind of assumed this leadership role because no one else is there, or whatever. And like he's kind of trying to work with Zach when he's still trying to figure out like the past team and all that stuff. Like there was never a flow that team found at all last year, just based off of what he said. It was just constant, just on the move, like Doug Christie was saying when he took over. It's kind of trying to fix a plane on the fly, and they just never found their footing at all. Like,
yeah,
it was impossible too. Like I don't think it was just way too much going on for them to even find any sort of consistency.
well, then you had the injuries happen.
Mhm.
You know, people,
Yeah, he talked about Monk getting hurt and all that.
well, Monk, but also you remember Sabonis. Everyone thought Sabonis was going to be out for the season.
Yeah.
And was able to come back and keep playing. Like it's just, I always joke around. I have a running thing that me and Del Enos, one of the scorekeepers, the official scorekeepers, we always take a gauge on what we think is going to happen for the season. Like right before the season starts, we throw out a number of how many wins. And there was one season where I said, I think this team can win 45, but I want a plus or minus 8. And he's like, well, no, that we always do a plus or minus 3. And I'm like, yeah, but this season in particular, I think if they let the chaos come in, it will eat this team,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll drop to 35 wins or 38 wins. And I said, but if not, I think they can actually win 50. And sure enough, they traded DeMarcus Cousins that season. Rudy Gay popped his Achilles. They traded Omri Caspi. The
chaos got him.
Yeah, the chaos came to Sacramento, and that's the problem. Like, how do you avoid the chaos, and how do you keep the chaos out? And I wonder, like, how much will this change? Like, the Kings were able to land DeMar DeRozan as a free agent. Again, one of the most accomplished free agent signings the Kings have ever had, right? Even if the fact is he was 35 and they had to do a sign and trade to get him, it still was a free agent acquisition. I wonder if this is going to impact the way that some of the like older players might look at the Kings and be like, they're still not a team I would consider.
Well, you look at it because they were talking about in the pod as well, like there was pieces there, like there was something you could believe in. And right now, do they have something you can believe in?
It's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do to convince anyone to believe in this team moving forward for this season.
Mm-hmm.
And like Doug's got a lot of work to do as a coach, but also Scott Perry he's got to go out there and try to find his Shea or his Tyrese Halliburton or his Jalen Brunson or his
good luck, Scott,
or his Anthony Edwards. Yeah. Well, we'll discuss that more when we come back. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2. You can find us on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, Twitch. We're on the Twitter box, all of that stuff. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you in just a minute. The A's acquired Sean Newcomb from the
Red Sox
yesterday, or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Newcomb just laid up a bunch of innings.
Is he
played
good?
for the A's before, I think.
Really? I don't remember.
I saw that. I thought he's just
6'5",
he's
32
just a
year
bullpen arm that's gonna eat up 5 innings if you need him.
Yeah, but he's been a starter. He's got you might be right. This year he started.
Yeah, he
five.
didn't he just didn't make a spot in the rotation in spring training.
Yeah, 3.95 ERA. He's given up this season. Wow, 55 hits and 17 walks. Struck out 41 in 41 innings.
What's up, Germs?
What's up, Germs? Hey, if you guys are in the YouTube, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up. We appreciate that. And I'm still waiting for James to replicate the thumbs up emoji. The other day, remember you did the thumbs up and it did the emoji on the screen?
Oh,
That's only on the Apple or the Max, though, right?
Oh, were you at home?
I was at home when I did
Okay.
it. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So yeah, you can go like this on the and at home. There's a setting in your that you have to turn on, like allow emojis. That's not what I wanted to click on.
Mark, I don't disagree, but that's not the path they're taking.
They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
And like, I'm generally optimistic.
Yeah, Joe's a pretty happy. Yeah.
Oh man. And I'm
Kings
not
got my
feeling
guy out.
too good. It's even I am gonna need some convincing, which is worrying. But
There was someone, Sean Newcomb did pitch for the A's in 2023. That wasn't even that long ago. He pitched 7 games. Interesting. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier too, like the Kings have to find a star, right? And I don't know how they do that. And that's where I disagree with a lot of people here. Like, hey, don't just go throw a bunch of assets at something, because if you find the right star, you might be able to build around that star like quickly. Like, it doesn't have to be like a long drawn out thing. And so I'm intrigued because somebody brought up like Tyrese Maxey, and I don't think Philadelphia is going to let go of Tyrese Maxey. But I do think that there is a world in which you can give them an offer they can't refuse. And I don't like dealing with Daryl Morey, but I didn't like Monte McNair dealing with Daryl Morey because they were close. And I felt like Daryl Morey always just messed with money. Like wasted his time.
Yeah.
I would like to see with Scott Perry if there's a way to go get a player like that.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I'm James. It's Jesse over there. Joe's over there. We're hanging out with you until noon. We'll have the handoff coming up in, 20, 25 minutes. I think Kenny Caraway will be in today. Was that?
No, he was here yesterday, I think.
Oh, then it might be Damian
Might be a
Barling.
Damian Barling day.
It might be. So
someone will be here. Someone's going to sit in that spot.
Yeah. And then, of course, D-Lo and Casey take over at noon from 12 to 4. You can listen to them here on ESPN 1320. We've had like a ranging conversation today, mainly centered around like what we believe is probably going to be the finals. Tonight we have what is game 5, right?
Game 5 on ESPN 1320, by the way.
Oh, there you go. Knicks-Pacers tonight at what, 4 o'clock?
Then you catch coverage at 4:30, I believe. The game starts at 5. You'll catch coverage at 4:30.
Okay, perfect. So tune into that later on this evening. But I think all of us kind of like, you can see the writing on the wall. Like, unless the Knicks have some crazy switch that they hit, it's going to be very difficult for them to climb back into this series.
Yeah, I mean, things always get tricky because if you get this one, it's like, hey, you get game 6 and you're able to come back to, because are they in New York or Indiana today?
I want to say they're in New York.
Yeah, they're in New York. So if you get this one and you're able to get lucky in game 6, hey, game 7 in New York, who knows what happens? But I don't see it happening.
Okay.
It just feels like we know what the series is, but it could go either way. But like I said, I just don't see it happening.
Well, that, and I think that we still haven't had that true Indiana game where they shoot like 60% from the field and 55% from 3 and are just an offensive juggernaut that no one can stop.
Yeah.
Like, that game is still hiding. And the Knicks, while like they have some really good defensive players, they don't have a great overall. Like, I don't think that they're a great defensive team. They're a really good defensive team, but they're not a great defensive team. So I'm kind of waiting to see if there's any life in them at all. I'd hate to see another game like what we saw last night.
Yeah, that'd be kind of tough. I think it'll be a little. It'll be a lot closer than last night for sure. I think like it'll go down to the wire possibly and all that, but it's just like Indiana's playing their best basketball this season right now. You mentioned they haven't had that one game yet, but overall they've been playing really great ball. And it's just the Knicks are always just so hit and miss so far this playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as you get even last game, I think they had their top 5 guys all had solid games, and they still lost.
Yeah,
And that's where you kind of go, okay, look, you just don't have another pitch. Like you don't have something else you can throw at this team. So if somehow you just like out physical them and just like again dominate them, like maybe on the offensive glass, maybe there's a Josh Hart game where he goes for like 17 rebounds or something, and Indiana just can't find a way to stop them. But this series feels like it's heading towards a very quick end.
and if it doesn't today, is that a disappointing season for the Knicks? You kind of built your team. Well, it's what we were told all offseason. They built their team to beat Boston and all that. You did beat Boston, but I think you're probably hoping to beat Boston in the conference finals rather than the second round. Like this was supposed to be a finals team, no?
I feel like this is a disappointing end to the Knicks because the way that the Cavs fizzled out and the way that the Celtics fizzled out.
It was there for you. Like if you look at it.
Yeah, I mean,
for the team that you built, for what you wanted to reach as well.
Yeah, and like this team, they only won one more game than Indiana during the regular season, but that you still felt like the Knicks were a team that were like destined for something, and at least to be like in the conversation.
It was always a top 3 it was never a top 4 in the East. It was always the Knicks, Cavs, and Boston rather than Pacers, Cavs, and Boston and the Knicks. It was always just a group of 3 rather than the 4. Yeah, so they always grouped in with the Celtics and the Cavs all season long, I feel.
Yeah, and I would say
expecting one of those teams to make it out the East.
Even the Bucks, I think most people would have put above Indiana coming into this. I think it's really remarkable what Indiana's been able to do. And, again, we give a lot of credit to Tyrese Halliburton all the time here because we have like an affinity towards him. He's a player that we watched as a young kid here in Sacramento and everything else. But Rick Carlisle's done an unbelievable job. And Kevin Pritchard's also done a great job of building that team. Like that is a very, very high quality team that's built the right way, that has all the right pieces to sort of, I don't know, just outrace you. And I'm intrigued by the collision course. Like, what will this team look like against OKC? And I haven't even looked to see what they were during the regular season. But you just have this feeling like this is kind of like a destiny, like the teams that are destined.
But if you're the Knicks, and we'll call it a disappointing season, then do you look to shake up the roster a bit? Do you look and call the Bucks and see, hey, like we could have a Karl Anthony Towns and a Miles Bridges or Mikal Bridges for you, maybe for whatever picks you want to throw in there? Like, do you make that call, or do you just kind of look towards internal growth?
Well, the problem is I don't think you're going to get a bunch of internal growth because the players that you have are who they are.
Yeah, they're all established guys.
Yeah, they are very established. I think the way that the Knicks can improve and get back in this thing and be a better team next year is if they're able to add 2 or 3 pieces that make sense during this offseason.
If you add 2 or 3 more pieces, that's great. But you got a coach who's only ever played 7 of them.
No, I get that. But
do you think
you got to have players that he can play? Like,
he's too stubborn to, though? Like, do you think he actually will? Because it's not even like about like, yeah, I'm saying the Knicks can add whoever off the bench and all that, but like, is Tibbs gonna just kind of go outside of his ways and like play those guys? Like, I guess my question indirectly is like, do you need to move on from Tibbs?
I mean, it's a good question. Like, you might need to move on from Tibbs, but I don't think so. Like, I
lean towards no right now, but it's just I don't know if I could buy into Tibbs running the 10-man rotation or anything like that.
No, but I think that if you had players that were better than Landry Shamet or
because there's that yeah, like it's not
Mitchell Robinson,
Mitchell Robinson's been pretty good on that one.
They've
been better with him on the court this postseason.
They are, but Mitchell Robinson got hurt and came into the season injured and missed a ton of time. And I just don't think he's ever been able to sort of put his stamp on who he is as a player with this specific team. I mean, he only played 17 games on the season.
Yeah, no, he played 17, but he's been good for them in the playoffs. Warren Smith says they need a playmaker off the bench, a Monk-like player, Jordan Clarkson type.
Yeah, like Miles McBride, Deuce McBride. He's just not. He's not you can't have confidence in him right now to
Yeah.
be that guy. And so I would agree. Someone like Monk would like be great on that team. And they're going to have to, I think they will, because of the draw of New York, the draw of a really highly competitive team that, made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think you're going to be able to add like one or two, maybe even three really, really solid players that can actually step in and help you. I just don't, again, what are you getting out of Precious Achua off the bench? DeLon Wright, they won't even run out there. Campaign, they haven't even run out there. Like the lack of confidence in these players that they do have, it is part of who Tibbs is. But I don't know.
Wilson throws it in here. He says the problem is Tibbs can't blame players when Spoelstra's playing undrafted guys. The Grizzlies are playing second rounders all year, and he said OKC has a bunch of randos according to James. But like, doesn't Tibbs just kind of got to coach up a little bit?
Yeah, I guess. You know what? And I'll make this argument too. When you talk about like, the randos, if you were to put, let's just say you're going to put Aaron Wiggins or Isaiah Joe or I don't know, name that player that's coming off the Oklahoma City bench.
Mhm.
I don't think Thibodeau will play any of those. And that's what I mean by like the randos of the group.
Yeah.
Like I'm not being disrespectful to those guys as players, but they're not, number one, they're not starters. They're not in your standard 5-man unit. And then on top of that, they're not guys that you think of like Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Like Malik Monk's not a rando. He's just not. He's a guy that everybody in the league knows that can put up 17.
So you think they probably just need some higher level role players off the bench?
For the Knicks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're going to have to be level player that Thibodeau respects enough to play. And I don't know if they've got the money to do that, but yeah.
That's where maybe like you said, maybe you just part ways with Tibbs.
It's tough. Like I don't think I would part ways with Tibbs because what's the answer? Are you going to bring like Michael Malone?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. No, I mean he's a guy who got a team over the hump.
Yeah.
Right.
Like there's options, but I don't know if Tibbs is the answer or if it's just like I said, moving off of Cat and trying to go for this big, massive Giannis deal or what. Or maybe just running it back because they did get to the conference finals, and this is the first year with this group all together.
Yeah.
And I know us as radio people and working in media, whatever you want to call it, we're quick to let's blow this team up, add this, add that. So
I don't think, okay, so I feel differently about the Knicks than I do the Timberwolves. I think the Timberwolves, like, they've put themselves in a situation where, number one, they're not New York. So New York just prints money, right? And they just had an ownership change, and it was contentious, and it's finally done. But we saw last year how they did the cost-cutting move. I think that there will be more cost-cutting that goes on here in Minnesota, and it will make it more difficult. I could see, maybe Mike Conley being on the outs with Rob Dillingham, right? Hiding there on the bench. Maybe they go that direction. They're going to have a tough time keeping Naz Reid. He's got a player option of $15 million. And we talked about Julius Randle. He's got a player option of $30 million. He's going to want to get paid this summer. He's going to say, hey, I want a 5-year 150 or something, or I want a 4-year 120. Like he's going to want that money, and Naz Reid's going to want money. And then Nickeil Alexander-Walker is an unrestricted free agent, and you could lose him. So you could see them taking a step backwards just because of, like attrition, like basically what happened to the Denver Nuggets.
That's where I think Minnesota's headed.
Yeah.
I think they're taking a step back.
No, I think so too. And if you look at Denver when they won the title, then they end up losing Bruce Brown. Then they end up losing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. And it's not like these players are like the best players on the team, but they're so integral to like their role.
Yeah.
And when you lose them and then you're trying to backfill that position with Christian Brown and, whoever else you can possibly find, but you have no money and you have no picks. That's the other thing. Denver has not had picks or money. It puts you in a really, really difficult position. And it's a difficult position because they made like one minor, like they gave Zeke and Najee like a 3-year 24 or something. That deal right there, it's hurt them so bad. Like if they could have moved off of just that $8 million and gone out and found, three $3 million players that could have helped them more, that would have been a much better sort of line of attack, but they're not developing talent in the same way that OKC is.
Mhm.
So when OKC pays a guy a 4-year, $40 million deal, and everyone in the league's like, it seems a lot for that guy. And then he shows up in the playoffs and plays great defense and hits a couple of big shots. And you're like, okay, maybe you were right. And it's just about sustainability. And that's why OKC has such a head start on everybody.
Yeah, Russ in the chat house asked, would you like Mike Conley for the Kings? What's like the bare minimum type point guard we're looking for in Sacramento?
I really like Mike Conley. It's just he's 38, 39.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Like, unless you have where you would have a guy like Mike Conley is how Scott Perry brought in George Hill to work with De'Aaron Fox when he's a rookie. Like, if you had a rookie point guard and you wanted a guy to be sort of put your arm around him and show him the ropes, whether it's Mike Conley or Chris Paul, but the Kings don't have that. They don't have, you're not going to
we need
convert.
someone to play point guard and actually lead us here.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to convert a guy like Keon Ellis to a point guard. You're not going to be able to convert Devin Carter to a true point guard. That's just not who they are as players.
Yep.
So I don't like that idea. And it's, the Drew Holiday idea, which has been thrown out there a million times by everybody. I'm okay with Drew Holiday as, again, I think Drew Holiday, if you take away the age issue, but if you put him in the starting backcourt with Zach LaVine, it's probably the most logical fit because of his ability to play defense.
Yeah.
Right. And to not need to be a 18 to 20 point per game scorer. Like, if Drew Holiday is averaging 14 and 6 for you, you're probably okay. Right. Because he's going to give you great defense. I just don't like the fact that he's, 34, 35 and owed a ton of money.
Yeah. I love me some Drew Holiday on the Celtics, blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty out on him as a Kings player, I think.
Well, that, and what if 4 of your rotational pieces are, one of them is 30, 31 with Zach LaVine, but then 35, and then Jonas Valanciunas is 32, 33. All of a sudden, you're a team who's aging out, and you're not good enough to be a team aging out.
Yeah, and Drew this year with Boston had his worst year offensively scoring since his rookie year. Didn't shoot the ball well at all from 3 at all. He's still a good great defender and all that, but he was a step slower, I think. I don't think that's really elevating the Kings either.
No, that's status quo.
Yeah.
And that's moving, again, DeMar DeRozan for a different position player. And then you got to go find a way to backfill the DeMar DeRozan position.
Yeah, because it's a lot of money tied up in Drew, LaVine, and Domas. And I assume if you bring in Drew, that's kind of your core 3. I don't think you're going to be able to bring in someone who makes more than that. So you're probably not bringing in a player better than those 3. And I just can't believe in a team like that.
Yeah, that's tough. And especially when you're going to have to pay Keegan Murray. And what does that look like? And then that messes with your salary. I think the key to this offseason for the Kings is really to start looking at what is your number one option? Who is your best player? Can you get a better best player than what you have right now?
Yeah.
Is there any way to do that? And realistically, if they're 25, 26, they're under contract long term, or you can put them under contract for long term, that's the route the Kings have to find right now. It's,
that's the only way I think you could save this.
I agree.
Bringing in a player like that. It's the only way where it's okay, they kind of got back on their feet. Let's see what they do now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would like to see, again, I think Drew Holiday is he's a solid double. But they need a home run here and someone who makes them younger and makes them more sustainable. And that's where, we keep bringing up guys like Ja Morant or, again,
Trae Young or LaMelo Ball and player.
Exactly. Right. All of those types of players, they instantly become your best player and they instantly make you a better team. It doesn't matter what you have to give up to give them. They make you a better team because the Kings don't have enough players to give up to make that would make them worse. So I really do think that that's where you have to start. The starting point is to figure out how do we get a better player here. A player, and to be honest with you, a player that's better than who De'Aaron Fox is. A player who's better than that. Yeah. And, someone brought up Tyrese Maxey. Man, I would at least call. I would call Philly and say, hey, what would it take?
What do you offer up at that point, though?
Well, I mean, when you're looking at age and you're looking at contract and all that stuff, I'm giving them whatever they want. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I think he's a two-way player, guy who instantly comes in and gives you like a personality. I don't think that they're going to trade him because I do think that they're going to try to piece this thing together. But we're looking at a player. I'm just trying to look at his years under contract. And of course, I pull up the wrong team. I think Maxey is a player that you can fully build around. Yeah, he's a 35, 37, 40, 43.5, 46.4.
That's nothing the way the money's going right now, too. There's going to be guys making 60 mil a year, 70 mil a year at this point.
No, I mean, like someone may just like scream into their car or at their YouTube screen at this point, but I'm offering Zach LaVine and 4 first-round picks.
Zach LaVine and 4 first for Tyrese?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't. I don't hate the idea of Tyrese, Sabonis, and Keegan.
Yeah, I mean,
like after that point, you figure out what to do with DeMar, whether he's here or somewhere else. But
yeah, you're talking about a net neutral trade.
It's a solid starting point.
Yeah, and you're talking about a guy who's 24 years old, and that's how you're building around. There are people out there who can say, "Oh, I really like LaMelo," or "I really like Trey." Like this is a guy who plays both ways.
Yeah.
We don't have to sit there and say, "Well, you can't really bring him in because you can't pair him next to so and so." But I don't think they're going to give him up. But I definitely would call. And
well, yeah, you need to call every team in the league at this point.
Yeah.
Given like it's not looking like it's going to be a rebuild and you're going to try and work this thing on the fly, like, yeah, call everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's a way in which you can overpay and try to get the right player.
Yeah.
But it's possible that no one takes your call. I mean, that's always a possibility.
Well, Scott, that's why you're here in BJ Armstrong as well. You guys got connections, we heard.
Yeah, you got those connections. So anyway, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we've got the handoff. We think it's Damian Barling that's coming in. We're not sure who's coming in to join us, but we'll have the handoff. We'll talk more about this Game 5 that's coming up tonight between the Knicks and the Pacers, which should be a good one. I'm James Ham. That's Jesse Tapia. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Yeah, I'm not saying that Philly would do that deal, but if I'm the Kings, I'm at least calling. And securing Bagley, there's a lot of talk that LaMelo might not be there much longer. Like, there's a reason why LaMelo's name comes up all the time. But if I'm the Kings, like, what do you got to lose? I mean, I know draft capital, but you're talking about a player that you're going to build your franchise around for the next 5 years. If it's the right player, I'm putting the money into it. Shoot, we forgot. I missed your text earlier about Mitch on line 1. Sorry, Mitch.
Yeah, sorry, Mitch. Probably would have been the greatest call of all time. Mitch, you turned down the bottle when I tried to give it to you last time, man. I mean, no, I'll just pay up off the first bet. I don't trust the Dolphins at all this year.
The real Buddha, I'm not a Colin Sexton guy. Again, I think Colin Sexton is exactly the type of player that we're talking about that the Knicks need to go figure out a way to get. Like, again, he makes too much money, but actually his contract is reasonable this year, 19.1. He's all right, but he doesn't play great defense. He's more of a combo guard, more of a shooting guard than a true point. Never averaged more than 4.9 assists per game. Like, I think you're asking a lot if you think if he's going to be like a knockdown. I mean, if he's going to be your starting point guard. I don't think you're going to be very good, especially if you're starting backcourt with him and Zach LaVine. I just think you've got a ton of worries. And Sexton is also a player who blew out a knee at some point. And he's going to want to get paid. Oh.
John Poles, yeah, but the Dolphins' best secondary player might be Artie Burns, so it's looking tough.
Would I take on Paul George or Embiid to get Maxey? I don't think financially, just so you know, like you could ask that question and I can say yes or no, but like I don't think that there's a way to work a trade that you could take on either one of those with Maxey, because you're looking at Maxey at 38 million for next season and Paul George at almost 52. So we're looking at 90 million. Like, how would you like build a trade that included 90 million in salary or even 72, 73 million in salary? I'm not sure. I don't think you could do that. Although a big three of Maxey, Paul George, Domantas Sabonis.
I guess.
Like technically speaking, you could probably get there if you've got Levine and DeRozan.
Daryl Morey just doesn't want his job anymore.
And probably Malik Monk. That's a lot of crazy cap space moving all over the place.
Wilson, let's talk. Let's talk, Wilson. Obviously, that money don't work, but let's figure that one out.
I keep like giving a roundabout number for Malik Monk's salary. I'm going to look what it is for next season because I think it's higher than I think.
So, man.
What's up, guys?
We're on commercial, by the way.
I figured. Matt had to move to 1.
So. Okay. Steal on Casey.
Oh. Hi.
What's up, Hammer?
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
Good. Have we found the button for
What do you mean?
D'Lo and Casey? What happened for the handoff?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to sign into Kyle's profile and all that stuff.
That's fine.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You do got a weird camera.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a light. That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
I usually turn on the light,
It
but
looks like it's kind of animated.
Oh.
what's going on, everybody? We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. And joining us here for the handoff, we don't have our snazzy.
Taking the hand off is Damian Barling.
There it is.
There you go.
I love when James does the host stuff. It sounds so like I'm just not used to it. Like you do it well. I'm just not used to hearing you do the old host stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, you do great. It's just it's different. We're used to, we're used to Kyle doing all of the the little intricacies. It's just different.
I've had a podcast for 14 years.
Oh, you good? Well, yeah, but podcasting is such a.
This is chill.
It's very informal.
We're chill here. Yeah.
We definitely are. It's very informal.
Yeah, because we do not talk about podcasting candles here on the Insiders.
Podcasting candles.
Yeah, like Brendan and Sean always have candles that they
Like
light.
specific for the pod or just
Yeah,
I got
actually,
this lit up already.
Brendan has a podcast candle now that says, "This is my podcast candle that somebody made for him and gave to him."
That's terrific.
Yeah,
Not gonna
I love
hate
that.
candles. I'm a big candle guy. So
Yeah, I'm all about the scented candles. Like, give me something that smells like.
you should be big on stuff that smells good as just a
Facts.
grown up.
Facts. That is accurate.
as a grown up. Where are you at with this series that's hitting tonight? I mean, we've talked about the Oklahoma City, Thunder rolling.
Yeah,
but that game, I mean, anytime you're up 26-9 after the first
that
quarter,
was incredible. That was like, well, all right, like I could do something else with my night.
Yeah,
But
Made
the
it
whole
easy, huh?
like the whole story was in the first quarter. Like,
Yeah.
you can and of course, like I checked in, watched 5-10 minutes at a time, got up, did something else. the story of the entire game was in the first quarter. It was all right there, and it just played out over 4 different quarters. Nothing ever changed. As far as tonight, man, I yesterday I thought for sure like New York is still in this. Like New York can absolutely still win a couple of games, and they can absolutely still beat the Pacers. They can absolutely still win this series. But that really flies against the idea that I think the Pacers are legitimately the second best team in the league right now. So them losing 3 in a row would be a surprise to me. I think the way that team is built, obviously Karl Anthony Towns availability does play a factor. Like I'm not the biggest Cat fan, but if I'm the New York Knicks, I'd rather him be out there than not. So
I'd rather have him than Julius Randle.
Yeah, I mean you could have a trade where both teams, wind up exiting at the same exact time in the same exact spot. So like I'm not sure, but I like the Pacers and have already started conversations about how I think the Pacers can not only compete with Oklahoma City but beat them. I absolutely think the Pacers can win the finals.
I wonder if defense is kind of the X factor in that series with the Pacers and Thunder, because like the Pacers can run, but I wonder like if the Thunder got something for the Pacers defensively, if the Pacers can kind of limit the Thunder.
Well, it's the Gorilla Monsoon line from WrestleMania 3. The irresistible force meets the immovable object.
James, you're familiar.
But yeah, James
I know
knows
those lines.
93,173 people. James was one of them.
Yes, he was there.
Which one is the irresistible force and which one is the immovable object, though? Is it Oklahoma City's defense? Is it Indiana's offense? Where do these two things meet? And is the OKC offense good enough to beat an average Indiana Pacers defense? Is the Indiana Pacers well above average offense good enough to beat an extraordinary Oklahoma City Thunder defense? And so the thing with me, especially looking at this series that just ended for Oklahoma City, and this is where I'm struggling the most, is I just don't think Minnesota was good.
No, that's we can all call that was fool's gold. I'm sorry.
I didn't think they were good at all.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's like, hey, OKC was great last night. They deserve some credit for beating Minnesota. Absolutely, you deserve credit for the series that you win. I'm just not going overboard. Like I saw Bobby Marks tweet, OKC, they keep getting better throughout the playoffs. That's scary. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think, you know what I think is the most telling thing? And I can't wait to hear Kenny's comments on this because I know he has them. The most telling part of that game last night was the post-game press conference when they asked Ant-Man about being upset. And he's like, well, why would I be upset? Like, I'm 22, 23 years old. I got a whole bunch of these ahead. Sir, Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl his rookie year?
Oh, yeah.
Never went back.
Yeah.
He's been to, and I know the NBA is a lot different than the NFL, but you've been to back-to-back conference finals. You couldn't get over the hump either time. And just like with the idea of like, no, that's cool. I'll be back. Like,
Ooh.
Oh, man. That to me, that's the Timberwolves.
Ooh.
The Timberwolves are like, whatever.
Let me tie that in real quick. Remember Trae Young? Yeah, regular season's a little boring now. Ready for the playoffs.
Right?
Has not been back or
one trip to the
level since.
One trip to the conference finals.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's a handful of games into the next season talking about, the regular season is boring.
Still hasn't got back.
Ja Morant, we're good in the West.
Yeah.
We opened the show by talking about the ascension of Shea, and for that matter, Ty, it's Halliburton, and at some point, like I think we all got into the Jokic, Shea, who's going to be MVP, who deserves it, and everything else. Are we just missing the boat on the fact that Shea is probably the best player in the NBA?
Yeah, we might be. Yeah,
I feel like the league is missing it.
He's very. He has a lot of Jokic tendencies in that they're not loud. Like the NBA is a very loud league.
Yeah.
It's a very boisterous league. It's a very Anthony Edwards, Steph Curry. Steph Curry will celebrate a three-pointer in the second quarter the same exact way he celebrates a three-pointer to win the game, at the end of regulation. LeBron obviously is, iconic. Giannis is such a physical marvel. when you look at the guys who are, the so-called faces of the league, Shea and a lot like Jokic, they're just kind of reserved. Shea likes his fashion stuff. Jokic likes his horses. And in a league that is just riddled with personalities, these guys don't really have one, like a strong one that resonates with audiences. And so I think that hurts him a little bit from a public perception. It's like he's one of those guys who you look at and go, yeah, he's good. And then like now that the postseason has gone along and you're only watching a handful of teams, it's like, yo, he's really good.
Oh yeah.
But what do you know about Shea?
Listen, there's nothing to like latch on. There's
That's
no
it.
Brand or anything like that.
That's it. Like, what do we know about Shea? Outside, fashion is his bag. Like, he loves the fashion stuff. Outside of that, what do we know? They're all team first guys. They do the interviews and the towels and all of that stuff. But it doesn't, like Jesse said, give you something to latch onto.
It feels like
to answer, but to bring this full, I think that causes people to miss out on how great he is.
I think,
and he is great.
Sounds ridiculous, but he needs his like Rod Tidwell moment.
Right. No, that's not ridiculous at all. That's and maybe he's approaching it.
Maybe he's gonna have it in the finals where he just like lets go.
Or he's Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Probably has a strong case to be a top 10 player of all time, top 5 player of all time.
Yeah.
But no one thinks about him. They think about the Spurs. They think about the Spurs dynasty, and they'll think about Tim Duncan and Greg Popovich.
Well, and even the greatest power forwards of all time, the first things that pop into your head, Karl Malone and Charles Barkley before Tim Duncan, even though Tim Duncan was a better player.
Yeah.
And the reason why you do that is because those guys were such big personalities.
Yeah.
For all the youngsters in the chatty house that don't know, like, what's the Rod Tidwell moment?
It's from Jerry Maguire.
Oh, I've never seen Jerry Maguire.
So Jerry Maguire he's repping Cuba Gooding Jr., who's a wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals. And
I was assuming Rod Tidwell was like power forward from the Mavericks or something. I had no clue what you guys were talking about.
No, he's a jerk. He's
That's
a jerk,
amazing.
but he wants to get paid.
Yeah.
And he's great, but he wants to get paid. I think he's based off of Andre Rison, right?
Is he?
I think
Okay.
loosely based
I don't
off
think I
Andre.
knew that.
Maybe. Anyway, he has a moment where he kept telling him, like, Tom Cruise keeps saying, hey, look, you keep telling me to get to, like, show me the money. He's like, you've got to dance. And he's like, I don't dance. He's like, no, you got to dance. He's like, I'm not going to dance for the people. And so he gets crushed on a touchdown, holds on to it, gets up, dances, and has his moment. So,
all right, I'll throw Jerry Maguire on the list, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Jerry Maguire is a great movie.
Yeah.
It still absolutely works.
Seen all the memes and stuff like that.
Nah, Jerry Maguire still absolutely works. That's a great movie.
Well, that, and you're waiting for him to have that moment though, like the whole time. And I don't know if it's like who he is, but that whole entire team is a group of guys who are never going to have that moment.
Yeah, I don't think that moment. I just don't know if that's him. Like, he's been in the league a long time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's been around a while.
26?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that moment is coming, and I don't know that he cares for that.
Yeah.
He's got the MVP, like he's staring the Larry O'Brien trophy in its eyes right now.
Yep.
That's the,
That's all it should.
That's it.
That's all he should care about.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I think it is. I think that's all it is.
What do you guys got coming up next?
Well, obviously a lot of this reaction to the game last night, Pacers-Knicks tonight. We have I have what I think is an interesting Tyrese Halliburton conversation that ties into guys like DeMarcus Cousins and De'Aaron Fox that we didn't have last night, or that we didn't have yesterday, excuse me. And Matt George will be with us to kind of hang out, talk Kings and Tyrese and these playoffs. So, and honestly, who knows what else?
Yeah.
You never can tell.
Like, Dame's probably got senioritis because he's out tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So it's.
I'm out tomorrow and Monday. You can't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's gonna
be honest.
it.
Y'all lucky I'm here. Man, I'm putting my feet up. We vibing today.
That's right. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders. We'll be back tomorrow. Jesse will be here. We might have a special guest tomorrow. Thanks to Joe Brazil for working the 1s and 2s, and that's gonna do it. We'll hand you off to.
Do you know what
Casey.
the 1s and 2s are?
Yeah, like the Yeah.
ones and twos, you know?
The ones and twos.
Yeah.
Ones and twos.
Nope,
right?
nope.
It's not on the mic?
Nope.
We gotta go.
It's definitely not.
We got to go. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Shout out Joe. Joe said the hell with you guys.
Joe knows to punch out on the
Yeah.
funny. It's good stuff.
Thanks, Chatty House. Hit the thumbs up for us if you don't mind.
See you guys in the other
Please. There it is, DJ Ham. Turntables. Yeah.
Filthy, I did not see this. Throw it in the chat house so I can see it.
You was looking at her. I was looking at my hair. See, that's the difference. I'm like Morris Day.
It was on the mirror.
What was his name again?
I don't remember his name.
Oh.
I just remember he did.
What was the brother who held Morris Day's man?
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you see. search on D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh man, there's so much going on. There's just a lot going on. It's not written into the show. It happened in the last 2.5 minutes. So much going on. Where do I start?
You sound like you fired up. What's going on here?
I mean, not.
Well, go ahead. Come on, man. Let's go.
What happened in the last 2 minutes?
What happened? Like,
not fired up. So hold on. Let's just let the people know who we are.
hey, I don't care. What? We right here.
Acknowledge me.
Well, what are we doing?
Well,
What happened?
what are you doing with him?
Uh-oh, wait a minute. What was that?
What are you doing with him? There you go. No, we have to get that in. We
Oh,
can get that in.
All right.
So, all right. First of all, we spend too much time together because
Our show's ending.
you mentioned something in the handoff that, oh yeah, I was on that. I was on that. We'll get to that. We'll get to
Got to
that.
be Ant-Man.
I was on that.
Yeah, because I got a note that's not in our show. Not that it matters. You said something yesterday. I jotted it down, and I wanted to get back to it, but I think Look Who's Talking took over. I don't know what happened, but it's regarding Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
I want to bring that back today. But okay,
But
all right.
you spoke, and I was on that. You said it too. He's like, I think Kenny. Yes,
Mhm.
yes, 100%.
Mhm.
So there's that. I found out it was Jerome that holds Morris Day's mirror.
Yep.
But one of the things that happens because we host the show is we host it the way we do, right? We stream 4 straight hours.
Mhm.
A lot of the times, damn near every time, we don't know what goes across the radio airwaves
Mhm.
in the forms of commercials and all
Mhm.
this other stuff.
Mhm.
Whatever.
So I'm in there watching the handoff in Jesse's office in his studio. Joe Brazil said, "Hey, we're out of here. We're done." Clicks on the button to send us out, and then the radio plays
Mhm.
the commercial.
Mhm.
Well, I think this is fine to say.
Okay.
Did you know that we have commercials for a boxing match? I think you should know, but
Yeah.
I
So
said, what did he just say?
So I don't ever do this. No comment. No
I
comment.
didn't know. I kind of knew because there was something going on Friday.
Well, so that's how
So,
I knew.
Yeah.
I said someone got pulled over to take a picture. That someone came back to me. I said, who were they? That someone goes, I don't know. Then someone walks over and goes, oh, da 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 da. I'm like, excuse me? They're what? Okay, hey, do what you do. We don't take those pictures.
Mm.
That's not what we do.
Mm.
And got that message across.
Mm.
Yeah, no comment. No
I
comment.
won't even comment any further.
Yeah,
I just
no
was
comment.
like, huh?
Hit the group text.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. It's
I just-
well, 13th round with Kenny Caraway. Hey,
no, not no. I don't think so. maybe 15 years ago, but no.
yeah,
Oh no,
yeah.
no.
We might have to.
No. I didn't. I just that caught me so off guard.
Yeah.
I said,
I didn't even know that was a thing.
What?
I didn't either.
What did they say?
I didn't know until Friday.
What did they say? And where is this at?
Yeah, let's just leave it.
Yeah, okay.
Leave it.
All right.
Leave it.
I just was surprised.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Not as surprised as I was on Friday. But salute. Donuts are here. Thanks, Jam.
There we go.
Hammer.
There we go.
Donut Thursday on Friday.
So there's that, but there's a lot of things going on, right?
Mhm.
Let's start with your Western Conference champions, the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
I got my thoughts on them, and then I'll talk a little bit about what's going on with them in a second. But Anthony Edwards in the Minnesota Timberwolves, Julius Randle in the Minnesota Timberwolves. That was pathetic. I would be. They're a little different. They're a lot different because we're talking about the play-in and the Western Conference Finals. But I was disgusted by the Kings' performance in that play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
Disgusted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say it's the same damn thing because it's far from it. I feel like I'd be disgusted if I was a Minnesota Timberwolves fan with their effort last night.
I don't like to use the word quit because like these are pros and all that, but it was kind of like they knew it was done.
They started the game like they knew it was done. They started the game. They entered the game like they already had reservations set somewhere else. And they don't want they don't want an extra day to mess that up or nothing. That was awful. 9 points in the first quarter? Oklahoma City's the best defensive team in the game. They're legit. They can shut a team down.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the NBA too. You shouldn't be scoring 9 points in 12 minutes.
That's tough.
That is disgusting.
That's tough.
Absolutely disgusting. And we can get into it too. Anthony Edwards should be embarrassed. He should be absolutely embarrassed. You know, that's my dog. That's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he should be embarrassed, not only with the team, with the others, but you're the guy. You're the leader. This is what you have to wear.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah, you the franchise.
You the best player.
He the franchise.
But are you the leader?
He's the franchise.
Okay.
That's him. That is on him. He should be embarrassed. That's ridiculous.
He wasn't. He didn't appear to be.
No. And that is.
I'm assuming you saw the post game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I ain't like it.
I didn't think you would.
I didn't like that. I'm not saying that you have to be despondent and you can't answer questions or nothing like that. But no, it's not just no. You know, what you said in the hand. I'm 23. You know,
yeah,
bro. I'll never forget. And the reason why I never liked that, you brought up Dan Marino. I'll never forget Allen Iverson. Maybe 4 or 5 years after he made the finals with the Sixers, and he had an interview, and I don't know how old he was then. He was probably about 26, 27, and he had an interview. I think he was with the Nuggets at this time, and he was like, "Man, we made that finals in Philadelphia," and I was like, "No, it's just my first time. I'll be back all the time. I'll be back." Never sniffed it again.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I that was a mistake by me.
Mm-hmm.
Just not having a sense of urgency at that time, or just assuming that I'm just going to get back there. That was a mistake. And I hate when these young guys, they just take it for granted. They take where they're at, the moment, they take it for granted. That's one of the things that I love about Wemby, and that's probably terrifying about Wemby. He don't take nothing for granted. Gold medal game, all-star game. When he gets to the playoffs and he loses maybe in the
competition,
first,
he
don't take nothing for granted.
Yeah.
And if anybody can say, I'll be back, it's not a big deal, it would be him. He probably got 4 more gold medal games left. But that one, crushed.
You think this is a generational thing? Like, how many guys in the league do you think it eats at them where, like the Kobe's and stuff back then, not even Mamba mentality, but just it eats at you that you didn't succeed that year, whereas now they're taking the Edwards mentality, like, where it's just like, I'll be back.
That's a good question. I think the answer is there's a lot more people like Anthony Edwards than there are like Victor Wembanyama.
I agree, and I don't think that's a generational thing. I think that's just life. Like, it's just people. There's not a lot of people at that level that live and die with what the results are.
To tie into something we'll talk about later, to something we talked about extensively yesterday, to something that might be talked about for the next week. Do you think it'll hurt Tyrese if they lose this series, if they lose the finals?
Yeah.
Do you think it would hurt De'Aaron?
No. not the same way.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
right.
wanna- I wanna-
No, I got
Yeah.
you. It wouldn't hurt the same.
Mhm.
Like it would register different. Steph is a guy who I think would be crushed by a loss.
Mhm.
I think Jesse. There aren't a lot of them.
Steph was crying in the middle of a game in the regular season in Orlando because his team couldn't get their mind right, or their player couldn't get
Mhm.
their mind right.
No.
Like he was upset with that.
Steph was damn near crying when his Sacramento beat him by 30, and we danced on their grave. Joke's on us. But yeah, that man was furious.
Yeah. So I don't think I don't necessarily think it's a generational thing. I think maybe it's a little bit more prevalent with this generation, but I do think there's always been players who, they want to win, but it doesn't eat at them that they're not winning.
Mhm. And let's acknowledge this, because this is a go-to for many. Now that's not what Jacob Z's trying to do. He said, "I don't know." De'Aaron cried after a Final Four loss. Kid was 18, and everyone points to that one moment.
That guy's gone. It feels like.
I do not believe that human being exists,
I think that guy's gone.
and that's all right. My man lives in peace.
Mm-hmm.
He's J. Cole. He lives happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He good. Some guys want to fight like Kendrick. Some guys want to swing like Drake. Some guys go, "I'm good. I don't want no part of this."
Mhm.
I think that's De'Aaron.
Yeah. And Securing the Bagley says, y'all hate Fox. I don't hate Fox at all. I don't hate Fox at all. But I got to be real with the question that was asked. What in 8 years has made you think that if De'Aaron Fox lost in the finals, he would be crushed? What? Tell me, Segura. Give me the time. Give me the time in 8 years. Matter of fact, anybody can pick one. Give me 3 instances in the 8 years that makes you think that if De'Aaron Fox lost in the finals, he would just be acting like that kid in Kentucky.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Give Kenny 3. Give me one. And that's all it is.
That doesn't
it's
mean he
not
doesn't
hate.
care.
It's not
Yeah.
hate. It's just a conversation about an individual. De'Aaron is not the only one.
Right.
He is not the only one like that. Anthony Edwards is the reason we're talking about this, because he's that guy. And Ant's right. I do think Ant's going to be back because he's that good. Teams will be built around him. But the idea that I have a lot more of these ahead of me, when your team, see, there's,
I don't
Come-
know.
go-
I don't
come
know
on.
if he's going to be back.
let's talk. We'll talk.
Mhm.
We'll talk. We're just getting started. Matt George is going to join us in about an hour, by the way. That might be news to you, but Matt George is going to join us a little bit early at 1 o'clock. So we've got that. Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Matt has an assignment at 3, so we'll just kind of move everything down.
Yeah.
If we don't get to the 3 block, I really wanted to do that ourselves before throwing it to a guest. We could just move it to later in the show because I really think that'll cook.
Okay. Yeah.
I would have loved Matt's thoughts on it, but I feel like we might be forcing it if we try to get in there before he joins us.
I got you.
I think I can't remember if he's 115 or 1. Let me double check. $115.
Securing you keep like whatever. I'm asking you a question. I'll ask you the same goddamn question. Do you believe, and you can answer it however you want. I'm not telling you what to go. Do
Also,
you believe?
Securing, you don't have to be so combative with everything that you ask, man. Like, go ahead.
Do you believe he would be as torn up as a Steph Curry or a Tyrese Halliburton if they lost? If you believe that he would be, fine. I'm dealing with this on Twitter.
Mm.
That's how you feel. That's fine. I'm not here to convince you. I'm telling you how I feel. And if you feel differently, cool. I don't want to be like this. I don't care.
That's a good one.
I don't care. That's
That's
how
a
you
good one.
feel.
That's a good one, Aldrin. I'm gonna start it. That's a good one. Devin Booker's finest moment to me was the Olympics. That I think is one of Devin Booker's greatest performances. Oh man. Yeah, we might just have to leave that out there. We do got D'Lo and KC After Dark coming, but we'll explain that later. But we just might have to leave that. Yeah. I think so. Let me When is Juneteenth? I believe it's the 20th.
The 20th is Trey Songz. I mean, this one I don't think will be technically on, but
yeah. I think it's the 20th. I'll have to confirm with all parties. Okay.
Hey,
okay.
It's lit.
All right. My goddaughter turns 18 in June. Man, that is crazy.
Man, oh man, time.
I got 2 adult godchildren, man. That is nuts. Absolutely nuts. June is kind of crazy, bro.
June's hella crazy.
God damn.
I was talking to Hammer the other day. I got a wedding August 4th, August 16th, and August 23rd to go to.
Damn. You said August 4th?
Yeah.
A Monday?
It's a Friday, I believe.
I don't think so.
7th? Is it 7th?
7th
maybe?
is a Thursday.
Maybe the 8th. I don't know. I got a wedding.
Just go where Crystal tells you to.
That's what I do.
You'll be happier that way. Me, I never noticed this. Well, I always knew me, Kyle, Dave, and Sarah all have birthdays the same week.
Oh, wow. Leo season.
Yes, indeed.
CJ, and I think I got 2 in September to go to as well.
Shout out to everybody headed out to Oracle Park tonight. K. Dot and SZA. Shout out to everybody who was able to get a ticket to that one because I'm crossing state lines to go see those two. I couldn't get into that show. Shout out to Sky River Casino, man. We got some great things ahead. I can't wait to get back out there for no other reason than I've been missing that Dragon Ball. I've been missing that SR Prime. It's been a while since we've got to sit down and eat out there, but we do have an event planned in June. We are working on the final details. It's going to be unlike anything we've done before. So I'm pretty excited for this. It will be a live event only. It won't be a broadcast. If you can't get out there at 12 o'clock, don't worry. The plan is to be in the evening. So we'll get all the specifics worked out and roll that event out probably in the next week or so. So it'll be exciting. We got the Knicks and the Pacers tonight, a series that could potentially end. We'll get to that. You obviously have strong feelings about the end of the Minnesota Timberwolves series with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I do, I don't want to take anything away from OKC and the phenomenal season that they've had. This is a 68-win basketball team that punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. They beat the crap out of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Someone, I think Leezy sent it to me. I think it was Leezy. Let me take a quick look at this, and I think it was your boy Bill Simmons who had it. Let me scroll back. Where are my Oh, maybe it wasn't Leezy.
Not my boy, by the way.
It's not his boy. It's his best friend.
I apologize.
It's neither.
I apologize. Who sent me that message? Was it Norm? Someone sent me a message that had the stats of the OKC's home wins, and it's like it's insane. Oh, it was Drew Down. Drew Down sent it to me. OKC, and it was Bill Simmons. OKC is 8-1 at home in the playoffs. They won those 8 games by 51, 19, 43, 7, 32, 36, 15, and 30. The one loss, the Denver game 1, they were up 9 with 3 minutes left and lost by 2. So they're plus 231 in those 9 games.
Goodness gracious.
Thanks to Drew Down and Bill Simmons for that.
I saw another stat about them. And forgive me for not remembering it exactly, but I thought I heard them say they're the only team in NBA history to be up by 30 in 3 different playoff games at the half.
Wow.
At the half. Now, like I said, that's the part where maybe I tripped up. It's either at the half or in general, but I'm pretty sure they said at the half.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only team in NBA history to be up by 33 different times in the NBA playoffs at the half. It's crazy, man.
Lotus Prime says, and y'all think the Pacers can win in there?
They can.
I ain't going to speak for Kenny. I do.
Yeah, they can.
I think Indiana is better than Denver. I think Indiana is a whole lot better than Minnesota. And again, I don't want to take anything away from what Oklahoma City did. And I'm not going to take anything away from Oklahoma City did. This very well may be the NBA champion. And this very well may go down as one of the most dominant seasons that a basketball team has ever had in the history of this league. Now, with that said, Jesse used the term perfectly. I don't want to call them frauds because that's not the case. Jesse called them fool's gold. I don't know if that's maybe that's the perfect term for it. Minnesota has been what we saw from Minnesota shouldn't be surprising to anybody. They have been so hot and cold all year. There was a point, remember, near the end of the season where we wondered, is Minnesota going to wind up being a playing team? Because they're going to lose enough games here at the end. Maybe Sacramento wins enough. Maybe it wouldn't have been Dallas.
Memphis.
Golden State, somebody wins enough and they move up into the top 6 and Minnesota falls out. Like, could Minnesota be a road playoff team? How far could Minnesota fall? And then they win a bunch of games there at the end of the season. But this has been them up and down all year. They went into this OKC series down, and OKC just beat their ass.
Yeah, to me, and I understand what you're saying. I hear you, and I agree. To me, this isn't a representation of them being up and down. They just weren't on that level.
Yeah, not good enough.
I thought they could be. I picked them to win the series. I thought they could challenge them a lot more than what they did. One of the things that was clear was they had nothing, and I didn't see this coming, but they had absolutely nothing for the Thunder in OKC. Like, those were destructions when they played in OKC. And I didn't see that coming. I thought they could compete, maybe steal a game or something like that. They could barely steal a quarter, let alone a whole damn game. When it got to Minnesota, yeah, they could compete. They could do some stuff, won a game, had a close loss or whatever. That's cool. But they had no shot in Oklahoma City. And they just aren't on the same level. That was clear after watching 5 games or even the first 2 games of that series, that they had no shot.
And I'm not sure where Minnesota goes from here. Rudy Gobert is a massive problem for them. He's terrible. Mm-hmm. And I mean, in most cases, he's terrible. And to pay him the way that you do, you talk about immovable. You have the nerve to say Zach LaVine is an unmovable contract. That's fine if you believe that. What redeeming quality does Rudy Gobert have for a single team in this league other than he's really tall? That man stopped, as Jason Jones so eloquently pointed out on Twitter yesterday to us. That man couldn't even hold on to rebounds yesterday.
Come on. He was awful this entire series. And he is nowhere near being worth the contract that he's getting paid. Like, nowhere near. And they talk about these defensive metrics and, what he does to help defenses and all this other stuff. Look, man, I watch the games. Rudy's not putting any fear in anybody. No. And every time in a pinch, except for maybe one time in LA, his former teams his own damn country,
Oh,
has said when we have to win, we have to get him off the floor. That says everything I need to know.
you know that extension that Minnesota signed him to?
Mm.
It hasn't kicked in yet.
What was it, a 2 or 3 year
It's
extension?
3.
So it starts next year?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
35 next year. And now, in the context of Rudy Gobert, it's crazy. In the context of the league, it's not quite as outrageous. It's 35, 36 and a half, and a player option when he's 35 years old at $38 million. So in a time where you're at 45, 48, 50, you're approaching 60 with some guys, 60 mil per. It's not the craziest, but man, I don't know who goes, yeah, I'll willingly take on, because you're not taking on 35. You're taking on you're taking on like $110 million.
Yeah.
Would you rather have that deal or Drew's deal if you're just an
Drew.
NBA team?
Drew.
Oh, Drew Holiday.
I wouldn't
You
pay.
talking about Drew Holiday?
Yeah.
Oh, in a heartbeat.
I wouldn't pay, because I would watch the goddamn games. I wouldn't pay Rudy Gobert $1 over $20 million. He's awful. He's awful. And once again, the big caveat is when it's time to win, everybody agrees it's time to get him off the floor. So what am I paying you more than $20 million for?
And the thing is, they've been lying to us about Rudy for so long. Like, just about like him, the playoff stuff. Oh, it's not him. It's the perimeter defending when he was in Utah, blah, blah. It's like, no, the guy's gotten played off the court for the last 6 years.
Yeah. In all the biggest games.
Yeah.
Like, I guess in a regular season, like, sure, he'll stay in the game and they'll be able to beat Charlotte or something like that. That's cool. Beat the Kings, sure, that's cool.
Yeah.
But we're not paying you X amount of dollars to win these regular season games when you can't even play in the final minutes of winning time in the playoffs.
Which brings us back to the Anthony Edwards remark. If Anthony Edwards is going to be there plenty more times, or whatever the line was that he said last night, it either isn't going to be with Minnesota, or is it Tim Conley? I can't remember who the general manager is. This Minnesota team has got work to do. Because as long as you have to march him out there, you're immediately at a deficit, him being Rudy Gobert. You're immediately at a deficit. And there's something with this team that fell short. Talent-wise, it felt like they had it. It felt like they hit a flow with Julius Randle. Julius also another
guy that you gotta figure out what you're doing with him.
He's got a $30 million player option.
When things got tough, Julius checked out.
And we got to be real too.
But isn't that the MO on Julius?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they didn't bring in Julius Randle to try and make a better fit. They brought in Julius Randle because they were trying to get off Cat's money and all that. No, like they were trying to shed money.
Yeah, probably. They
So it's
probably saw it as a wash for the year and felt like they could deal with whatever Julius did with that player option and just move off of Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, I just don't see Minnesota as a team that's going to be moving forward.
Well, the stupid thing was they did the Rudy extension this past summer, didn't they? Or did
they did it when they didn't have to. I think they did it during the season. Not this. I feel like they did it last year.
Yeah, they threw out. No, they threw out his player option for this year.
Okay,
which was a $46 million player option, and turned that into the 3-year deal that he got now.
Oh my gosh!
So he
got rid of Cat and brought Julius in.
Yeah, so he's on the last year of his previous deal.
Yeah,
making 43, and the next year would be his player option. They tore that up, and then that's when the new deal starts.
That's tough.
Well, yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. Like I said, Julius, who I like as a player, we've talked about it for years. I like him as a player.
I'm sorry, I pulled up, a Rudy Gobert contract to get to Spot Track. I just scrolled a little bit further. Headlines: Timberwolves have an unavoidable Rudy Gobert decision that Jazz fans know all too well. Sports Illustrated. New blockbuster 3-team trade proposal sends Rudy Gobert to.
Don't do it.
I hope Jason's listening.
Oh,
to the Los Angeles Lakers. Reeves goes to Minnesota. And then I'm supposed to click on it because the Hawks get a veteran point guard.
Well, that would mean
it's Mike Conley.
that would mean they don't need a point guard, which is
Trae Young to Sacramento. What were y'all talking about when I walked in, by the way?
What do you mean?
Paul George for DeMontis Sabonis?
Oh no, James was answering a question in the chat that stemmed from James throwing out a Zach LaVine and 4 first-round pick deal for Tyrese Maxey.
Oh, okay.
oh,
The one guy on Philadelphia.
He said he would at least just call and offer that. He doesn't think Philly would take that. He said he'd make the call at least.
that's the other thing that was.
I never thought I could speak for Daryl Morey before, but I feel like I can now.
That's the other thing that was going on that I was thinking about. I was listening to the beginning of the Insiders, and I mean, maybe we can get to that just later, but I defended Monte McNair a little bit. This guy was terrible.
Try to tell you.
This guy was terrible.
What Monty do?
Because one of the things
Monty get brought in?
So James, because James started off talking about they need less of a revolving door. The Kings,
okay.
Coaches,
okay,
front office, all this other stuff. They need some stability, and I agree. But I also thought about the question I asked you. We can't say these people need to be fired and then say stability.
Sure.
Like which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
And the
stability
answer,
starting now.
The answer is hire the right people, and it's one and the same, right? Like if you hire the right people, they'll make the right moves. They'll be around for longer. These guys stability and all this other stuff is cool, but these guys stink.
Yeah.
Monte McNair was awful. Vlade Divac was awful. Pete D'Alessandro was awful.
Mm-hmm.
They sucked at what they did. You know what I mean? And then the chef's kiss for Monty's inability to do anything right. They started talking about Devin Carter, and James was talking about how he heard, like, he put it nicely. He's like, I heard he's confident. He's confident, right? And some people like confidence, some people don't. And that, like, he was talking about a couple of these red flags he might have heard about Devin leading into the draft and since he's been in Sacramento. And I was sitting there listening, like, well, why did this guy draft him? Why did he draft him? I'm not trying to defend. I'm not trying to defend Uncle V again here, but this guy was just wrong again. We have both heard. We both know. I don't even know if this is a secret. People talk about meddling owner or whatever. That was not Vivek's decision. Vivek wanted to draft somebody else, and they let the basketball person do basketball things. In this case, let the football player do basketball things.
Wow.
So what did you mean by that? Because you texted. What did you mean by that? What does that mean?
He was a football player.
He
didn't play basketball. He played football at Harvard. And now he running an NBA or was running an NBA team. So they let him make the basketball decisions, and this is what he left us with. He couldn't figure out how to salvage stuff with Mike Brown and the people that had an issue with him. He goes into the draft and can't get a player there, and then drafts the player that people got a lot of red flags with, injury-wise and personality-wise. Yeah, at some point, if I'm the owner, you're either fired or you're doing what I say, because you stink. I'm not saying it's right. I understand, though. I get it. So that's what was going on earlier.
Can I point something out real quick? Going to the Sacramento era, I don't know who Joe Axelson is.
He was at Princeton too, by the way. Sorry about that. I said Harvard.
Shout out Jeremy Lin.
Bill Russell was the general manager for like a year and a half. Bill Russell. Jerry Reynolds was the general manager for 5 years. Jeff Petrie was the general manager for 19 years. Pete D'Alessandro was the general manager for barely over a year. Vlade Divac was the general manager for about 5 and some change. Monty was the general manager for about 4 seasons. Point being, yeah, this is bad.
That was a waste of a decade.
It's so bad.
That was just a waste of 10 years.
Facts. Oh, this is rough. Petrie was the general manager from 95 to 2013. I forget he was actually here that long.
I didn't think 19 years either. That's crazy.
2013. Then D'Alessandro comes in 14. And that's Vivek's first year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing they did the last 4 years
Brutal.
ever made sense. Or you just never finished the project for it to make sense to anybody as well.
It
Drafting
feels
Devin Carter didn't make sense. Drafting Davion didn't make sense. Not bringing in a wing for 4 years didn't make sense.
sometimes it feels like Vivek still has the new owner jitters. Like got to do something, got to make splash, got to do something. And he's just in a constant cycle of hiring the wrong people. And I think there's for whatever reason, he seemed to have trust Vlade. I don't know why. I don't know what their guys the relationship is between those two prior to him, working in the front office. But he seems to have trust him. I'm sure that might have a lot to do with, the boogeyman that everyone is afraid of, Matina, who's very close with Vlade and Peja. But it's that man got 5.5 years as the general manager.
Gee, that's a long time.
And probably only got fired because of the bubble. If the season had just ended and the Kings didn't go to Orlando, Vlade almost certainly would not have been fired. But they go to the bubble with a shot to make the playoffs and suck. And they fired, as a way to kick off D'Lo and KC, they fired Vlade Divac.
Yeah, that's the kickoff.
It was fired days before this show started.
Yeah.
Literally days before this show started.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I just and I'll even say this. I still like Devin Carter more than some. But the injury red flag going into the draft, and I haven't heard these things outside of Trista, right? Trista's encounter. But just going off of what James said, some people, they just say he's a confident guy, and some people take that different ways. But maybe it's rubbing some people the wrong way. Why did we draft this guy over Jared McCain? Like, why? Don't connect. That was a guy that I wanted. I'm not saying he's out here going crazy in LA and playing a bunch of minutes, but like, I just don't understand it. And I'm still hopeful for Devin. He showed me a lot in the last 20 games or so of the season that got me hopeful for him. But Monty just really ruined us. He really did. I fought it for a long time. I tried to give him a chance, tried to reason. I'll say it. I was wrong. You look at the totality.
You're not supposed to say that in this industry.
You look at the totality of his moves, and it's just bad.
It was like Scott Perry didn't even draft Devin Carter, and it's like there's not really much to go off of and all that. So it's like I don't even know how much of a future he has here either.
Drafting is really difficult. Unless you're Sam Presti, who seems to be perfect. I don't know of another general manager in the league who seems to be perfect at that aspect of their job, but he is.
Yeah.
He does not miss. Since acquiring, you can make an argument he doesn't miss in the draft, period, with KD, Russ, and James Harden, 3 MVPs. Man is the man would not trade Paul George without acquiring Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. A man who he didn't draft him, but he fought to get him. He knew he had all of the leverage in the world. Sam Presti is a man who understands business. Since acquiring Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he and that team have not wavered from their plan, from their approach, from anything. They've gotten the luck of some lottery balls. They were able to move up to number 2. They, probably were a little worse than they and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would like at times, but they never, ever wavered. He has not missed when it comes to drafting, which is, again, drafting is difficult. You look at was it Colangelo? Who ran Philly before? It was Colangelo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No one, they missed everywhere. People like to point out Ben Simmons became a miss. He wasn't a miss at first. We don't have to rewrite history. He wasn't. He became one, though. But he really missed on a lot of other draft picks. And it feels like no matter who is in this goddamn seat in Sacramento, they just miss. Just flat out miss. And when you hit, you trade him. This organization stinks, man. They're so frustrating. And yeah, I do think my frustration with the Kings is heightened by watching Tyrese. I used to watch Tyrese with a side eye like, you're overdoing it. You're overdoing it. Now I'm watching him like, well, you were right. I guess my turn. I was wrong. Didn't see this. He's every time I look up at the TV, Mike and Tony, Kendrick and Stephen A, they're all having the same conversation. Is Tyrese Halliburton a superstar? For me, the answer is yes. I don't know how you quantify a superstar, but taking a team into New York, being the lead villain at Madison Square Garden, and taking them up 3-1. Kobe Bryant, job's not done. That's superstar right there. Mm-hmm. If you take the highlights away from it, and you look at Tyrese's approach and Anthony Edwards' approach, which one has the superstar approach? Tyrese Halliburton has it.
Yeah, he has that approach.
That's an element to this conversation.
Let me ask you a quick question, because remember when they had the whole summer of saying, is Eli Manning elite? Yeah. I was like, all right, man, like just stop. That's what the superstar thing has turned into with Tyrese Halliburton.
Sure.
But I'll ask you a question.
Sure.
Was Reggie Miller a superstar? I don't think he was. I don't think there's a lot of superstars. I think there's like maybe a handful.
All right. I will answer that. D'Lo and Casey return. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Your boy is struggling today, man. I'll be right back.
We'll see. No star that. We'll talk about that. We'll bring that up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. KC and friends tomorrow and on Monday. We're getting the lineup taken care of as we speak, man. So it's going to be a good time. Jesse going to be in the building, man. So we'll have a good time, man. We'll have fun. Yeah, Coach JT. Coach JT. I'm going to hit you up, JT. I'm going to hit you up, big dog.
Is this true about Reggie Miller?
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Only all NBA team once?
What is that? Yeah, I'm out. If you want that one, you can have it. I have one. Cool. No, I mean, if you want that one, you can have it. No, it's good. I mean, it looked like it might be good, but I'm not into those things. Is that Philly?
No, I don't think that. I just think it's a.
All right, I got you. Yeah. One time was a little crazy, but
I'm not really sure.
Okay. I see him cooking. I see him working.
It's just not very strong.
Is that the name of the song? Alan, or the person who wrote the song, or whatever?
You know what's dope about KC's shirt, and that shirt is fire. I think Michael Jordan sent it to him. Michael Jordan sent it to you.
I don't. First of all, I don't.
Most
know
people can
know
specifically
that,
go, no, Michael Jordan didn't send me a shirt.
I don't
can't say that.
I don't believe Michael Jordan sent this shirt to me.
Where did you get it? Where can I buy that?
Yeah, great question.
Where did you buy it? I want to get it from where you got it.
That's
what
right.
does that have to do with? I'm telling you where to go to get it.
No. I
Ain't got
want to
nothing to
pay
do with
what you
nothing.
paid for it.
Jesse, can you definitively say Michael Jordan didn't send you the shirt you're wearing?
Oh yeah, no. D'Lo, Damian Barling sent me this
Yeah,
one.
it's not a
Yeah.
Jordan shirt. What are we talking about? That's a false equivalent.
I can too.
That's not a Jordan
False
shirt.
equivalent. Calm down over
not a
there. Calm down. What are you doing?
A Jordan shirt. It's apples and oranges. They know
Well,
what they're.
it's an off-white version of a real off-white, and that kind of came from Jordans and stuff like that. No, it still counts. It's the same family. Maybe
no,
Mike.
Once
maybe,
again, it's a false
Mike
equivalent.
didn't send
It's a
cease.
reach.
Mike didn't send a cease and desist on this, so
Oh.
Brian, what has you saying this? Is this because they got the national TV game, or did you see something new?
it's like no, I just saw the fire department there.
No.
Oh no.
Jesus.
Brian means no, literally.
They had the new trailer for College Football 26 that came out,
Okay.
and somebody had it.
No. Nothing funnier than when Jesse shuts you down mid-conversation.
I always start these conversations with 20 seconds to go.
You do.
You really do, like you
I don't
don't
know
have
how.
like the commercial things in front of you or anything, so it's perfect timing somehow.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want everybody to know I'm drinking club soda, and it's delightful.
Oh
It is
my-
absolutely
He
delightful.
really is. Look at, he really is.
I am.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
Look,
gonna drink
turn it
with
around.
the
Show,
finger.
show. Look at.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
I
It really
found
says
it.
club soda.
Boom. Don't-
Oh,
Come on, man.
Hey,
Shout out.
oh,
Hey,
Hey,
why don't you grow up and go get a Sprite?
shout out to Kimberly. Well, the reason is I felt like so you pull the
There's
curtain
two
back.
reasons.
Or go get some
Well,
alcohol to mix with that.
There's
Well-
there's two reasons.
Well, I could have done that. You can't find a soda, Gatorade, or anything like that in the building. But if you want alcohol, I know exactly where to
that
find it.
fridge is naked.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But like my head is like killing me. It's been hurting all morning. And sometimes for some reason, like carbonated beverages help. And I was like, I don't want soda, like, because I don't want the caffeine, because that's not going to help anything. So I was like, I know we have a stash of club soda because I know Kimberly used to put it here. So I went, this is the last one we had. And I was like, oh, I'm drinking this. Not only am I drinking it, I'm drinking it in front of the entire chat.
Oh man.
And I bet you there's a whole full pack there still besides the one you just took. That's
Delightful.
That's
Y'all are haters.
Hey,
No,
all
that's
man.
weird.
Like I said,
Haters.
I mean, I'm gonna talk. I'll probably get to it a little later. I'll say it again, but Jay-Z said it best, man. What you eat don't make me.
All right.
You know,
what does that taste like? Like flat Sprite?
it tastes
Is it
like
ginger
garbage.
ale?
No,
Like, what
it
is
tastes
it?
like
no,
garbage.
it's sparkling water.
Oh, I
That's
don't-
all it
that-
is. Why is this so hard for
Sparkling
you two?
water's trash
It's-
too. Yeah,
Look,
just
I
give me
got
some regular water. Yeah,
You have some regular
I
water.
got regular water too.
I hit the sparkling thing.
Oh, this is great.
I hit the sparkling button on our little water machine over here. I had to dump that, rinse out my water bottle, and then put the real water in there after that.
I did that before.
Yeah,
So what
this
the
is trash.
hell
I
is
want
this?
no bits of this trash in here.
Oh man, that's funny.
Oh man.
That's funny.
Man, oh man.
Let's see what our boy E Biz talking about. Saw E Biz on
E-Biz.
Friday at a concerts in the park. E Biz, what up,
He been
baby?
mad.
Man, what's up with it, y'all, man? 2 more days. That's all I got to say, man. Vegas, bruh, GNX tour, you know what it is, bro.
E-Biz, you out there too, big dog?
Yup, I'm already out
All right,
there.
all right.
Hey, real talk, though, I'm only going to the Vegas show because of Damien. The only reason why I'm saying that was I was about to go to the one in L.A., and then I was like, man, these tickets are expensive. Then I was like, I'm going to go to the city. I'm like, that's too much. And then I heard D, he was all like, yeah, we was going to Vegas. I was like, bruh, I might have to go down there. You feel me? I was about to go down with my girl. My girl's being cheap because, you know, we going on a cruise in August. I was like, nah, I'm going. I don't care.
Oh.
Flying out there by myself. Already got my Kendrick shirt. My PG Lang hat ain't going to be here until Sunday. So that sucks. But I'm about to get lined up tomorrow. But it's
Okay.
going down.
Okay.
Okay, boy.
All right.
All right,
Yes,
boy.
sir. Yes,
I love
sir.
that. Okay, now hold on to E-Biz. E-Biz, we appreciate you as always. Great seeing you on Friday. You girls being financially responsible. I don't have to call it cheap. She's
Well.
being y'all are going on a cruise. She's being financially responsible. Now, don't take financial advice from Kenny.
Yeah, take it from Mark Jones, who said if you're not in debt, you're not living.
Well, and that's pretty much what Kenny says is,
What?
well, you won't miss that money. You won't miss that $300 you just spent on a pair of shoes.
That just means you gotta go work hard to make up for it.
It's true.
Go work
It's
hard.
motivation.
My brother, let me tell you, I cannot work any harder than we already are. There's a point. I'm looking around. I'm going to need some other people to work harder. Y'all know who you are. I ain't got much left in my tank.
Well,
I'm this close to being a news story.
hey, look, wasn't talking about it here.
Well,
working harder ain't gonna give you the money you're looking for. I'd have to go outside
It's getting a little too real right now.
outside of the perimeter.
I'm over here worrying about Jesse and Leezy and all these other people. Meanwhile, it's me like, wait, my contract's coming up too. All right.
Hey, catch D'Lo and Casey Ubering you around sometime.
D'Lo and Casey after dark is really us just driving around, picking people up, taking them wherever they got to go.
Uber.
No, you can do Uber. I'll do Lyft. We'll just pull the money together.
There we go. Now that's also shamockery.
Well,
I had to learn that the hard way. If you have a certain type of car, maybe it'll work with the car we have. But
because you was doing the gas thing.
The Infinity, I'd take premium gas.
Yeah, we're not taking my car.
No. I was like, this is a racket. I'm not doing this no more. I used to kind of enjoy it because I drive around LA and see different places and you meet people, but like, this is a racket.
We'll show up delivering your McDonald's or Burger King at your door.
Whole damn car stays smelling like food forever.
Seeing that's cooked, and one moment you're hungry, is like, you know what? This ain't even worth it to me. I'm gonna eat this meal.
And this was the moment he cracked. You asked me before the break.
Yeah, we were having a superstar discussion.
Yeah.
And it's been a topic almost all playoffs since Indiana's been winning about whether or not Tyrese Halliburton is a superstar or not. And you said you thought he was a superstar.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a superstar yet. And I don't think that's a problem.
I hear you.
I don't think that's a problem. And I asked the question, did you think Reggie Miller was a superstar?
Now that I think about it, I don't think I did.
I don't think he was either. The other thing.
Well, okay, but wait a second. You asked me if I thought he was a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I thought that.
Do you think he is?
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, was he?
I don't think so. Somebody.
So what is a superstar?
I think it was either Perkins or Chandler Parsons, who had a really good criteria to the superstar conversation. And it's not exact. Like, you don't have to check this box off or anything else like that. But I thought it was a good way of looking at what a superstar is, because I don't think there's a lot of superstars. I think there's maybe a handful. And one of his things was, when you're on the road, do people say, I've got to go to that game because you're coming to town?
Oh, that's a good one.
And that's a hell of a, it's not the only criteria, because I don't know if they necessarily say it for SGA, but SGA is one of the stars. He's MVP and all this other stuff. So,
well, I think the conversation about SGA being a superstar is being had.
It kind of,
and maybe, I mean, that criteria is that's an inch. Yeah, man, how many players? Go ahead.
Can you how can you be an MVP but not be a superstar?
Because you can be really, really good. Like, you can be really.
Are there
good.
less than 10 superstars in the league?
I would say yes.
Because man, that going to see thing is, God, that's a killer right now. Because just immediately, it's obviously Steph, Bron, and Wemby immediately come to mind. Giannis probably on that list too.
Giannis on that list.
Do you go see Dame Lillard, or did you go see Dame Lillard?
Nah, not like.
At one point, like, Dame's not a superstar.
Do you go see Jokic?
Not really,
man.
See, but Jokic has to be a superstar. So Jokic has to be a superstar, though.
Like, we have to. Okay, we've got to work through this criteria. That's tough.
You can
at that point, you're just it's just who's box office then. If you're box office, then you're a superstar, I guess. That's the
Yeah.
criteria. It's
I
not.
think that's what a superstar is.
Durant?
Yes.
You went to see Durant. You go. You go see Anthony Edwards, don't you?
Absolutely. Did we say Giannis already?
Yeah.
Giannis is there.
I mean, do you go see Joe? This is
that was
tough,
that
man.
was
Like-
borderline.
like
he's like on the Dame.
Joel.
He's on the Dame.
Really?
level. I think when they were
When
on.
he's a complete human
Right.
being.
Tyler Jennings
Yeah.
in chat says, is LaMelo a superstar then? He
Yeah,
hasn't like done
people-
anything to
people-
like gain that
people
status.
May
I
not,
feel.
people may not like it. I think.
Don't do that.
They
Don't
may
do
not.
that. Like you're really. I don't know how to phrase this. I don't know how to phrase this.
I'm just.
I don't know how to phrase this. I'll just say my bad in advance. You're really tapped in with the kids. And I don't know, like
Thanks for saying sorry.
like I mean, I don't know, I know, like you coach, and you coach the kids, and like that feels like a
The only thing LaMelo doesn't
like
have,
recent. That's like the kids who, man, this is gonna sound. Please understand what I'm saying. And Cole, hang on 1 second, because I really want to hear what you have to say after your Thunder advance. The kids who are like, man, I want to go see Melo. I love LaMelo. He's my favorite player. Are the ones who are like, hey, can I go see Playboy Cardi?
Maybe so.
Lil Durk is coming to Ace of Spades. Can we go? Like,
Maybe so. But I think that once again, that's part of the criteria. It's like we talk about with like the greatest of all time. Your numbers, album sales, or whatever alone doesn't make you the GOAT. It's part of the conversation.
How many of the different categories can you make up to be a superstar, to be a GOAT, to be whatever?
And to me, the only one LaMelo doesn't have, and it may be the most important one to a lot of people, is the winning aspect. He does everything else. He's exciting to watch. He has the numbers. People go to see him. He sells the shoes. The only thing he doesn't have is winning.
Does he have all NBA teams?
LaMelo?
Yeah.
No.
He's not. No, he didn't.
No.
Yeah.
No,
like
he
you
doesn't have
can't-
any accolades.
You can't be a superstar and not have accolades.
No.
Like, come on. There's got to be some honor in this game here.
I'm just. What I think the
I don't
criteria
know.
of people
I don't know
tapping
that
in to
that's-
see you either on TV or going and spending their
I mean, you can be-
hard-earned money because I have to see you because you're in my city.
That's just
I think
someone's
that-
favorite
that
player.
carry a lot
That's
of
just
weight.
everyone's got favorite players, though.
Giannis ain't my favorite player, and he come to town. I gotta go see Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis is a physical marvel.
Yeah,
Like, I
Giannis
gotta
is
Like
in
he's,
town.
But
and
Giannis
I-
is a champion also. Like, Giannis is a champion, top player of all time. Like,
Mhm.
just I feel like the accolades is what makes him a superstar. Why you go see him?
so
There-
you're leaning accolades, you're leaning box office.
Yeah, I think. Well, from what I hear, Jesse says that shouldn't matter.
Well, the box
I
office
think-
matter.
Well, no, I
I
think he said it's a part of it.
Yeah, it's a part
And
of
I
it, but
think-
also like I can't and put it this way: Jokic to me is a superstar, and LaMelo would not be.
And that's fair. I'm not going to argue with anybody who says that because LaMelo doesn't have the winning. That is a criteria for what I have. But it's literally when in those two, it's literally one has all the boxes checked, the other one doesn't. But the one that has all the box checked doesn't have the most important one, and the other one does. That's kind of what that is.
But
And that's
but
fine.
but
And
I
don't
like
think-
I like the way Madrid phrases. He's equating some of the things KC's saying to IG followers.
but that
And Jokic also isn't.
I don't think he means that as shade. I get the reference.
So I'll put it to you like this: is the best is a superstar singer or rapper always the most talented?
no.
But they're
No.
superstars, right?
Yeah.
They are that's what we're talking about.
May I present
Superstar.
Sexy Red,
Right. That like somebody would
who
say
can actually go. but-
someone would say, like, the one person that comes to my mind all the time is like Ashanti's not the greatest singer, but she's a star. She got a 20-something year career because she's beautiful, She's a great
Well, she doesn't have a
songwriter.
20-something year career. She has songs from 20 years ago that still get played today.
Yeah, but she's still able to tour. She's able to go out, sell out venues or something like that.
Securing, I think, has got a decent point right here too. Like LaMelo coming to town, and I guess this kind of plays in part. Like he doesn't like no one's paying extra money for LaMelo coming to town. Like those tickets, if they're coming to play Sacramento,
that's
it's
a solid
$15
that
or whatever.
That's a solid.
That's
a solid reference.
That's
too.
fine. Look, I'm not here to convince you that LaMelo is a superstar. If you don't think he's a superstar, if you don't think he's a superstar for your criteria, that's fine. I'm just telling you, there's a lot that, to me, the one criteria he doesn't check is winning. And
what are give me the criterias: winning, box office.
Box office. Do they come to see you on the road?
Well, that's box office.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. You've got the
eyeballs, or is that the same?
Yeah. I mean, I put that in the category as
okay.
Box office. I think, so you know how I am. The shoe thing matters. You know, are people kids
marketability?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Marketability. Okay. Got that. And just the entertainment,
which LaMelo has. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. The number one selling shoe.
Yeah.
Basketball shoe. And then just watch basketball. Like, are you entertaining to watch? Are you fun to watch? Do I marvel at some of the things you do? Jokic has that.
I'm gonna dumb that down. Highlights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So we got box office. We got accolades, box office, marketability, and highlights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's get Cole in here. Cole, our resident Thunder fan, who once very famously fired the Thunder coach on this show and was right. Cole, how you feeling?
Thunder up. Y'all know how I'm feeling. That's what's up. Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC? What's up, Jesse?
What's up, big dog?
All I called to say is, when y'all gonna start giving us our props? Not just y'all, the media and everything. Everybody like Ant-Man this, crowning Ant-Man and Timberwolves. We are the better team. So what do the Thunder have to do? Everybody was picking the Nuggets. Like, what do we have to do to get our props? That's all I want to know. Y'all stay up.
Okay. All right. So, okay, you called with an attitude today, Cole. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why so many people are talking about Minnesota today, and I genuinely believe that this is the truth. We've got a couple more weeks to talk about the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
We can't talk about Anthony Davis, or we might not be able to talk about Minnesota past tonight.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance the finals get set tonight. All it is, Cole, is timing.
Yeah.
Look at it like this, and I get it. As a Thunder fan, you feel like your squad is being disrespected, but look at it like this: if the Pacers win tonight, we've got the Pacers and the Thunder. There'll be a postmortem on the Knicks, for 24 hours. What do? Do they run it back? Do they need to make some changes? Why did they fall short? What happened? Can they compete with the Indianas and the Bostons and so on again next year? And then we're off.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be inundated with how great this Thunder team is. You're going to be inundated with the next generation of, superstars.
Mm-hmm.
That is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That is Tyrese Halliburton. Like, all of that is still ahead. You've got to do the autopsy on the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder deserve all of the praise in the world because they are having what is, I think they're flirting with a historic season, a historically dominant season. What they've done is absolutely incredible, and I don't look down at it at all. Whether I liked Minnesota or not, whether I like that Denver Nuggets team or not, in terms of the way that they were structured, Sam Presti has built this team beautifully. He's one of the greatest general managers we've ever seen. There could be a time, if the Thunder wind up winning the title, Sam Presti's name is mentioned next to Jerry West. Like, that is a very, very real possibility. Mm-hmm. And those conversations can still be had. Mm-hmm. The Anthony Edwards conversation, the Minnesota Timberwolves conversation, that conversation can't be had tomorrow morning.
No, and you're spot on with that. And I'll even say this to go and everyone, or, because we got Matt. I don't know how long we have him for. So
Matt's is he? Oh, he's here.
Yeah,
he's here.
I'll remember.
I didn't even see him.
I will call if you're listening. Everybody else, there's other aspects to it that I feel like we just got to be real with ourselves about. Like, we got to be real. So we'll talk about it.
What's up, Matt?
No, I'm here early because I think calling LaMelo Ball a superstar is ridiculously absurd.
Oh man, wow. He's
Well,
talking about your mama.
And here's the thing. I just did a podcast today on whether or not the Sacramento Kings should go and trade for LaMelo Ball. I like LaMelo Ball as a player tremendously.
Has that podcast dropped yet?
Yeah,
okay.
It's
So
out.
So go listen to the Locked On Kings podcast at 4:00 or 7:00 if you like hip hop. But what I mean, are you in on the idea or no?
I think LaMelo Ball checks the three major boxes for what the Sacramento Kings could potentially be looking for: a young star to build around, a talent that helps them still compete immediately, and a point guard. Like he checks all three of those boxes. So that doesn't mean that it's going to work out. That doesn't mean that it's a safe bet by any means. In fact, the podcast is my conversation with our Locked On Hornets host, Doug Branson, and he makes sure to emphasize, like, it is a risk for what it's going to take to even convince Charlotte to move on from him. He's a guy that has been riddled with ankle injuries his entire career, and he's never shown an ability to win. Not that that's his fault. He's been drafted into one of the worst organizations on the planet, and that is coming from someone who covers the Sacramento Kings. Like the Hornets have been terrible. They haven't had a playoff win in like 20 years. So they're or playoff series win, excuse me. They're approaching a 10-year playoff drought, which again, coming from a Sacramento perspective, been there, done that. We know that. But LaMelo Ball has never had an opportunity to show that he can win. But you're talking about trading for and making someone your number one guy who, again, is injury riddled or has been and has never shown that ability to win. There's the risk factor of it. So I think LaMelo makes a lot of sense for someone to be considered or in the conversation of, if the Kings are trying to make a swing that also makes sense somewhat long term. I think LaMelo absolutely is in that conversation.
Going back to what he said about LaMelo being ridiculous, that he's a superstar. I think there's different criteria there, and because you're great at something doesn't make you a superstar. I think there's like, is Zion Williamson, you guys think he's box office, he's a superstar?
No. I think Zion was a superstar at Duke. Zion was a superstar at Duke. He hasn't been a superstar in the NBA. So
to your criteria, and I guess everybody's criteria is different, it's just about winning.
No, it's. I mean, there's at this point, there's not a lot of people paying, like, I think, that are prioritizing Zion as a box office that they want to go and watch.
You might be wrong.
I'm talking about in general, Matt. Is it to be a superstar? It's just about winning.
I think winning and accolades are the primary caveat to being a superstar. Is you have to be backed by the actual results. You need the results to be a superstar. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a billion times a superstar compared to LaMelo Ball because he's an MVP. And I don't care if he's Tim Duncan-esque boring and he's not flashy and popular on social media. I don't care. I'm watching the dude leading a team to the NBA Finals, and I think the Thunder are going to be champions. Like, I'm seeing it. Like, it doesn't matter if he's not flashy or on commercials. Like, I don't care.
I just think that, well, okay, and that's your criteria, but I just think those were two different conversations. Like I said, like when you talk about, like, people say the word superstar, do they know what Janet Jackson's a superstar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
like these are the most notable people in the history of music when we say superstar. Same thing in basketball. The most notable people in the history of the game, in the current history of the game. That to me, that's a superstar. And you don't just throw that around because somebody is winning games and they're great at what they do.
So LaMelo Ball is one of the most notable people in the NBA, players in the NBA.
Do you don't think he is?
No.
Okay.
I think he's been irrelevant for the majority of his career. And again, that's kind of the product of his environment, plus the fact that you don't know if he's playing half the time.
Okay.
And I wouldn't hate LaMelo on the Sacramento Kings, by the way. I believe he can be a star and a leader, but he hasn't done anything yet. So why would he be in the same tier or conversation as Steph Curry and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jason Tatum? He's not. It's not even close.
You're talking, once again, it's two different conversations. You're talking about.
No, they're superstars.
You're talking about winning, accolades, and all this other stuff. I'm talking about if somebody's got, if Reese or anybody else has $70 to spend on a shoe, are they getting LaMelos or are they getting SGAs? To your criteria, they should get SGA because SGA is more of a winner and he's done, or same thing with Jokic. And I'm telling you, Reese would go get those Pumas because LaMelo's got them.
So what your shoe sales and what happens in the business world matters more than what you do on a court?
Did I say more?
Not
Did I
more.
say more? I did
Not
not
more.
say more.
Okay,
but it
neutral
matters.
corners. Let's we tried to lay out the criteria here.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
Okay,
but listen, we tried to lay out what we thought the criteria would be. Or maybe this is Kenny's criteria, but I actually think that it works. Accolades, box office, or do people want to come see you? Highlights, how you kind of hit the algorithm of basketball fans, so to speak, and marketability. Can you check all of those boxes? And I think a lot of this was born because, SGA and Tyrese, those conversations are kind of being had right now, where SGA obviously has these accolades. Tyrese is really starting to stack these accolades. He's starting to stack moments too. He's starting to stack highlights, which is something that I didn't think he'd be able to do. Mm-hmm. But he's having, in my opinion, a postseason for the ages right now. And you start going, well, how many of these boxes can you check? With LaMelo, there's probably only one you can't check. I'd probably push back on the LaMelo box office thing, but still you're checking at least 2 of the 4 boxes. And it's just how many of these, how much weight carries over into forming what you believe is a superstar from these different categories that you're pulling from.
Charlotte, bottom of the league in attendance, by the way. Like, your own fans aren't coming to see you because your team sucks and you're not playing half the time. My issue is not with Tyrese and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's conversation, because they're both playing in what's probably going to be the NBA Finals. They're here. My issue is with LaMelo Ball because he's popular with kids on TikTok. Like, that's what makes him a superstar. Okay.
It does matter.
But social media matters, but that doesn't determine what you do on the floor. You're a basketball player first, not a social media star.
So time out. You're good, right? Like, we've got time.
I'm fine.
Okay. So Matt jumped in with us early. We're gonna talk. Well, I'm not. I'm just gonna sit here and shut the hell up, and I'm gonna let these two talk. Now we'll break. We'll break, Jesse, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna go for a while with Matt before we send him off to work. So it's D'Lo and KC. Matt George is with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So we might go like 58 here. Well, I'll get a feel for what Matt's got.
In my Coach Christie era, I'm not saying it was sustainable or last a long time. And I don't know what you were doing. Jimmer was a major star for about a year and a half, 2 years.
Correct.
He was he was
absolutely
box office.
Absolutely.
So just because, and we see it a little bit with Zion, maybe John Morant, just because you're on that superstar level for a year or two doesn't mean you're going to stay there forever. Your game and winning and stuff like that starts to outweigh some of the popularity, and you don't last forever in that aspect. But I mean,
he was never an NBA superstar, though.
I think LaMelo Ball is a
basketball superstar. He was a basketball superstar.
LaMelo Ball is a superstar with his time at Chino Hills High School with his dad doing like that. Like, that was the biggest stardom that I think LaMelo Ball's ever had. And it got him into the draft. Like, I'm not hating on it, by the way. Like, that's where I'd say that's like peak LaMelo mania, because the whole Ball family was in lights.
Brother.
Since LaMelo's come into the league, like, I don't care. He hasn't done anything. And it's not his fault. Again, it's not his fault.
That's fine. In your criteria is your criteria. I'm not here to change that. I'm just telling you, like, why is who's a good example? This might be apple to orange, but why is Cody Rhodes just good at what he does? And why is he super popular, or John Cena for a long time? Because kids liked him a lot of the times, right? And that's where a lot of the money comes from. Like, if the kids like you, the parents are going to have to spend money on what the kids want.
This might be better.
That matters. So to say, like, oh, it's only popular because kids like them, like, that matters. That matters. Don't nobody care what a 32-year-old likes.
Okay. So, I mean, this might be better for the air, but are we saying all superstars are created equal? Because my issue is putting LaMelo Ball on the same status as everybody else who is way ahead of him in so many different areas. Like, are you
They're way ahead of him
because
in one
every
area. They're
every
way ahead
kid
of him.
buys a Steph
Matt,
Curry jersey, or the
Matt.
NBA, they lead the league, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the number one jersey sales in the league. LaMelo Ball's on the same level as them.
Matt, they're way ahead of him in one area a lot of the times, and it may be the most
Which is
important.
the most important
Okay,
area.
that's fine. I'm not disputing
So
that.
he's not on
But
their
don't-
level.
But don't. If there's 5 criterias and they've got the most important one, and that's the only one, and he's got the other 4, you
He
can't dismiss
doesn't.
the other 4.
He has marketing. He has social media. That's all he has.
He's got the shoes.
Okay, so does Steph Curry. So does Steph Curry. Like, so does so many different guys have shoes nowadays. Like, okay,
No, I'm talking about like the top shoes. One of the top shoes.
okay. People buy
People are
his shoe
speaking-
because he's
yeah, people are
popular on
speaking with their
TikTok.
money.
That doesn't make him a superstar to me. That makes him marketable. Makes him you can sell him, for lack of a better term. You can sell his image. You can sell his personality, which I do. Like, I wish SGA had a bigger personality. But
So can you be a superstar if they can't sell you?
Yes.
Superstar.
Tim Duncan is. He's been his entire career. He's one of the greatest
We-
players
we
of
got-
all
we got
time.
different- We got different definitions of a superstar. Tim Duncan is a Hall of Famer and a legend. I don't think he's a superstar.
I'm talking about basketball players, like not billboards.
That's what a superstar is, though. That's what a superstar is. A superstar is all encompassing, damn near. A legend, a Hall of Famer, is a basketball player.
So LaMelo Ball is all encompassing.
I'm not saying he is. I just literally said he's missing the most important thing is the winning. He's missing that, but he got everything else.
LaMelo don't have a top 10 selling shoe though.
Well,
He's
I
12th in jersey sales.
He's what?
He's 12th in jersey sales. We're back.
All right. You think the conversation stopped during the commercial break? No, it did not. Y'all might as well just keep going. I'm here.
No, my whole thing is
This literally went on the entire break.
my whole thing is Matt has his criteria for what a superstar is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything, Matt. You can speak for yourself, but it seems to be only basketball related. That's a superstar. And if that's your criteria, that's your criteria. I'm not here to change your criteria. I'm telling you, with my criteria, there are other things that go into being a superstar, which when we started this whole thing off says, I don't think there's a lot of superstars in this league. I think you can count them on one hand. And that's all.
And LaMelo Ball is one of them.
I never said he is a superstar. I said you got to consider him. When somebody said LaMelo, I was like, he's got a lot. But I also said the one criteria that weighs the most, in my opinion, the winning, he doesn't have that. He's got all the other criterias to me, but the most important one he don't have.
Well, this will be a fun conversation to play back when the Kings trade for him. I'll say this. LaMelo, like, what I will never be able to accept is LaMelo Ball being on the same tier as actual legitimate superstars in this league that have shoe sales, that have jersey sales, and that win titles and have MVP awards and lead statistical categories and change the game. Like that, he's not on the same level as them.
The people you calling super, let's just say I'm not calling LaMelo a superstar.
Good. Then we're good.
But you're calling people that I don't think are superstars. I think there might be 4.
So you don't think Steph Curry, superstar, yeah?
Superstar.
So you don't think SGA, who just won an MVP award, and if he wins an NBA Finals, well, I mean, we can revisit it too. But you don't think SGA is a superstar?
I'll answer your question. I think he is a superstar. I think he is.
Giannis.
But part of that, which you just don't seem to even reconcile, is he's got a social media component to it. Like, league fits matters.
No,
damn near got him that AT&T commercial. So that matters. That's why he's a superstar.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Or one of the reasons why.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying if we're putting a percentage on it, it's like 75% what you actually do on the floor. And I put like social media marketability at like 15%. Doesn't matter. It's like bottom of the level.
You've changed it because you said you don't care about that stuff.
Well, I don't personally care about marketability because I don't care that Bryce Harper has a luscious hair for men shampoo commercial. Like I don't care.
Superstar too,
yes, like I don't care. Like me personally, I don't care. I know it matters, but to me, I don't care. Like I don't buy shoes because of the person, and this is just me personally. I don't buy shoes because of the name on it. I buy shoes because 1, they're comfortable, 2, they fit a brand that I like, and 3, they match suits or outfits that I wear. Like that's why, or I like the look of them. But it's not because I would never buy a pair of LaMelo Ball shoes just for LaMelo Ball. I would buy them if I liked them and they fit. And I've actually never seen a pair of LaMelo Ball shoes, to be 100% honest with you. Like I don't, that part of the world is not for me. That doesn't mean that I'm right and everybody else is wrong. I'm just saying that matters way less than what you do on the floor as an actual basketball player. Your profession and the stage that you're on, how you perform there, matters more to me and should matter more to the game than how popular you are on TikTok with 15-year-olds. So that's just me.
I feel like you keep saying that and you're doing it in a way that diminishes what social media is. But I think there is a component that we haven't discussed yet that is very important to all of this, especially when it comes to more the likes of SGA and Tyrese, because it does fall a little bit more into the winning category. We could talk about Matt's preferences. We could talk about Kenny Caraway's preferences. What does Adam Silver and the National Basketball Association think? Who are they putting on their commercials? Who are they putting on Christmas Day? Who are they putting on MLK Day? Who are they highlighting with their nationally televised games? That's where you don't have to ask questions about the likes of Steph Curry at 37, the likes of LeBron James at 40 years old, and the likes of Victor Wembanyama already. Like, we see it. He is out there. Those guys are definitive superstars in this league. But then you look around and it's how often is Minnesota playing on television? What will the Indiana Pacers look like in terms of a nationally televised component? New York is always difficult to tell because a lot of what you're featuring, not to knock the team, I think this is a great basketball team, but a lot of what you're featuring is the Garden. And a lot of what has been featured is that front row at the Garden that somehow is transferred over to Indiana as well and has created compelling broadcasts for, the camera crew and the production to catch the actor's name who we never remember right there in the front row. And then there's Spike. Looking. It's not Charlemagne. You keep saying it's not it.
It's Chalamet.
It's not Char, no R. That's
catching Spike's dejected reaction. Pat McAfee calling out Ben Stiller. Pat McAfee doing the big introduction. Like there's elements that the NBA can, they really buy into. And, if we made that a different box or we threw it into box office or marketability, LaMelo's probably not checking that box. There's probably a lot of guys that aren't checking their box. And this goes back to the whole impetus of this conversation was, is Tyrese, can we really say that SGA is how many superstars are there in the league? And this further lays out, there just are not very many. It's why Steph is still on TV 30, 40 some odd, 50 some odd times a year. It's why LeBron James will play every Christmas until he decides he doesn't want to play basketball anymore. It's why the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama are going to be on TV. It's why Caitlin Clark is constantly on television. It's why Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese will be on ABC every opportunity that the WNBA gets.
Channel 10.
There it is. There it is. And that's just another component to all of this.
Indirectly, you made a point of, and
Thank you.
I try,
thank God.
I try not to, my criteria is how I see my criteria. I'm not here to say nobody else's criteria matters or doesn't matter or anything else like that. That's just the way I look at it. But Chalamet is a perfect example. Do you think I care about Doom or any of the movies that he's in? I don't even know who he is. Does that mean he's not a superstar? He's a superstar.
Yeah, no,
right?
he absolutely
He's
is.
absolutely
He's
a superstar because there is certain people and a demographic of people who, if he's in a movie, they're going to see it. Or if he is doing something, they tapped into it. Like that. And that's when Matt says, I don't care what the kids do. Well, that's a demographic of people who look at LaMelo or even SGA or Trae Young or something like that and be like, yo, if they're doing it, I'm tapped in. And just because I'm not tapped in or I'm not tripping off Charlamagne doesn't make him not a superstar.
Does LaMelo check your boxes though?
He checks all of them, but winning.
He does not check box office though, because like Matt said, Charlotte Hornets tickets are cheap as hell over there, and like no one's paying more to come see the Hornets here. He doesn't have a top 10 selling jersey either. He's got the shoes. Like I'll give you the shoes and all that, but he don't have accolades of wins either.
What would be really interesting to see, and I was looking this up while you guys were talking, like before the conversation too, Jesse, is like road attendance, because the NBA typically attracts road attendance, and what Charlotte Hornets road attendance would be. I looked up on the two places that I looked up on did not track road attendance for it, and usually ESPN is the most reliable for that. But Charlotte is home attendance wise bottom of the league. Again, I don't put that on LaMelo. I put that on that organization being horrible. But that's an interesting way to track it too, because if road fans are coming to see you or people in other cities are coming to see you, I think that's a big part of what Kenny's saying too, which I do agree is the thing.
Do we think John Moran is a superstar?
Yeah,
I'd say yes.
Yeah, he is. I say he is.
Matthew?
I would say he's there or in that conversation much more than LaMelo Ball is. I think
he could be fading a little bit.
I think he is,
and I think a lot of that
don't last forever.
Well, yeah. I don't think it's. I think some of that is his own.
He had the eighth highest selling jersey this year.
There's another tier above superstars that maybe like that, like Steph Curry, LeBron James shouldn't be in the conversation because we're talking icons, like we're talking timeless, right?
You know what name we haven't mentioned? Luka's a superstar, right?
Yes.
1000%.
But he's not an icon yet. But he's a.
Oh no, not yet.
Yeah. Right.
But absolutely.
I think like when I was thinking about it, like when I'm determining my criteria, basketball is a competition. So I put the most weight into the spirit of the competition. And the biggest issue that I have with labeling certain players superstars is putting them on the same tier as some of their peers. So that will always be most important to me. It's, do you have the accolades? Do you have the on-court success to put yourself on the same level as your peers? There are probably players that are better than LaMelo Ball that do not have the following that LaMelo Ball has on social media. That's really, really good for him, or that supports him. But if I'm putting LaMelo Ball on a basketball tier with some of these guys that are actually, like, if I put him on the same basketball tier as Tyrese Halliburton, it's not even close. And that to me is what's most important when basketball is a game. It is a competition. These guys are competing against each other. Like when there are winners and there are losers in basketball. Mm-hmm. So that's where I put, like, are you winning? Are you succeeding at the level of those peers? If not, then I have a hard time putting you in the same cat. And this is not just the LaMelo Ball thing. It's like why to me John Morant is fading. Yes, he's done some of it to himself, but John Morant has been to the playoffs a handful of times and gotten knocked down a peg a number of times now and has never really gotten there. Like if Ant continues on this trajectory and keeps losing in the Western Conference Finals, like I think Ant is phenomenal and marketable and his personality is phenomenal. But if he keeps getting knocked down and it doesn't work in Minnesota, like that it hurts his legacy, I suppose.
I just think those are two different conversations sometimes. Because we're talking about LaMelo and like he ain't on an NBA tier of success on the same as Tyrese or any SGA. He's not that. But for me, superstar is all encompassing. It's not just wins and losses. So that's just me.
Was DeMarcus a superstar?
No. Part of it had to do, he was here in Sacramento.
Boy, he got close in New Orleans.
He got close in Sacramento. Like he was an all-star recognized on this franchise.
Mm-hmm. He got close. I didn't think he was thoh.
I think he
was close.
I think he hurt himself too with just
and that's it, right. Sure.
I think he hurt,
yeah. That's certainly the other thing. Is watching Tyrese difficult for you? Do you enjoy it?
It's impossible not to watch Tyrese without purple tinted glasses, and when he makes the NBA Finals, there will be a podcast episode dropping where I have a very honest, candid conversation about, like, the Kings didn't just lose the trade now, like they got destroyed. And it's unfortunate because for so long I was champion of what I had the biggest issue with right away, and I still have an issue with it today, was people looking at the trade and talking about the Sacramento Kings getting fleeced and how dumb the Sacramento Kings are, and people talking like the way Tyrese is playing now was in the cards. Some people might like revisionist history is everything, but people like before our very eyes, we're seeing Tyrese Halliburton bud into a superstar, and conversations like we're having here on the air are happening all over the freaking country. So we can't be having these conversations all over the country and then saying, yeah, we knew all along from the moment the Kings traded Tyrese Halliburton that this was going to happen. I think that aspect of it is absurd. But the Kings lost the trade when they gave up. Like the Kings lost the trade when they decided to blow up what they had. And they further lost the trade when they watched the Indiana Pacers invest and build upon what they had, and the Kings refused to do that. So it's impossible not to look at the Tyrese Halliburton trade when watching him succeed. Doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it. There is absolutely a petty part of me that is rooting hard for OKC and was rooting for the Knicks in this series because I didn't want to swallow that pill, for lack of a better term. But Tyrese Halliburton is better and has had more success and is budding into a superstar more than any player the Sacramento Kings have had since Chris Webber was here. How can we not feel a certain type of way about that? So it's reality. It sucks. It's just another thing for Kings to kind of live through. And to some, it's worse than the Luka thing because Tyrese was actually here. So I can say it kind of with a smile at this point. It sucks, but I'm happy for him. And watching him, the performance he had in Game 4 was unbelievable. And even the biggest of haters have to go, oh my God, that was a legendary, iconic type performance. Doesn't make him an icon. One game doesn't make you, but that's the kind of performance you're like, I can see you being a Hall of Famer and one of the best players in this league.
Tyrese has obviously been spectacular throughout the whole playoffs, and his style of play is so much fun to watch. I try to just enjoy that as a basketball player, as him, not really worry about the Kings aspect of it, because like I've said before, it's not a, what would you say, probably a one-to-one comparison. It's not, if Tyrese stayed, the Kings would be exactly where the Pacers are. That's not, nobody knows that.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? So
there's a lot of reasons to believe it wouldn't be the case.
Right.
Go.
Right. No, but that's, if I knew that was the case, even with Luka, if I knew, if Luka's here, for sure we would have been in the NBA Finals.
Well, 4 conference finals appearances between those two.
Like
staring at 2 NBA Finals appearances, but hey, it's cool, man.
I'd be like, yeah, that's terrible that we just gave that away. But there's so many different things that come into play with it. And one of the things that we talked about yesterday is it might have came down to one general manager was willing to do what it had to take to go get a Pascal Siakam, and one wasn't. And that could be,
if you're just tuning in, Matt, Kenny really hates Monte McNair now. Like he came
oh no, I heard earlier.
Don't hate him. He was just awful. He's just awful.
He got off to a
plate that says F Monte McNair on it. And you can see it out there in the parking lot.
He got off to a rough start and then had a really, really, really good year and a half. And then it completely fell apart. Like people forget his start. And I know you actually too didn't have as big of a problem with this as I did. But his first major decision, other than extending De'Aaron Fox, which didn't matter. Everybody was going to do that, no matter who you hired. His first major decision was letting Bogdan Bogdanović walk. And I remember feeling at the time, not because it was like, oh my God, Bogey's this amazing player, but I had the perspective of this is Sacramento. How do you let a player walk? In the end, it didn't really mean much. It didn't really mean anything. But I remember feeling that type of way. And then that first kind of year that he was here, he made super minor, kind of mild.
Son Whiteside,
yeah, just these
Glenn
little
Robinson,
just these little things that you're just like, okay. But I felt that what he did, the trade for the Tyrese Halliburton trade is going to end up being a negative mark on his resume as a general manager, and will stick with him to the end of time. A note of context that is important here is that while I'm not saying that he would have 1000% chosen to trade De'Aaron over Tyrese, it is well known and understood that Tyrese's value on the trade market is significantly better and significantly different than De'Aaron Fox's is because of their contract and the longevity, right? Like De'Aaron Fox was a way better player than Tyrese Halliburton was at the time, but you don't just trade for the player, you trade for the contract and you trade for control. And in a team like the Indiana Pacers, who by trading Domantas Sabonis were launching some sort of soft rebuild, Tyrese's contract and age is a lot more appealing than De'Aaron Fox's is. That's important context to have. I think that what McNair did took guts. I think McNair did something that the Kings had been trying to do for a long time, which is find a center to play with De'Aaron Fox, and it worked, right? Like that context is important. It worked. The Atlanta Hawks trade for Kevin Huerter has a negative connotation to it now because we dragged out that stupid draft pick. But that trade worked. Signing Malik Monk, which was broken here on D-Lo and KC, worked. Right? He did good things over the course of a year and a half. He got this franchise off the ground for the first time since Jeff Petrie. Vlade wasn't able to do that, and we don't even need to bring up Pete. The problem was, as soon as he got a couple feet off the ground, he was like flapping his wings like a broken winged bird, just trying to hover and it fell apart there, which you got to get off the ground and then you got to continue to rise. And that's where he fell apart.
But at what point, like, what constitutes something working? Like it worked. They got to the playoffs. Okay, but then what?
Sacramento perspective, I do think is important.
Because to me, nothing worked.
Yeah, I kind of hear what Matt's saying. I think different.
Oh, I hear it too. I just don't agree with it.
Mm.
Like nothing. Like it's like the hindsight that you were talking about. In fact, Matt, you just said this. The Tyrese stuff stings for you a little bit more because the Kings just blew everything up. You talked about how the Kings have definitively lost the trade because, well, De'Aaron's gone. You've kind of blown things up. Everything you were trying to build, you've already given up on. The Pacers had a plan, executed it, even if it was a rebuild. You said it might have been a soft rebuild. It was the softest rebuild in history because they went right out and got Pascal Siakam a couple of months later. And then, maybe they were a little better than they expected. Maybe they saw, hey, man, we only need to make a few small minor adjustments and able to kind of get off and get going. But when you look at the fact, I'll use the same words you did. Once you blew this up, to me, nothing worked. Kevin Huerter trade was a massive failure. Unless the goal was just to end the drought.
That's what I was going to say. And
I remember someone saying 16 can't become 17.
Yeah, you had to end it.
So maybe the parameters, much like the superstar conversation, are just different.
Yeah.
If the parameters were just to end the drought, salute Monte McNair, you can have a statue because you did it.
Well,
but if the parameters were building
a statue at the pyramid building somewhere,
put him on top of the rabbit. Put him on top of the rabbit in the airport.
Well, good. Then I'll never look at the stupid thing. I can just ignore it like I do every time I fly into Sacramento. But to me, none of it worked because you're not starting completely over right now. But you are trying to figure things out this offseason, which is getting stopped every day, having conversations on this show every day. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Is it DeMar? Listen to DeMar on a podcast this morning. What's going to happen with Domas? Is Keon back? Does Keegan get extended? These are all questions we shouldn't have if everything worked.
Yeah.
But it didn't, so we do.
Yeah, I hear that. It's like short-term, long-term goals, right? I think part of making it work is your first step. And the first step to me was establishing a solid foundation. And I felt that Monty actually did that for the first time in 20 years. I felt he built a foundation where you could build sustainable success on top of it. Then he completely tripped on his own feet and completely fell off of it, or decided, if we're using construction terms, like decided to wait on ordering new parts or the next tools or things that you needed. Can you tell I don't build anything? to build the next layer on top of it, or to build on top of that foundation. Like Monty was able to build a foundation in Sacramento that we have not seen in 2 decades. But you got to build on top of the foundation, right? So what worked was him establishing a true legitimate foundation to where we all saw that there was something there and there was room to improve, right? New contract for Sabonis. I know De'Aaron's contract was coming up, but if the Kings make it to the second round, maybe the contract conversation never happens. Or if you extend Mike Brown right away, I don't know, whatever, revisionist history. Like, you had this foundation and we all looked at the Kings and said, this can be the start of something. And then it never was. And then not only did they not build upon it, then they took a sledgehammer to the foundation and are now on mud again. Like that was the problem. So in the grand scheme of things, you're right, D'Lo, it did not work. But I felt that Monty built a foundation that has not been here in Sacramento for 20 years. Give him a gold star while he sits on his couch for the rest of the year.
I also give him credit for the Sabonis trade. People say he lost it or whatever. I thought at the time he did what he felt he needed to do, and Sabonis was a good fit with what they were trying to do here in Sacramento. So I mean, I'm not going to argue with anybody say you lost the trade. That would be crazy, but I don't really get into like the wins and losses stuff because there is context.
The wins and losses of a trade.
Kings were up in the first half. Kings were up in the first half, by the way. They had a 10-point lead at halftime.
Well, God, if that's not the story of the Sacramento Kings right there.
And then they lost by 40.
20.
Does
Yeah.
Monty not building off the Domas deal kind of make it a bad one?
Yes. 100%. That's the difference. That's potentially, I don't know. That's potentially the biggest difference between the Pacers and the Sacramento Kings. The Pacers built, the Sacramento Kings did not.
Yeah, because like Domas was great here and all that stuff, but like it never amounted to anything. It was just a one-off trade.
It's well,
we
is empty calories.
We have the benefit of revisionist history, but I'm just talking about Monty.
Of course we do.
If Monty makes the trade for Pascal Siakam, we don't even have to speculate what happens that season. Like they probably make the play. Who cares? Like I don't know. Like we can never say that. But Pascal lives up to his threat, or his camp's threat of he's not going to re-sign here. And you traded Keegan Murray for a flyer at Pascal. And the answer is probably it depends how well the playoffs went that year. But let's say all we know is that they traded for Pascal that year. Monty tried to add on to it, and then they lost Pascal in free agency while also losing Keegan in the deal or whatever. Do we feel better about Monty now, or in this hypothetical timeline, do we feel better about Monty now because he tried something else?
And the end result is essentially the same?
I guess.
No, we're bitching about something else.
Sure.
However,
But
I
he
will
tried.
say this though. All right, bitch, leave. Go ahead. Oh, you're telling me you're going to take 40 million less because hey, go ahead, dog. Do your thing. Here's the contract offer. You're walking away from it because you want to go play in Indiana. Hey, salute. Go ahead. Because remember, it is a lot harder to sign a player that is not yours. We talk about the maximum amount of money that you can offer. That's one thing. Do you even have the space to offer that player that money? And how many teams out there had that space? The Pacers, they knew exactly what they were going to do. Siakam's people knew exactly what they were going to do. They were going to offer him the maximum amount of money they can offer him. He was going to take it. They were going to live happily ever after. Maybe the hang-up was the Kings weren't going to offer that money. And I posed the question at the time, are you comfortable with the Sacramento Kings, or would you have been comfortable if the Sacramento Kings had offered, what was it, $200 million? I can't remember the exact amount.
I think, yeah.
200 and some change maybe,
Yeah.
to Pascal Siakam to be here for the next 4 or 5 years or whatever the number is. Most people said no. Now, of course, we see where this is going, but that's the other part of this. It's not just Siakam.
Right.
It's Aaron Nesmith. It's everything that they did this last offseason. It's Rick Carlisle. It's staying committed to what you do well while trying to improve the things that you don't. Not becoming something that you're not.
Right.
Go ahead.
The homer in me as a Kings fan too, and as a Sacramentan too, is like, I think Sacramento would have won Pascal over too, especially if they had made the playoffs that year and Pascal got to experience a game 3 or game 4. It probably would have been game 1 or game 2, but a game 3 or game 4 environment. Hell, maybe they would have gone on some streak and hosted another game 1, game 2. Like Sacramento's won a lot of players over. So that is an NBA timeline to mentally explore while we're laying in bed staring at the ceiling at 11 p.m.
And then you talk about that. You don't have a guy in that position that's savvy enough to think that way. You know what I mean? Like what you just said, what you just laid out, like, go ahead, leave. That's something a savvy general manager would do. Call his bluff. And if you don't call his bluff, or if he goes and actually leaves, all right, we'll move on, we'll pivot, we'll do what we need to do. But you're not going to be scared off by somebody saying, we're not going to re-sign here. Not going to do that. The other aspect, the thing that really kills me the most about Monte McNair in his time here and why it's ended up being so disastrous is he's had 5 drafts and we've got essentially nothing to show for it. I'm not trying to disrespect Keegan Murray. He's cool.
Too late.
He's cool, but we don't have no franchise. We have the 4th pick in the draft. We ain't got no franchise player. So you have 5 drafts. I think you made 4 picks. 1 in that Herder trade, you traded away one of the picks. Like there was nothing to fall back on. And that's the killer to me. That's the killer. We don't there's Matt talks, the last few weeks about being hopeless. There's nobody here to be hopeful about. I'm not even saying like this guy is great. And I know we've had to talk and stuff about it, but let's just say, for instance, Shaedon Sharpe was here now that we've seen him play. Like, everything that's gone on. All right, well, Shaedon's 22. He's averaging 17. Let's, maybe he might turn into, a premier. Like, we don't even have that because you picked, I don't want to say the wrong guy, but you didn't pick that type of player. This drafts is what pisses me off the most.
Man, there's a laundry list of things that piss you off about this individual today, boy. My goodness.
2 things I want to say to that, Casey. Number 1, this is coming from the biggest Keegan Murray support on the planet. Ask this question. Everybody ask yourself this question. If Keegan Murray exploded and suddenly became a 18, 19-point scorer, would we all be surprised? The answer's yes.
I would. Yeah.
Which means Kenny's point is correct. If Keegan is going to become what you're talking about, it's going to surprise the entire league, which means it's probably not a safe bet. It can still happen, but it's probably not a safe bet, which is what you're hoping to try. You're trying to get as safe a bet as possible with the 4th overall pick, right?
Right.
Number 2, going back to what you said about calling bluffs, that's where I have the most confidence in Scott Perry. 1, I mean, his connections I think are extremely important, but being in a room with Scott Perry, granted, it's your introductory press conference. You're just starting a new job, so you're not feet to the fire yet. But I feel a lot better about this, and I got this feeling from Scott that I never got from the other 3 general managers that I've covered. There is a sly confidence and smile to where if he were sitting across the table from Rich Paul during the De'Aaron Fox thing, and Rich Paul is saying, we only going to San Antonio, blah, blah, blah. We don't want whatever. Rich Paul's doing his Rich Paul thing. There's a part of me that believes that Scott Perry would do the little side grin, just go, bet. Like, all right. Okay. That doesn't mean he's going to try and call every single bluff that's put his way, but there's a confidence about Scott Perry that comes with experience and comes with knowing the game.
Well, the problem with that is, though, it's not just Scott Perry who has to call his bluff. It's the general manager. It's Raphael Stone. It's the general manager of the Orlando Magic. It's the general manager of whatever team you're trading him to. They too have to go, no, it's cool. We'll try it for a year. If it doesn't work for you, all good. But we're going to do it. If you want to turn down the millions, salute. But we've got to do this.
Right.
My point is, and I don't mean this as any kind of attack towards Monty. I think it's pretty well understood that the last 6 months, Monty just rolled over, right? Like he whether it was demanded by Vivek to fire Mike or demanded by Vivek.
He's like me today. He knew he was going on vacation.
Right.
He's just like, hey, let me get through this.
Right.
Let me get through my last day of work, man. I'm going to Palm Springs or wherever Monte McNair goes.
I don't think Scott Perry will ever do that. That does not mean that Scott won't still have his issues. But like if Vivek, because it's an important point of conversation, I think Scott and Vivek will work closely together. They have to. And I believe Scott Perry will include Vivek in decision-making because he's the owner. But I have more confidence in Scott Perry looking Vivek in the eye and going, we're not doing that, than anybody else who has been in this building to this point with him. And hopefully that's proven right. Or if Vivek, it doesn't even have to be Vivek. It could be literally any other general manager. Daryl Morey calls him up trying to make a trade for Tyrese Maxey and is being stupid. Danny Ainge does his Danny Ainge thing in a Utah Jazz trade. I have more confidence in Scott Perry laughing and hanging up the phone than anybody else on that the Kings have had over the last decade or whatever.
He won't get punked. And I'm sorry, I'm lighting Monty's ass up today. the one time he stood his ground and said, no, there ain't nothing there.
It's fine.
He's not even.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sorry, I was editing.
No,
something.
don't worry about it.
it's
You're
fine.
good. Go back
Hey, yeah,
in.
ref was focused on this part of the field.
Even Matt was like, hey, but go ahead.
The one time, Monty, I shouldn't say the one time, but just for dramatic effect, the one time he stood his ground and said, no, I'm not doing this, is when it was time to have a damn press conference, and that ruined everything.
Well,
maybe not ruined everything, but it ruined a whole lot more.
he sure stood his ground on the Devin Carter pick too, from what I know.
Oh, good job.
I've been told I have a pretty good understanding that if there was unity between Mike Brown and Vivek Ranadive, it was not being too excited about a Devin Carter pick. And Monty he got there okay. Like there's no way he doesn't do it without at least Vivek's blessing. But from what I've been told and what I understand is Monty had a more optimistic view and very analytics driven optimistic view of the Devin Carter pick than anybody else did. And well, I wish Devin all the best.
I haven't fully
Basketball
quit
people
on,
making basketball decisions, boy.
I haven't fully given up on Devin. I was very encouraged. We talked about it before, about what I saw the last 20 games or so.
It's not Devin's fault.
I didn't think he, when I first saw him, I didn't think he had that in him. And then the last 20 games, I like that. The rookie doing some good things. So I haven't completely quit on him. And maybe Monty will end up being proven right in who he thinks Devin Carter is in this league. But he could have picked somebody else.
Where Devin Carter was drafted and Devin requiring surgery because of a basketball injury is not Devin Carter's fault. What is Devin Carter's fault is like what kind of James was talking about earlier, the stuff about like the diet and the personality or whatever like that. Now you as a player, you got to do your job too. And hopefully Devin will, he's going into his second asterisk kind of 1.5 years in the league and his first real training camp. Knock on wood, he doesn't get hurt and he's going to get his first real training camp. So there's not a decision has not been made on Devin Carter, but a decision has been made on Monte McNair's selection of Devin Carter being bad. Sorry.
No, yeah.
I can't imagine. But wow, Mike Brown's not excited for a player who's not going to play for him for 6 months.
Imagine how De'Aaron felt.
Oh,
Imagine how De'Aaron felt. De'Aaron's going through an offseason. Like, think about this. De'Aaron's going through an offseason where he had to fight to get Mike Brown an extension. And De'Aaron goes into another season and they draft another point guard after Tyrese Halliburton was drafted. Davion Mitchell was drafted. Like, I'll just flat out say it. De'Aaron told me when I talked to him about this, De'Aaron told me he was looking around going, man, they really must not want me here because they drafted another point guard. He told me that to my face. So
it's ruined everything.
That Devin Carter pick was rough.
He's the biggest culprit. He ruined everything. Matt, you don't have to answer this because I want everybody at 4:00 or 7:00, like my man said, to go check out the Locked On Kings podcast. I'm going to check it out. So if it gives too much away, just say, listen to the podcast. But what do you think the realistic chances of LaMelo being available is?
I don't mind saying this. Doug Branson, again, host of Locked On Hornets, brings it up on his own because we were talking about like a pathway of making this happen. And we were trying to figure out like what would the Hornets be interested in? Like, you have to make them an offer that kind of they can't refuse. Kind of the same thing that you might have to do in a John Morant or Tyrese Maxey or whatever kind of conversation. And Charlotte would prioritize, because they're not anywhere close to competing right now with or without LaMelo Ball, unfortunately. Like, they're going to prioritize draft compensation. If there's one thing you have in abundance now freed up, it's draft compensation. So there is a very legitimate route, at least according to Locked On Hornets host Doug Branson, there is a very legitimate route for the Kings to be in these conversations, whether it's LaMelo or any of these guys. They have the draft compensation to make it a conversation. Now they have to figure out the money-wise to get it over the finish line, and that might end up being the hang-up, because the Kings have like a canyon of contracts. And what I mean by that is like, hey, Keegan has 11 million. Hey, Malik Monk has 18 million. And then there's DeMar at 24, and then nobody else under 40. Like, that's a canyon of salary that you have to try and figure out how to move, or how to, you can't, there's not a lot of Tetris blocks there to make it work. So that might be the hang up. But the Kings have draft compensation in abundance to make any conversation for any star happen. Because like we've seen in the Mikal Bridges or Rudy Gobert trades or any of these trades, draft picks talk, and Sacramento Kings own draft picks really talk, because as history will show, those things are valuable unless the Kings are using them to make a selection.
Man, great stuff, Matt. We have to let you go to work, man. Thanks for spending the last hour with us. This was a really fun conversation. Some
Matt
really
is
great
a
stuff.
superstar.
Oh,
No.
easy.
No.
How many shoes does he sell?
Well,
Well, he's got to work on that. He hasn't checked that box.
he's
off,
checked
but,
all the
you know,
boxes,
yeah,
but the shoe sales.
No. And the social media is
Well,
a travesty.
Yeah.
The jump shot's terrible. It's all bad. It's all
He
bad.
wins.
Well,
He wins, though.
Monte McNair would have selected me with a draft pick. That's how that.
Oh man, well, that also means you're old. So
well, that's true. I'm 31 now. So
well,
let me.
yeah, you're right in the Monte McNair range.
Let me sneak this in really quick. D'Lo and KC, game 1 of the NBA Finals post game, and if it happens, game 5 of the NBA Finals post game on ABC 10. We won't do 7 this time.
Thank
we'll do
you.
5. So there's a
Appreciate
better,
that. Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a better
Thank you.
shot.
Thank you for that.
It's gonna be hilarious when it's a sweep.
That's
2 years in a row, baby.
great stuff from our buddy Matt George, man. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
You're the man, Matt.
Thanks
You
for that,
are
man.
The man.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me. Thanks for working with my schedule today.
No,
all
man,
good, man.
absolutely. Thank you.
I'm going into the heat to cover baseball.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where you were.
Yeah, I'm shooting Lincoln High School. The Fighting Zebras are
There you
NorCal championship bound. So I'm going to one of their practices.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, where are they playing?
Yeah, I was
the
like,
games
why
at?
would they be playing so early?
No, they play next week because all of our Sac Joaquin section championship games were last week and over the weekend. Like I was at Sac State covering a bunch of softball, which by the way, softball is legit in this area. And then, but the Bay is having all their section championships this week. So thanks, Bay Area, for giving everybody else a bye week, I guess.
I guess. Tennessee versus Oklahoma right now in the Women's College World Series. Tennessee's up 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th.
That is
Oklahoma,
on.
number 2 team in the nation.
Solid play by the third baseman. Kept it from being bases loaded.
Nice.
You saw that.
Yeah, that was nice. That was big time.
Super Regionals and College Softball World Series is on perpetually in this house. I married a softball player, and it's one of my favorite times of the year, to be honest with you. If you're looking for good entertainment, the College Softball World Series is phenomenal.
No, I love it. I love watching softball. And I saw something today. I got to read up more on it, but
It's
Major
real.
League Baseball is starting to get involved in a women's softball.
Are we sure?
No, it's real. It wasn't talking bats and ball. It was real.
All right.
D'Lo, do you remember how distracted Ken Rudolph used to get with the College Softball World Series?
Oh, yes, very much so.
D'Lo would be talking to
Very
Ken, and
much
Ken would
so.
be gone.
Yeah, and the difference is Ken didn't know how to fake it, so he just go, huh? Never mind, man.
I'm pretty sure he
Cool.
asked Mike Bibby the same exact question you asked him because he was watching College Softball World Series while you asked Mike Bibby the question.
That's amazing.
All right, gang. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
All right, man. Thanks,
ya.
Matt.
Yeah, I was looking at that on YouTube at least. Yeah, it was booming.
Yeah,
It was
good
booming.
stuff.
Although I don't know what happened. One of them has no views. How does that happen? Yeah. It was, I think it was, that it has to be because they're going crazy and one has no views.
Yeah, it might have been a glitch because I was looking at the numbers today, or like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. But no, I noticed I was looking at that too, and I was like, man, they booming right now.
If we just figure out how to do it now.
I think it just started getting views today. It was poor Jesse. What was Jesse talking about?
Oh yeah.
That's it. I'm like 1.4, 1.7, 1. No.
That one was like 5, I think.
Yeah, it had to be a glitch, but now you killing it on this stuff, man. It's going crazy right now.
How did the Drake stuff? How did the non-Kings basketball stuff do?
The non-Kings basketball stuff does good. Like
It does.
the
Okay.
current stuff with like Tyrese and SGA.
Yeah.
The Drake stuff yesterday, it'll probably do 1,000 when it's
Okay.
done.
All right. All right. Keep building. Keep building. Keep building. I meant to put the Drake one on Instagram yesterday. I guess that's evergreen. We can do that whenever.
I messed up because on the Drake short on YouTube, it's like, is Drake the GOAT? And then you start off a short. Drake absolutely is, but you're answering something else.
Oh God damn it! Oh man, that's
I felt so bad. I didn't even catch it. Casey, go pull it up.
Hold on.
That's exactly how it starts.
Hold on, let me make sure the volume's up here, man, because I gotta see this from the start. Hold on.
oh hell no! Oh, that's trash, bro. Wow. Wow. What a sham this whole thing is turned into.
Dot.
Oh.
No, I gotta put that on the post.
Nah.
Is Drake the GOAT?
Nah.
At Damian.
Come on. Hey. Hey. I got 95.7 by my own producer.
No, that's how we got to do it. The guys talked the other day. Is Drake the GOAT? At Damian Barling. Drake absolutely is. Dot.
Man.
Yeah, I was reading the caption. The video was like, Drake absolutely is. I look, wait, this is bad.
Man, Soren says this is D-Lo's OK Lake Show moment. Damn. On the day of Kendrick's concert.
Oh, Kendrick's not going to be happy.
He's not going to let you on stage.
I was certainly playing what me and Lefty Gunplay was going to go on stage in Vegas, but guess that's out the window.
I guess you're OV D-Lo now?
OV D-Lo. OVO Fest coming back. The rumor is, it's not a rumor. It was just Maul and Rory speculating.
Oh, there's two reliable sources.
Well, somebody's connected. They connected. That Rory, I don't think he's like OVO, but he's like, I could see a reunion of Future and Drake at the OVO Fest.
Yeah, there's no reason that shouldn't happen.
I mean, I could see it happening. I don't know. Future never really said anything, so I guess it could happen. But
like
he just enabled.
If you hosted a podcast with I always use Carmichael Dave. I don't know who else to say. With Alan Stiles. And Alan said something bad about me. What's your responsibility there? But doesn't say my name.
Right.
But everyone knows he's talking about me.
My responsibility would be, hey, hold on, player.
You got to drop another verse?
Hold on. Yeah. Hey, bro, we're
not
doing that.
But here's the killer, though. You know the podcast is a hit. You know the podcast is a banger.
Nah, man. Well, I mean, if we still got even if we don't have a show together, we can't. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing, like, you got to change that verse or do that somewhere else. Do that on Gunplay Lefty song. We ain't doing that.
I think it's Lefty Gunplay, isn't it?
Yeah.
Disrespect that,
man. That's my man's. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that here.
Okay.
But I mean, like I said, do
you think
they
Future Metro Boomin just said, hey Doc, we're doing this album. We're got this unique concept. You know, we need a verse from you, or can we get a verse from you? And Dot sent back that, and they didn't know, and they got it, and they were like, oh my god.
I think Metro might have known. I don't know if Future did or not. Like to start it off, like Metro might have been,
because
like,
I mean,
Metro might have said like
how did like seriously, how do you think that started? Do you think it was, hey, you ready to go at Drake, or are you ready to set this thing off, or was it just we need a verse, and that was the verse he sent back, and it was like, oh man, we're about to start something.
My thought, which this would be a 30 for 30, like how this all got started. Like this would be a great podcast that I would listen to. But my thought would be, we got Kendrick lined up for this album. Somehow Metro hears that Kendrick ready to set it off. And he like, hey, set it off on this track on our album. Set it, like, I don't like dude either. Like, let's set it off. And whether he's talking to him directly or back channels, or like, all right, I'm gonna do it then. That's in the beat. Here's the beat. Oh yeah, we going in on this. And
I wonder what
I don't know if Future was like even aware of any of this.
He didn't know until the album came out.
Yeah, hey, in my world, this was Metro and Kendrick working together.
Sure,
but I don't know.
But it can't be, right? Like Future's name is on that.
Well, once Future obviously heard it before it went out.
Yeah.
He could have stopped it, but he might have had his own issue. Yeah, let's get after that too.
Well, you could be cool with Drake, but do you stop that knowing how much money you're about to make off all this stuff though? Like it's kind of like resting.
Well, that's why I threw in the line about they knew that song was a smash. They knew it, and they knew, maybe they didn't know the level of which Kendrick's verse would take us to, but that, I mean, if it was like, that song has a legit claim at Song of the Year last year.
For sure. That was one of my favorites. It depends on if they have, well, obviously Metro does, Kendrick does, Future, who really knows? Maybe at the time he really had issues with Drake. If that's not my guy no more and we got beef, like, yeah, we letting it fly. But if that's still my man's, I can't let that song come out like that.
But a couple of people took shots at him on that album. Wasn't the Weeknd on that album?
Oh, that was the 20v1 on the remix.
The remix of what?
Or was it the Like That remix, or just a completely different song? But it was
with the Weeknd?
That the Weeknd got on. The Weeknd got on.
No, that was a song on the album.
Yeah.
The Weeknd did something on that album.
The Weeknd did, and ASAP did.
ASAP, that was the other one I was thinking of. ASAP did.
I think that was it, because Rick did his own thing.
No, yeah. And Rick had been gone since. God bless him.
Well, Rose, I'm feeling like Joe Budden now. These people are so ridiculous. Rose was on oh boy, that's cool with Complex. I forgot, because we follow each other actually. The dude in Arizona, his podcast, and Rose was, now he could have been being funny or whatever, but he asked me, he's like, it was door closed on you and Drake, like ever linking back up again? And Rose was like, I mean, you never know. You never know. If you send me one of these bottles of Bel Air, we could sit down and talk. Like, we can talk. You just went crazy on this dude.
Well, wait, did you hear it? Did you see the clip?
Yeah.
It looked really sarcastic to me.
It could have been.
It looked like he was not sarcastic,
Just
but it was more like, come bow
thing.
down to me, and maybe we can talk.
See, I didn't think that way.
Oh, that's how. That's how I took it. Maybe I'm wrong.
I could be wrong.
But Rosé's such a performer. Like, Rick is a work.
I think
Rick is a pro wrestler.
I think Rick absolutely would sit down.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if Drake would with him,
especially after Drake shot his plane down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't his plane go down during all this?
Yeah, we have not heard from Rick since.
Was that a shoot or was that a work?
We have not heard from Rick Ross since.
Was he talking about? He was talking about Drake's private jet.
Yeah, and then a week later, that man's plane goes down.
Yeah, he said they shot my jet down or whatever.
Like, all right.
Oh, that was dangerous too. That's not funny, but
it's funny because he's safe.
Yes,
he's perfectly fine.
They're the only people that I think can't ever work together are Drake and Kendrick, and Drake and ASAP.
Well, the only like, if we talk to Kendrick ahead of his concert tonight, the only Drake related question I'd want to ask is why was like that? Why was that the moment to set this off? Because you two had clearly been exchanging jazz for years. I think I could make a compelling argument that the entire song Element is about Drake. just without a very if you knew what you were listening to, like that song sounds very, very different today than it did when it came out, 10 years ago, whatever, however long ago it was. Like that record is 1,000% about Drake, but it's subtle enough to where, is that about Drake? But now you hear it and you're like, damn, what are you talking about? You talk about Drake. Like why when you dropped, why was now the time to make it very clear I'm talking about Drake? That's the only question I want to know
too. And I want to know like why? Like why are we even here? Like what's your issue with this dude? Like, is it just
okay? 2 questions. I have a second question. Give me the backstory on First Person Shooter. I'd want to know that too. Did he ask you to be on the song and you said no? And what was did you feel like that was a diss track?
Which goes into another conversation. Like, it feels like if all the stories are true, you had an issue with something that he didn't even know y'all had an issue with. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's like, hey, let's all get together, it's our era, let's get on the song, he might have like, we cool. Like I couldn't imagine somebody thinking that we're not cool and asking me to get on a show where we're all or a song, we're all celebrating each other. So clearly you had an issue with something that he probably didn't even know about. So what was the issue? What was this? I got my thoughts about it. Try for another day. Like it's cool. I think it all could have been avoided. It all could have been avoided.
Well, most conflicts can.
And now it's to the point of no return with those two. They did say that about Jay and Nas too.
Yeah, that was ugly. I mean, this did get ugly. Like this wasn't like Meet the Grams is not cute. Like, that's rough. Meet the Grams is rough. There are elements to what's your favorite record? What is that song called? Family Matters. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, there's for me there ain't, if I'm Drake or even in some respects if I'm Kendrick, ain't no like we'd never be cool. Like we don't have to always shoot shots at each other, but we're never gonna be cool.
Oh nah, like yeah,
never,
I can't.
Ever.
One, if I'm Drake, I can't be cool with someone who like made a #1 record calling me a pedophile. Yeah, and if I'm Drake, I can't be cool with someone who made a song that he like wrote to my family. The ones that existed and the ones that don't.
It got crazy on that Friday night.
Oh man, greatest Friday night in hip hop history. We'll come back. We'll reset things. Shout out to everybody headed out to Oracle Park tonight. We'll talk more hoops. DeMar DeRozan was on a podcast. I don't know, man. I don't know. DeMar's great on the microphone, but are we sure this thing can't be fixed with DeMar DeRozan? We'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
We haven't done Bump It or Dump It for a couple of days. I'd really like to do that. And I have this one idea that has been lingering over this show for a couple of days now.
Russell
I think
Wilson?
That's the one. My thoughts on Russell Wilson leaving the Broncos when D'Lo and Casey returning on ESPN 1320. No, go ahead. You can go first. I'll go next time. Yeah, I think, Soren, I think you're right on this. I was listening to this kind of in a weird place yesterday. I had finished my workout and that record came on and I was just kind of sitting there and I kind of know the words to it, but I'm just like listening, like, oh, this is about, and it's if I remember correctly, Whacked Out Mirrors was the first song on GNX, and it's like, oh yeah, he's done. He's done with that whole conversation. He's done with that dude. That's funny. That's funny. You point that out today. I think I noticed that. I think yesterday, or it might have been the day before, was the first time I noticed that. Yeah. I'm gonna star this. We're gonna get to that. No, that's a good cut right there. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Yeah, he might be. He might be. Well, he never has, Jeremiah. He never has, and that's kind of that was the whole difference between him and what Kendrick was saying about him and what Drake was saying about Kendrick is there's literally nothing to support what Drake is saying, but there are endless amounts of circumstantial evidence to support what Kendrick is saying. Check your Carfax, doggy. A little off on that one. Nah, that's been super overblown, and Wayne and Kendrick are good. Like Kendrick doesn't even say anything bad about him. He said, I used to bump the car to 3, had my rolly chain plowing irony. I think my hard work let Lil Wayne down because he didn't get the Super Bowl. That wasn't a shot at Lil Wayne at all. And I think Wayne acknowledged that on in the I think it was a Rolling Stone article that just dropped a little bit ago. Yes, Andrew, absolutely the stupidest ending ever. Stupid. Drops the elbow, tries to pin him, and Savage basically jumps over.
When are you guys gonna admit that Randy
Pamela
Savage is overrated?
Pearl Jam. Just wanted everybody to see the Pearl Jam shirt. That's all. No, you look good. Oh, wow. Do you have a Janet Jackson shirt? Michael Jackson. Earth, Wind, and Fire. No? You do? Boy, do you have a shirt that doesn't have a band on it or an artist? I do. Oh, okay. You look great. Pamela Love, everybody. Pamela Love.
The GOAT. Vamos Gigantes.
Wait till I wear my Rival Sons t-shirt.
I don't even know what that is. Rival, of course. I'd expect nothing less. Okay, for you, next time I'll wear my Can I ask you a question? I'll turn the mics off. Not implying, just asking. Just asking.
We'll have another conversation one of these days.
I got you. You got your jokes off. Don't forget that. That was a good one, though. Okay.
Bye, guys.
She said, she pulled me. I didn't say this on the mic. You won't care. Well, too late.
Well, no.
That was a good one. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Damn it.
Pamela Love.
Radio show always gets in the way of.
No, I don't care. I'll say it. Like, she won't care. It was funny. She tried to whisper it because I think she was worried I'd be offended or people would overhear it. But I always joke because Pamela Love she's a black woman who works in our office, but she loves rock music. Mm-hmm. So she talks like when 98 Rock is playing over the loudspeaker, like she's got a, what was it, Pearl Jam shirt on. She was like, I was going to wear my Alice in Chains shirt. Like, she just loves rock music. And I always give her a hard time about it. And one day she walked over to me as I made a joke about her shirt. And she goes, well, I like my music like you like your women. And she walked away.
She cooked your ass.
And I thought that was hilarious. I thought it was funny.
See, that's the thing. You can make a joke. Just make it a good one.
Yeah.
Just make it a good one.
That's a great line. Like, well,
I get it.
All right.
I understand.
All right.
Oh, man. Shout out Pamela Love.
Cannot get much whiter than what I got now.
Shout out Pamela Love. Shout out Katie.
Shout out everybody here, man. We have a good time here at the Odyssey offices. Now, I was talking to our sales manager today, and he was like, he's trying to find places to eat and black businesses out here, and it's like, yeah, Katie told him we're gonna take you to Q. That's our spot, and that's what we refer to it as, is Q.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, Kenny told me about another place. He said it was really good soul food. I was like, Kenny told you about Fixin'. He goes, yes. I was like, that is Kenny's spot. He loves Fixin'. Though these are different. These are very different versions of what we're talking about.
My boy Q go to work.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I found this other place that on Instagram I told Aaron about. I really want to go. He was like, it's like 1227. I was like, oh, that's Q.
Yeah.
The restaurant is called Q 1227.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. I was like, Kenny will get you for fixins, and we'll take you out to Q 1227 when you get back from your trip.
I told Bill, we got a date set, man. I was like, come on, man, we'll take you on the tour, man. Because he was like, man, I'm nowhere. I go where my apartment is, and that's kind of where I go. I was like, come on, man, we'll set it up, man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go on a little tour. I ain't gonna make it like it's he's from DC, so I'm not gonna make it like it's DC.
Yeah, right.
But we'll go on a tour, big dog. I was like, all right, set it up. And yes, we will be going to Fixins.
Oh yeah.
Also,
as soon as
I need to go to.
You need to go where?
Creole Soul. I think that's on Broadway as well. I've heard great things about Creole Soul. Gotta check that out.
As soon as he said Fixins, I thought, oh man, it's been a while. Oh shoot, it has been a while, but I'm good. I'm chill because I know I'm eating good this weekend. So I'm not eating that.
Yeah,
but I'm eating good this weekend.
You going? You stopping at Fixins with Juneteenth? That 14th?
Oh God, yes. Oh my
That's
God, yeah.
That's Mando.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We might have to call in a favor because I'm sure we're not the only ones thinking that.
That's gonna be packed.
Yeah,
packed.
Yeah.
That's
That's gonna be we got a crazy June ahead. That's gonna be a crazy weekend. I know we got Juneteenth events jumping off in Oak Park. I know there's Pride events going on that weekend as well. We're gonna be outside.
The day June 14th is, for me personally, is just whew. I'm hosting a golf tournament in the morning, kicking it off. Two Rivers Foundation, shout out to them. Big fans of the show too. So I'm doing that. Then we've got Juneteenth.
Mm-hmm.
And then shout out to my people at Two Raw Skate. I'm hosting a late night, all night skate from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And that's all that weekend?
It's all that day.
That's a single day?
Morning of the 14th, the middle of the day.
Oh my
and then
God, sir.
Night.
I thought, man, so Friday, the Wake Up Call is hosting if I got this right, it's a drag queen bingo event.
Sounds lit.
For Pride.
Okay.
At Sky River.
Okay.
So we're out there that Friday.
That's Friday night.
That's Friday night. Saturday's Juneteenth. And then Sunday, I think, is the Pride, the march.
Yep.
That's 13th, 14th, 15th.
That's an all-star weekend, right?
Then Juneteenth is actually, Charlie asked if we wanted Juneteenth off. At first I laughed. I was like, oh, okay. It's the 19th. It's Thursday.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what to say.
Well, okay. Maybe we'll talk off the air, but I see an opportunity.
Yeah. It's a 2-day holiday.
I see an opportunity. Look, and we're gonna be doing something, potentially doing something that night anyway.
Look,
the 20th.
Oh, that's right. That's
20th.
right. That's right. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Now I think we can't take that off. We got to push our event.
Yeah. Well,
I want Charlie. I know you're watching. I want time and a half.
What's that 27 looking like?
I don't know. We're gonna change the setting of Juneteenth.
I'll be gone that day.
Jesse's celebrating Juneteenth on the 27th.
We'll all be gone that day.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
Actually, in that regard, we would be here on the 27th. We would be working on the
Yeah.
Because we're trying to get that 2-day holiday.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
We always do. But we got some cool announcements coming your way.
For sure. DeMar DeRozan on the
Yeah.
Run Your Race.
That was it. Yep.
I saw the clip. I wanted
Mhm.
to hear what he had to say. But what was your thoughts about it?
Let's get TC real quick. I forgot he was
okay.
here, but it's good. He wants to talk about the Kings anyways.
Okay.
Back then brings up a great point. Juneteenth, we just get 6 hours of James and Kyle.
Remember the first original idea?
Yes, we wanted Whitey to host. Whitey was still with the company at the time. I think Whitey did. Didn't Whitey and Kyle host Juneteenth once?
Did.
I don't think I was here.
Nah.
No, you've been here the whole time.
But
I think
I don't think I was
did.
working that day. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think I ever worked with Whitey.
Absolutely think they did. Because I was just at home, so it wasn't like we had something to do.
Okay. Charlie says we can't have the days off. He said no time off, no time and a half. We get nothing. Wow, Charlie, really? Wow. I expected better from you, Charlie.
Charlie making us work, huh?
Man, Charlie just walked over and said, nope, no time and a half.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, man, unbelievable, Charlie.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. The ramification.
Let's get TC here real quick, then we'll talk about DeMar. TC, what's happening, baby?
Hey, we vibing. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
Oh, just vibing, man. Hey, look, check it out. Hey, to answer that question, I believe so, bro. I'm not gonna get too in.
Whoa. What was the question?
Hey, did Kyle and Whitey work together? Let them grow.
Okay.
I think they
did. I think they did.
They did. It was for a short stint. But hey, y'all grabbed the homie. Listen, where he's supposed to be at. That's all we gonna say. He where he's supposed to be at. As far as DeMar, bro, hey, we've seen it already. I get it. Can we make it work with DeMar? I don't think it's so much of can we make it work with DeMar like he's mad about leaving. I think it's more about like, bro, he just don't fit. I get the mid-range of 20 points a game, but what we trying to do moving forward, bro, I don't think he fits, dog. You get me? Like the whole, like we a ball movement team. Like unless we going super ISO, then DeMar might want to stay, right? If Doug is like, man, I'm gonna play a bunch of ISO ball. Keegan, when you get it, show me. DeMar, you show me. Domar, like DeMar's cool in that note. But if we're trying to play the Princeton, move the ball, play defense, bro, we've seen it already, bro. It just doesn't fit. Nothing against him. It don't fit, bro. So move him to a nice place. That's all I got. D-Lo, have fun on your trip, bro.
Thank you, bro. Matt George said, yes, I'll guest host for Juneteenth. You don't have to ask. All right. So DeMar on the podcast, he, the guy, who's the?
I think it's Theo Pinson.
It is Theo Pinson.
Yeah.
He opens the door to crap on Sacramento. He does that on his own. He laughs. It's Sac, bro. Like it's Sac. And he's, kind of opening the door. And DeMar doesn't really take the bait.
Mm-hmm.
He says what he said on the podcast, what he said to us in his exit interview or his postseason interview, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He said, it was crazy. Like, I've never experienced anything like that before. From firing the coach to trading the franchise player to, everything that we had to endure and try to figure out along the way. And, the guy, Theo follows up with asking about Zach LaVine. And he was like, yeah, like it was tough because we're going through all of these changes. And I'm telling Zach, like, we're still trying to figure this out. And you're kind of walking into all of this while we haven't even figured this out yet. He was like, I've never gone through anything like this. He did not at any point crap on Sacramento. He did not at any point say anything that would make you look sideways at what he was saying. Now, I understand this is a car with 2 steering wheels in it. DeMar is sitting behind one and Scott Perry is sitting behind the other. I think we've all gone with, yeah, it's probably in the best interest of the Kings. DeMar probably doesn't want to be here. It's probably in the best interest of everybody to kind of move on. DeMar is the ultimate professional. He is regarded around the league as a man, the way that he is, because of how he has conducted himself. It's not the mid-range, it's not the game. It's the way he has conducted himself over the last 16 years, over the 16, 17 years of his career. So he's never going to say that type of thing, certainly in a podcast setting.
Right.
But I did hear that, like, is there no conversation to be had between Scott Perry and the Sacramento Kings and Doug Christie and DeMar DeRozan about, how do we build this thing out together? Or is it just he's our best trade piece? It's a movable contract, all of these different things. DeMar is done.
I think there should be a conversation between the two sides. Hearing that clip from the podcast, and the only thing that made me think that it might be a done deal from what he said, to go along with like how we just already think it's a done deal, is he was talking about he was like, yeah, it's just a crazy situation, they traded their star player. Wasn't no we.
Well,
it was they traded their star player, franchise player.
Understood.
So that's the only hint, and that's not even like a negative. That's not like he's knocking sack or something. He was just kind of speaking. It made me think that he was speaking already in, I'm not with them anymore. But he wasn't being disrespectful. But I do think there's a conversation that should be had. I really do, man. TC and a lot of people feel like, hey, it just doesn't work. He's not a good fit, all this other stuff. I understand that. But I don't think I don't think other people think this either. At least I hope not. I don't think the reason why the Kings finished 2 games under 500, were the 9th seed, weren't anywhere near a playoff situation, was because they had DeMar DeRozan in that system. I don't think that's the case. Could that have played a part? Could that have been something that kind of it gave them a ceiling? For sure. But say he does come back and you add a point guard and maybe you bolster the bench or something like that. I still think it's a team that can be good, a team that can be a playoff team with DeMar DeRozan there. That's just me. That's just how I look at it, because I think the other things that were issues shouldn't be issues moving forward. And those were the bigger issues, the unhappiness with Mike Brown and the lack of cohesion between Mike Brown and the players, Mike Brown and those guys in the front office. A front office that completely just checked out on you, halfway through the season. Assistant coaches that checked out on you halfway through the seasons. Injury, I think those things were bigger issues than DeMar DeRozan and his style of play. And that's why if he did come back to Sacramento, I think that you could still be successful with DeMar DeRozan on the team. So I think a conversation should be had if it hasn't already, but both sides might already be like, we're moving on.
He's 36. Like, what are you building out with? Like, are we really gonna run back to Mar, Zach, and Domas?
Well, so that kind of brings up the next question. What's the next step then? If DeMar is a part of this, what's the next step?
Going to find a point guard. You need a starting point guard.
Well, that's a step regardless. But I was having a conversation with my neighbor Frank this morning, and
shout out Frank.
He's a big Malik Monk fan. Like, there's no way Malik and DeMar are back on the same roster, right? If you're not, someone has to be traded.
To just because they can't play together or something?
No, I mean, someone on the team has to be traded.
If to acquire the point guard, you mean?
Correct.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, the reason why I pause on that is maybe you get creative with trade exceptions or something like that, and you can get you got a $16 million a year trade exception.
Mhm.
If you get involved in a trade, maybe you can send that trade exception somewhere and you can get a player back that way.
Mhm.
That's the only reason I think. But the more realistic path is what you talked about. One of those two being gone, and even more realistic with that is DeMar being the one that's gone.
Mhm.
Yeah, honestly, you got to move on from DeMar, one of the guys. I think bringing back DeMar and building like that's just short-sighted basketball. Where when his contract's up, you're just back to square one. I think bringing him back is just short-sighted team building. If they were doing that, like this team's got to start. I don't even know what they're kind of building for right now. I feel they need a rebuild, but it's kind of like clear they're not going towards that. And I think bringing back DeMar would be a mistake. You're gonna add a point guard, and to me, it's just a team that's gonna live in the play-in, if anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking. I mean, I heard him and I thought, okay. I didn't pick up on the days like you did. That was a good pickup on your part.
DeMar with De'Aaron Fox and the coach that wasn't getting fired, like that was a lot better. Like now, what this is, like, there's no place for DeMar, I feel.
Maybe so. A lot of because I heard you guys talking about it earlier. Like, what's the direction of this team? The direction should be to win.
But
it should be to win basketball games.
That's every team's direction, though.
So I don't know why we're asking what the direction is. Like,
but why is there no place for DeMar?
It's just
is it because
it's a
of
team that's going on like win what, like a play, like get to that's the team with DeMar,
but you
Levine
can't,
and Sabonis is not winning anything.
You can't make the roster better if DeMar is on the team.
No, because he's only going to be here for a year or a year and a half. Like, look at his contract. He's
so
36.
you want a young point guard back who can be
it's
a part of
like if you want to keep Levine and Domas here, that's fine. Like, start rebuilding around that, but I'm not bringing back DeMar.
Okay.
I
yell at me, man.
I look at DeMar as probably your best asset to acquire a point guard that's pretty good. You know, whether it's Drew, Colin, I think Colin Sexton is pretty good. Getting in those sweepstakes, I think it's harder to do that without moving DeMar, or to your point, DeMar or Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at the NBA like we talked about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You're not that far away from the playoffs and winning 2 rounds.
They were 9 games off of the 8th seed, right? Or the 18 won 49 games.
Seed, yeah,
like that's a pretty decent.
Seed.
That's a pretty decent distance to me.
Yeah, 9 games is a lot.
They were a lot the year before being Team 1 and won 48 because things went right. They did.
Well, yeah, but
the right things
you
in
had
season.
Player like we've talked about over and
over.
Hey,
Kevin Huerter's not walking through that door, pal.
Domas is not that guy or whatever. Levine has one playoff series, I think, in his career. Like that's not taking you forward.
So
I don't think adding around that is going to give you a 9-game jump, or I don't think the margin is so thin where the Kings are right there. I don't see that with this team at all.
I think that's the NBA, though. I do think that's the NBA. Like I don't think if you bring this team, now we're not even talking about bringing it back, but if you have a lot of these guys still here and you add a better fit, that you're only looking at a 2-game difference. Like I don't think, like, guaranteed that's the max you can win is 2 more games. I just don't think that's the case in the NBA. Like I said, you can bring somebody in and you can fall 5 games less than what you did the year before. That's a possibility too. I think it is that razor thin.
Because we mentioned like Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday's worst year offensively, like since his rookie year. Like he was not great for the Celtics at all this year. I don't think that's the guy that's going to make you a playoff team either. Like the names we've discussed, like I feel that it's not taking you anywhere, but it's less to do with, I guess, Drew and just more so what they have here now. Like that's cool. They want to win and all that stuff, but it's tough to see where you're going to add. And like my thing is, if you truly want to win and you truly like want to take this to another level or whatever and like build, you need someone better than Levine and Domas, and I'll stick by that. I don't see them doing that. Maybe they can, but like that's the only way I see this working.
Who is that player?
John Morant, Trae Young, or LaMelo. It's fine.
John Morant, that much like they better. They're
John Morant is a tier above Levine and Domas. Yes, John Morant's a superstar to me.
Well, I don't disagree that he's
Eighth in jersey sales.
What is a superstar?
Eighth in jersey sales.
I'm
He's got
glad you
shoes.
asked.
I don't disagree with that. But today,
yes. Today, without a doubt, no questions asked, no doubt in my mind, he's better than Levine and Sabonis.
tomorrow on KC and Friends, Anthony Sane from Memphis. Remember we talked to Anthony one time? They're going to pull up on us, and I'm, it's one of those things where
it's KC and Friends tomorrow. It's going to be popping.
one of those things where the people there know more than outside, right? So people always try to tell us about the Kings in Charlotte. Like, no, you're just reading Windhorse. You don't know what's going on.
Go watch old Ric Flair matches and shut up.
So I'm gonna talk to him and see how realistic it is that Ja gets moved.
Okay.
I venture to guess he's not getting moved.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's getting moved. But they got a situation going on with that Jaren Jackson contract, and I don't know. I'd love to have John Morant here in Sacramento.
I still got my John Morant stock. Like, he hasn't been healthy. If he's healthy and all that, I think he impacts winning and all that stuff. I think he elevates the team.
Would you love to have Jaren Jackson?
No.
Same.
Damn. All right.
No, and he's a fine basketball player, good defender, whatever. I just you talk about what it might cost you to get him and what you got to pay to keep him here. Like, it's not Gobert levels, but it's not. I'm not interested in that.
We got a lineup for tomorrow.
We're working on it. Anthony
Okay.
Sane will be here at 12:45, 12:50 or so. It's Thursday after watching and being around the office all week. I just put 2 and 2 together that Kyle won't be here tomorrow. So we'll figure that out. But
Not even
Sane
have
will
Joe
be-
tomorrow. It's literally gonna be me, Casey, and James for 13-20.
We're just making it happen. Making it happen.
Man, I feel bad. I mean, not that bad, but you'll be fine.
You'll be on the air. You're good.
Eddie will be here. Coach JT gonna pull up on us. And then we trying to, we're working some other things. It might just be me and Jesse for a little while too. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Me and Jesse rocking.
6 hours.
I'll pass out live on air tomorrow.
Hey, as long as it's live on air, that's all that matters. We'll come back. We're talking about this offseason. Shams Charania says it's going to be the craziest offseason ever. That's what he told Pat McAfee. We'll talk a little bit about that. Plus, at some point over the next hour and 15, we got to do Bumper to Dump It. So that's all ahead. It's Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The baby daddy, I'm just not really interested in his game like that. I think, especially for the price tag. Like, if you were paying him $130 million over X amount of years, sure. And I think it's only in Memphis that he could get $300 million. But like, you're talking $250 to $300 million for Jaren Jackson. No, thank you. He's a good ball player, though. Like, I don't think he's like bad or nothing like that. I don't like that price tag personally. I did see that. I wasn't surprised either. I don't know why, but I wasn't surprised. Yeah, maybe. I don't even want to call him overrated because I do think he's a good basketball player, and I think he's good, like, or whatever. But the price tag is that I've seen. I don't know the exact number right now, but the price tag being in the 200s, 230s, 250, potentially 300. Like, nah, I'm cool. Cool on that.
Crystal just calls me right now. I answer it. First thing I say is, "We're back. I need a fucking break from the show, man."
Loki, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm starting to wonder if you can parlay a DeMar trade into a bigger deal.
DeMar's not bad either. He can help contenders in the league. I just don't think he fit. Like it just works here. I saw this today.
My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this today. Do I need to buy 26 or can I just play 25?
I mean, I was originally thinking I wasn't going to get 26. I got to see what features are going on, whatever. But I was like, yo, I've got the game. They've got all the teams in here or whatever. I'm getting to the point now with these games where I'm just skipping a year. Like I don't need to do every single year. I'm just skipping a year. But I'll before I answer that question, I'll see what they got going on. I'll see what they got going on as far as features, and if it's something that's like, that's kind of fresh, like I need to stay with it. But
Russ, Jaylen Brown he's not the best player on his own team, so he can't be a superstar. He's a very good player, though.
The other thing about NCAA for me is if I know I'm getting 27 because Sac State will be FBS eligible and they'll be in the game, then maybe I'll just hold off on 26. I still hadn't even gotten the new show, and I don't think
I'm still playing. I'm still on road to the show on 24.
Yeah, I got
season 12. We're still in it.
I got what is this year? This 24. So yeah, I got 24 too. We back at it. D-Lo and Casey.
Just walking around the studio like nothing's going on. My bad.
Dangerous thing about the concert in Vegas.
Yep.
I don't
Thinking about the food.
I don't blame them. There's an hour and 13 minutes left in this show. 1 foot over here. 1 foot over here.
You know why I can't do that with this show? We got another show to do.
Oh, that's true too.
Your little work area over there's tough, by the way. You don't have like an outlet close or anything like that.
Wait, run that back.
Your little work area right there. Like there's no real close outlet or anything like that.
No, it's a tough out. It's a tough setup over there.
Like I'm trying to like plug stuff in. My iPad's about to die. I got to get printed rundowns from Joe.
Printed rundowns on the insiders is crazy.
Oh, that's their thing. Hey, you need a printed rundown? You need a printed rundown?
Nobody uses paper like the insiders do.
It's keeping somebody in business, so I'm okay with that.
No, that's fine.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine. We were talking about DeMar, and DeMar was on a podcast, talked to, a little bit about the Sacramento Kings, how crazy the season was. Posed the question, didn't go over well. Pretty much no one on earth thought the answer would be yes, DeMar DeRozan could remain a Sacramento King. So I'll shut the hell up in that regard. But Shams Charania told Pat McAfee recently this week, I believe, that he thinks this might be the craziest offseason we've ever seen.
I saw that.
And with rumors of Giannis, and didn't our man Chris Haynes report Giannis and the Bucks were supposed to meet?
They did. Nothing came from it, I think.
Nothing happened?
Nothing has happened yet.
All right,
like
so
they just have had meetings. I think one of them was like, I'm going to look before I say.
Yeah, well, no, because I did the same thing. Look for it, because I saw something. I was like, well, it feels like this is kind of noteworthy. I would have.
Did you see that they want to work through it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the same thing then. You can talk about this since we saw it. It's real.
Yeah, well, I thought that would be bigger news if that really happened, but I haven't seen more about that. I think earlier this week they were talking about Doc Rivers was going to come in and try to sell Giannis on the Bucks in Milwaukee. Maybe they shouldn't.
Yeah, maybe I don't know that that's the strategy.
Hey, what do you think that would sound like?
Yeah, Giannis, let me talk to you for a second. Look, I know that we've had some struggles the last couple of years and really my entire career since I'm bummed too. But look, I think you should stay here in Milwaukee. If for no other reason, I'm here. And I know you laugh at that, Giannis, but I'm here and I can help you. I can show everybody, including Connington, about I'm bummed to. And once we get that together, I know Lillard only has one Achilles, but once we get that together, maybe we can win out of the first round.
I love in this imaginary scenario, Giannis laughed at Doc Rivers. That's the best part.
I can't find what we were talking about, but yeah, I saw that as well, where
Yeah.
it's like Giannis wanted to work with him, and I don't know if that was just, I don't know, something from the Bucks put out or what, but I saw that as well.
Yeah, I just don't.
But I think the
It's
latest is they're going to try to use Doc Rivers to get him to stay.
I was listening to something where they were talking about the situation. And
Lotus, man, Doc's still in Milwaukee, huh? That's a good point.
where they were talking about, it's almost like what we've talked about before. Dame was a example of this in Portland, but like this is only going to end one way. Like just move him now, unless, and I'll stick to what I said before, unless he tells you, I want to stay here in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But if he's like on the fence, or if he even says something like, well, we'll revisit this next year. No, I don't want to.
Do you
We know how
think
this is going to end.
these leaks that we get like year after year about meeting, and we'll use a word I don't think that clarity. You think these are leaks from Giannis's camp? Be it people close to Giannis's representation, maybe
Good
Giannis
question.
himself.
I would say my first thought is no, but that's a good question.
So you don't think?
I don't think so, because
Okay.
I don't know if Giannis has the traditional camp that we talk about.
Okay.
You know, with a lot of these NBA players.
What's his brother's name again? Thanasis.
Thanasis
Maybe
said
it's
he's ready.
Thanasis.
He said he's healthy.
Oh,
Real
great.
quick, for what it's worth, the betting odds on Thanasis' next team are the Rockets. All right, so
Oh,
hey,
well,
yeah.
well,
I don't know if that's where Giannis is going. but-
Thanasis has betting on.
Hey, and you know what? I'm paying attention to those as well. Those ones
As you
matter.
should.
hell yeah.
As you should.
Hell yeah.
I mean, but he's still an NBA player. Like I'm sure he's got a circle that may be in touch with.
I
with
just
some
feel
media
like-
people, but I feel like his stuff is a little different.
But I feel like every year they fall short. There's something about Giannis in Milwaukee.
Mhm.
And like at some point, like, dog, you like the boy that cried wolf? Like, do you have a problem with the organization or not?
Mm.
And again, I don't know that it's him,
Yeah.
but it could just be the media.
Yeah.
It could just be ESPN. It could just be like whatever. But clearly, I mean, there's something to it if Chris Haynes is able to report like they're meeting.
You think there's ever an aspect where, like, Dame was at this one point so beloved, blah 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 blah, and then you're talking about like just the whole. Oh, we hear this every year now with Giannis. Think there's ever a point where they turn on Giannis for his trade requests, or if it ever does come about?
You mean Milwaukee?
So just Milwaukee. Like, I feel like general NBA fans kind of turned on Dame too, where they kind of got sick of him.
I don't think they turned on. I don't think they maybe they turned a little bit, but I don't think they did until the trade. Like it wasn't quick. I think because it took so long, everyone was like, oh, "We all stop this."
Right.
Look, like Miami, like Pat Riley, like, bruh, enough.
Yeah.
I think that's where maybe the turn came from.
Also,
Unless you're in Portland, then that's different.
I also think if we saw it here, if you try to, and I don't think De'Aaron was doing this, so I'm not saying this, but some people may like if you're playing in these people's face, that's what will get people to turn on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like just say you want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, I love the city. I just don't want.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you didn't kick open the door and say, trade me.
It was like Giannis has done the sneaky.
No,
well,
yeah.
if we're not winning,
Yeah.
I'm not even above getting
See, and
traded.
that's-
Right.
and
When they
that's-
try to soften the blow,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
doesn't go the way they think it's gonna go. Like just,
I'd have
it's
more
time to move on.
respect if you just said, get me out of here. This place sucks. Do that.
Who was the last person who said that?
Has anyone ever said that? Well, players can't.
Kawhi
Like obviously,
in San Antonio. He let it be known.
I think
don't want to be here.
I think Kawhi was, this can't be fixed. Like y'all broke this. This can't be fixed. I don't blame Kawhi either.
Did Kyrie just say,
Yes.
I want out of here? Well, I'm thinking of which time, but I'm
Yeah,
thinking of Cleveland.
Yeah, absolutely.
like-
He was like, I'm out. I want to leave.
Didn't soften the blow or nothing.
No, get me out of here. I know what y'all doing. I know what that guy is doing, and I don't want no part of it. Get me out of here.
Someone's got a good point. Jimmy Butler's done it like 3 different times.
Well, Jimmy Butler
Jimmy's
was
different.
It was jackass all 3 times.
Get ESPN over here. I got to tell him I want to trade.
I don't remember the end of Chicago.
I don't either. Where's man?
I remember the end of Minnesota very well.
Yeah, everybody.
Obviously, the end of Miami.
Yeah. Harden in Brooklyn, but what about Harden in
Well,
Philly?
Harden in Houston. He's
Fat
walking
suit.
around in a fat suit.
That was
There's
hilarious.
Fat Boy James out there.
There was a meme where it had like the fat suit and like I guess one of these makeshift like where Batman has his suits or whatever, and James like, yeah, it's time.
That was a great one. That was one of the best memes to come out of that. That was great.
So I guess it's just don't be a jerk about it, and then don't try to lie to the people about it.
Yeah.
If you just say, "Look, I just want to move on,"
Yeah.
and leave it at that.
I've done all I can do here.
Do not unfollow anyone on Instagram for at least 3 weeks.
That was crazy. That was a little.
I just didn't want to see it no more.
I do that too when I hate something.
All right. All right. That's cool.
Oh my!
I've unfollowed people too. I didn't sugarcoat it after I did it, but I did.
Oh man. But yeah, I think going back to what Shams had to say, I think it is going to be crazy. I think everybody's saying that, and I keep on wondering, how can the Kings get involved? You know, I've changed my tune a little bit about a couple of things.
Okay.
As we're talking about this crazy summer, we talk about you know, I thought it was just random. I can't wait to listen to the podcast, but I thought my thought process was random. But Matt talking to guys in Charlotte, trying to see how they feel about moving LaMelo.
Yeah.
We'll see how real it is about moving Ja and all this other stuff. And then you got Trae Young. And before, I think I said this a couple of days ago, I was like, I'm not interested in moving future draft picks. Like, you got to start to build assets and stuff like that. We talked about Darius Garland. And as we hear what Shams has to say, and it becomes more real that, hey, a lot of things might move this summer. Kings try to get in there. And maybe you do have to move those picks. And I was looking at what they have. So they own all their picks until 2031. And that's a pick swap. So the Kings own all their picks. They can't trade next year's because they're not drafting this year. So starting from in 27 to 31,
yeah,
you can use all those picks. You've got 2 first-round picks in 27, one of them being your own, the other being San Antonio's. So
Those picks, you're looking for those kinds of players now? If you're trading however many first-round picks for a Trae Young, for a Ja Morant, for a LaMelo Ball insert player, like that's essentially who you're trying to draft, right?
yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, but you'll have a pick next year. So worst comes to worst, you'll have that pick. You can find a young player there. 27, they'll probably want your pick, not San Antonio's. So you won't be able to say, hey, we'll trade you San Antonio's pick and keep our own. So you'll probably have to keep that one. 28, I'm assuming, well, you could actually probably trade 28 because you have San Antonio's pick. So you just have to have a pick in a year. So you could trade 28 if you want to. But the whole point to you saying that is you'll have opportunities to find that guy in the draft. Like worst case scenario, you're just garbage. You can go find that Ja, Trae, Darius Garland type with your own picks and still use picks to go get that type of guy this summer. I think I've done a 180. I was kind of against using those picks, but if like everybody can't just get everybody, right? Like, or the Spurs or the Thunder, they can't just get all the good players that are going to be available this
summer. I don't know that that's true.
There are going to be good players available that are going to need a landing spot. And Sacramento may, hey, Trae Young, Darius Garland, Ja Morant, listen, we can be your landing spot. And it may take us a first-round pick or two. And like we've said a number of different times, a Kings first-round pick holds a little bit more weight around the league, you might be able to get one of those guys. So I think I am kind of for using your picks to try and get somebody like that.
What does a job well done offseason look like to you guys this year?
You find a starting point guard.
You're starting are you looking for like a caliber player? Like what type of player? Someone better than Domas and Levine? Someone to match them at least?
Someone to match them
Got to at least match.
Like a certified, verified starting point guard, not Trey Jones.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Trey Jones wasn't bothering anyone.
And I like Trey Jones.
Well,
I do, but he's not a certified starting PG on a good team. If you had him here as a backup, I'd be like, oh, let's go. But the job well done would be getting a certified, like, no, this guy, he starts in the league. He's a starting point guard in the league on a good team. Yeah. And Matt,
but that can't be the only move, right?
Well, yeah, like
No.
is that where you're looking for your best player as well? Like, or like, are we? Because I guess is Keegan player in the 4 or the 3 this year? Because you're gonna need someone at one of those spots now.
Yeah, you go find you a 4, but I think you can find I feel like you can find a 4. You know, a guy that go out there and defend the 4s and allow Keegan to be at the 3. Like, I think you can. I don't think you have to trade for that. I think you got to trade to find a starting point guard. And yeah, that's if you could do those two things, bring back LaRavia.
Trey Lance gone.
Lyles.
Trey Lance is gone. Trey Lance has been gone.
Yeah, Trey Lance gone. What about Trey Young? Trey Young gone. Trey from Boys in the Hood. Are they here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Because I don't know what the money's looking like at that point.
Well, I mean, but does it even matter?
What you mean?
What the money looks like? I mean,
well, I meant the money that you have. Right?
Okay.
Like, because
okay,
if you don't, if Trey
because
wants
of the other moves you're making, I got you. Yeah,
if Trey's
I got
like,
you.
I'll sign for $8 million, but you don't have $8 million.
Well, that's cute that you'd sign for that, but I can't help you.
So I'm listening to Matt, and he talked about like what it would take to get LaMelo, and to get them to even think about it, they would need draft compensation. I'm on the phone today. If it's a 3-teamer, because I wouldn't necessarily want to send DeMar to Charlotte. Like, I wouldn't want to do that to him. Like, if you could find a 3-team trade that you give up. See, I don't know if you could, really negotiate like this, but I'll try. I'll try your tactic first.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't gonna give you multiple first rounders, but I'll give you a first rounder and Devin Carter.
In addition, what in
DeMar's salary is like I think that would be a 3-teamer.
Oh, okay.
But Charlotte would get Devin Carter, a first rounder, maybe a second rounder.
I think you're low balling too much. Where
okay,
it's disrespectful.
You went from one extreme to the other.
Well, just hang up still.
No, they're getting a player from whoever's the third team.
No, I got it. Okay.
So they're getting. We're giving you Devin Carter.
Well, they're going to need another draft pick too, probably from that other team, and DeMar will go there. And
you get Norman Powell, what we're offering, and a 2nd-round pick as well from the Clippers. There, we'll send DeMar to the Clippers.
So Charlotte would get for not this season. Hello, you would get Norman Powell, a first rounder from the Kings, Devin Carter, and a 2nd rounder from the Clippers.
Oh yeah, they're hanging up on us. I don't know what to tell you. Casey's like, yeah, I'm going to negotiate the right way. Still hung up.
Casey's calling Charlotte like, hey, you suck, pal. Let's figure this out.
Okay, what if I said 2 first rounders and Devin Carter?
So you're probably not even starting a conversation without multiple first rounders, but there is like some semblance of truth to what I just said. You guys suck. You're terrible. And you owe this kid, this young man, $37.9 million, $40.7 million, $43.5 million, and $46.3 million. What do you plan to do with that? Competitively, you guys are probably the only team in the league worse than us. Let us help you. Here are some draft picks that you can go screw up. And Devin Carter.
Right. I'm sure you're talking to me like that, Sacramento.
I was gonna say Mitch Kupchak. He's not the general manager
Yeah, I
anymore.
forgot
I
who
don't
it
know
is
who it
now.
is.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
you guys traded Tyrese and Luke. You passed on Luca, right?
Talking to me like this?
They got 4 conference finals appearances between the two of them, and you're talking to us?
Hornets GM is Jeff Peterson.
Okay, you could be making that up.
Maybe we could take advantage of him like everybody took advantage of Monty. Maybe.
Well, I think Mitch Kupchak is still a senior advisor there or something like that.
Damn it. Who would you guys rather have for the Kings, LaMelo or Trae Young?
Trey.
LaMelo.
Trey's more healthy.
That's a good point. I don't know.
LaMelo Ball is all potential, for being real. He's all potential that hasn't been fulfilled yet. Trey's at least done something.
I have this weird. I love this. The chat is amazing. This is in order. Trey, LaMelo, Trey. Neither.
Shout out Christian.
Trey. I have this weird hang up with Trey. I do not know what Trae Young is as a basketball. Like, I can't. Like, I think the conversation we had the other day with assists was like, what? He led the league in assists? How? Why? That team's terrible. And he scored 24 and no one cared. That's the LaMelo thing too, right? Like LaMelo's a good ball player. He was injured a lot last year, didn't play nearly enough, but no one cares.
I think Trey on the right team is one of the best point guards in the league.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, and
I still believe in his game.
Shout out to
Like,
Lotus.
he's not great defensively or anything like that, but I still feel like on the right team, yeah, he'll stand out.
Real quick, shout out to Lotus Prime.
He got in a lot of run today.
The real answer is Maxey. No, the real answer is Tyrese Halliburton. Like, why are we just saying anything? Goodbye. Not literally, just the comment on
James
the
Ham said he'd make the call this morning. 4 first rounders and Zach LaVine. Let's go, Daryl. Let's work.
Trey.
The one trade Philadelphia won't entertain.
Trey. I like Trey just as much as you do. One thing that I am concerned a little bit, and it reminds me of why Tyrese Halliburton is, we talked about it yesterday, maybe above Trey, is the height, man. Like there's a lot of like schematic gymnastics defensively you might have to do with Trae Young and Zach LaVine. LaMelo Ball, he's not locked down or nothing like that, but just his pure 6'7", 6'8" that he is, long arms and all this other stuff. It feels like there might be a little bit more that you can do to make up for some of the deficiencies you have as a team on the defensive end with LaMelo as opposed to Trey. I love Trey though.
Real quick though. 73, 54, 76. 36, 22, 47. The last one is LaMelo's games played per year, the last 3 seasons, and then the first one is Trey's. Like, LaMelo just doesn't play basketball.
Give me LaMelo's numbers.
Last 3
again.
seasons, he was 36 games, 22, and then 47 this past year. Trey was 73 3 seasons ago, 54 2 seasons ago, and then 76 this past season.
Well, maybe Kenny's original low ball offer was right.
I was about to say, does that make LaMelo cheaper?
Maybe, but
yeah, that's a I'm doing you a favor call.
the defensive thing doesn't scare me with Trey either. Like, he's not great and all, but that's on Scott Perry to bring in the right players to maximize where he's deficient at, I guess.
If you're Charlotte at this stage, like, because this isn't Tyrese when Tyrese is on his rookie deal. The Kings were taking a risk, a calculated one, but a risk by trading Tyrese Halliburton. Charlotte is not. They are not taking a risk by trading LaMelo because what are you going to do? Your organization is a mess, and you owe this man $203 million. What are you going to do? There is no risk in trading him, no matter how good plus, he's not playing basketball for you for the last 3 years.
Right.
There's no risk in trading him. Zion, there's a risk because you feel like the talent and that team Like Zion, peak Zion Williamson could potentially lead your team to the conference finals, maybe beyond. We don't know what peak LaMelo looks like, but he probably can't do that. He probably can't do that.
Yeah.
There is no risk for the Charlotte Hornets in trading him. What Matt George, you already have one of the lowest attendances in the league. And yeah, there is no risk in Charlotte making this move.
If I'm Charlotte, I like LaMelo. Obviously, we talked about it. I like LaMelo. I would maybe that'd be a blind spot for me to like try to trade him. But on the outside looking in, Charlotte, you've already got, like you said, what's it, $200 million that you got to pay LaMelo Ball?
Yeah, 203.8.
$203 million that you have to pay LaMelo Ball. Why not just trade him? You can trade him for future picks. You haven't won anything with him as it is. You can trade him for picks, and you've got the 7th pick in the draft. You can go get Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma, and now you have a new point guard on a rookie scale deal. You reset the clock with a guy that might be better than LaMelo. We don't know. I like the kid. I think he can hoop. Outside of not wanting to give up on the potential of LaMelo, that seems to be the move, whether you trade him to the Kings or anybody. Like, man, trade him, restart that clock. Now, Brandon Miller, this was his 2nd year, so it'll be his 3rd year. You got Jeremiah Fears. You just got a Kings first rounder. You got 2 Kings first rounders, or you got Devin Carter you can throw out there with them too, or something like that. That's the move to me. And that's if I was coming from a place where I just wasn't a believer in LaMelo, or I wasn't as much of a fan as LaMelo as Kenny Caraway am, that's the move. Like, get LaMelo out of here, reset that clock, reset the books, get you a 18-year-old super talented guard in here with your 7th pick or 6th pick. I think they got. They might even have the 4th pick. Yeah, they got the 4th pick. They can get him or Con Knipple. You can get you a new point guard like that.
These dummies may have poisoned that deal.
What?
He's got a 15% trade bonus.
Trae Young it is.
He's got a 15% trade bonus. His contract just started.
That was easy.
Man. And the team, unless the player waives it, the team taking on that deal is the one that pays it.
Well, I guess the new question is Trae Young or John Morant?
Man.
John Morant.
He don't play a lot either.
Doesn't, but he's better than Trae, I think.
I don't know about that.
Well,
John Morant, I still believe in you.
Trae got a 15% trade kicker.
What?
But
John Morant it is. Damn, you tell me John's got one too. Drew Holiday then.
Hold on. Break that down. Oh no, we're still kicking. I was about to say
we can go.
Okay.
I mean, we can
break that down. That the caveat, the thing that makes Trae's trade kicker different than LaMelo's.
Less years. 43, 45, 48.9.
This is making me feel better.
Much of a tease.
Oh no, I thought we were gonna keep going.
That's what I was asking. I was like, at first I was gonna stop, and I was like, oh no, maybe we just gonna.
Keep going.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
how many less years? But
it's less year. It's 2 less years, 1 less year.
Okay,
but it's a lot. It's money. It's 43 million, 45.9 million. A player option for 48.
I've got bad news.
All right, well, what does Ja got?
John Morant got one too.
John Morant's got a 15% trade bonus. Drew Holiday, you are a Sacramento King.
This is how things are happening in the front office.
Imagine Scott Perry. Wait, does Spot Check say he has a trade kicker? Yeah. All right, we're done.
Here's one that
Drew Holiday doesn't have a trade kicker.
Oh, we're good then. Go ahead and send the two. Send the 3 first and Devin Carter here then.
Here's one that I think Russ has pointed out a couple times today that I don't know. What you guys think about Anthony Simmons?
Meh. I'm out, I think.
What's his money looking like?
Is he even a point guard?
Isn't it Simons?
Simons. What did I say? Simmons?
Oh.
Simons. Anthony Simons.
KD 5 has a interesting question here. we haven't really been like. Are we curious? Like, how worried are we about bringing someone in with defense and all that? Says, why are we even entertaining ideas of non-defensive point guards? These guys make the Kings nicer to watch, but will not win a lot more games. I know defense has been the thing the last few years. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm about the buckets now, but
like, all right,
so that's a great question.
Yeah, well, who are you thinking about? Like, we're gonna really.
Well, Drew's a defensive point guard, right?
Drew is, and that's why that was the first thought.
No trade kicker, he wins,
but he is nothing offensively. Like, he's gonna move the basket. Not nothing, but like he's not shooting the three well. He didn't shoot it well. Like I said, this past season had the lowest points per game since his rookie season. Like, whoever you're bringing in to like come play cannot be 11 points per game like Drew was, and I'm not even sure you could be 13 or whatever. Like, you're gonna need something from whoever that is coming in.
Oh. The question was, does the kicker go against the
No, I didn't want to interrupt what you were doing. I just didn't want that to pass. Someone asked in the chat, Kings fan asked, does a trade kicker go against the cap? Yes, it does.
Look, I understand the whole deep, but I agree with Jesse. Like, you're gonna have to, you're losing 22 points per game. Just by moving on from DeMar DeRozan. I'm not saying you have to get back 22 points per game, but like you said,
getting 11, you better find 22 somewhere.
Yeah, getting 11 that's not good enough. So, and then like I said, who are Drew's the defensive point guard that you're thinking about? You might not be able to get him. Who else are we looking at that you want to be a starting point guard for a good team?
What's Doug want? You know what I mean? Like, and I don't expect you. I'm like, what best runs this offense? Who's here? Is Zach LaVine here? Are you planning to have Zach LaVine here for a while? Are you planning to have DeMar DeRozan here for a while? Who works best with DeMar DeRozan? What's Keegan Murray's role next year? How does this new point guard benefit him? These are. It's not as simple as an offensive point guard and a defensive point guard. It's not as simple as it's not just who's available, it's who fits. Who makes the most sense for all parties involved beyond this year? Who makes the most sense for all parties involved for the next 3 to 5 years? And it feels like with this organization right now, it's impossible to look past one single season. It feels like you're stuck in like this year-to-year cycle about what you're going to do with the Sacramento Kings and how you're adjusting in the offseason.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. 100%.
And to me, that's problematic when it comes to team building.
Yeah, and that's why,
i.e. De'Aaron Fox being a San Antonio Spur.
And that's why I look at this as you get somebody that can help you win games right now. Because I think if you're able to win, you're not in a position to just like sell off everything and tank. So because that's not the case, if you get somebody to help you win games right now, I believe everything else will fall into place as far as being able to move forward with a direction and an identity because you're winning basketball games. So you can look at Trae Young or something like that. Well, we were able to win. Now, we can kind of shift our focus to how can we help Trae and Domas? Like, what pieces do we need for that? Because we got the point guard in place, and this guy's going to be here for a couple years. That's where Drew Holiday doesn't necessarily fit, because Drew Holiday is one where it's like you might get his last really good season, and what are you going to do after that? I'd be okay with it because he's an organizer, and he'd be somebody that can establish things for Keon and Davion, or excuse me, not Davion, Devin, and show them the ropes a little bit while still being productive. But that's the perfect scenario for me would be like a LaMelo Ball, because LaMelo, I believe he can help you win if he's on the floor with the team that you have.
A little caveat. If he plays. If he plays basketball, he can help.
He's a guy that can help you win, but he's also a guy that can be potentially a cornerstone for your future. He's
that's an important component of this to me, to the LaMelo conversation, is what can you do moving forward? It also reminds me of something you said the other day that really like started this whole conversation about the Kings, and it was about Cleveland. And I don't think we talked about this day, but it was Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell are untouchable. Everything else, why would Cleveland even allow that to be out there right now? Like, if I'm Cleveland, do I want to, if I'm Cleveland, I'm looking at what can I do to be better? What did we lack in this postseason? Yeah, I have to ask yourself too, what did we lack in the regular season? It's a 64 win basketball team, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not of the belief this team has to make any sort of move.
Well,
I think both Cleveland and I know where you're going, and I'm gonna let you, but I think Cleveland and New York can both run it back and potentially wind up in the same position, or maybe even better next year. But
I'm with you.
Go ahead.
The 2 words.
Yep.
Second apron.
I hear you.
And
they hit it this year, Pause. They get to the second apron.
Let me pull that up because I had that.
We need to put the second apron teams on this billboard, this whiteboard.
We do, but if you Google, there is a second apron tracker on Spot Track.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know how to get to it from Spot Track. I know how to Google it, and they got the second apron team tracker. But I think this offseason they become a second apron team.
Okay.
I believe so.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
Cap tracker, apron tracker. Got it. It's under team rankings.
There we go.
Where is Cleveland?
Because they're so
if I'm reading this right, and I'm
6, that's when they
that's great because I'm in 24-25.
They're in over the second apron territory.
All right. Let's turn these rankings around.
Phoenix is over the second apron. Oh, man.
Yeah, so it's like Boston's here. Phoenix at it looks like they're 11 million over. Cleveland 5 million over. Denver is 7 million shy.
If you scroll a little further down, they got all the teams there for you, like in the boxes.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
First apron, Nuggets, Knicks, Magic.
Oh, wait, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Oh, how do you, I see that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Nuggets, Knicks, Magic, first apron.
I wanted to peg the Orlando Magic being there.
Right? Yeah, I didn't see that one either.
And shout out to the Knicks. Shout out to Jalen Brunson for only being a first apron team.
Man. Yeah, he helped them out.
Mm-hmm. Phoenix.
That's crazy. God. That is crazy. And
Boston is 19 million, nearly $20 million over the second apron.
Wow.
Who wants Kristaps Porzingis, huh? Very good player. Might have the plague, but 7 feet tall. Man. He's 7 feet tall, though.
Brooklyn. The Brooklyn Nets are $139.4 million away from the second apron.
Jeez.
They have $68 million under their allocations right now.
Looking even further into the future, Cleveland, I'm at 26-27 right now.
Okay.
Cleveland is the only team in the NBA scheduled to be above the first apron.
Oh, wow. Okay. I see you. Yep.
They've got, it kind of feels like they got to shed some salary this year.
So can I push back a little?
Okay.
They've got to shed salary this season or next off season.
Got you. Well,
if you think you can win a championship, and I guess this is what it all boils down to. Mm-hmm. If you think you can win a championship, you just have to
bite the bullet.
You have to.
Yeah.
if you feel like you can't, or there isn't a move that you can make to make you a championship team, maybe that's where the Darius Garland, Jared Allen stuff comes into play.
Help me out with this. Their second apron going into this season, they only get penalties if they try to make moves. So, like, just because you're sitting in the second apron with the roster that you have, that you don't get taxed for the roster you have. If they try to sign somebody, during the offseason, in addition to what they have, that's where the taxes come from, right?
No, I believe you get taxed for the salary that you have.
That you're already over.
Yeah.
So they're $5 million into the second apron. So that $5 million is really $60 million extra dollars they have to pay as an organization. Is it something?
I don't know what I don't know what the number is. I think I don't know, because it used to be, and I don't know how this changed with the aprons, but it used to be like it would be dollar for dollar. Then it was like $1.25, then $1.50, then it was $2. It would, the 5 million would become 10 million, the 10 million would become 20 million, depending on how long you were over the cap. I don't know how that was before the aprons, though, and I don't know how that has changed for the aprons. I'm looking at things right now there, and this is what James talks about all the time. You can't aggregate salaries, cannot use trade exceptions, cannot send cash in trades. Well, can't trade with the Kings then. Or I take that back. Can't trade with Monte McNair.
They can only re-sign their own free agents.
There's draft penalties. Like, there are a lot of penalties when it comes to being a second apron team.
They can only make trades where one player's salary is sent out and equal or less salary comes back.
First round pick 7 years out can't be traded. They basically can only sign vets.
This is so stupid. I hate that. I hate to see.
And I don't think this hasn't happened yet. This hasn't happened yet. But if a team, and this is, I think this is what Boston is facing at some point. If a team remains in the second apron 3 out of 5 seasons, well, this doesn't really matter for Boston. Their first round pick will automatically move to the end of the round.
No. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. But Boston's always drafting at the end of the first round.
Yeah, just like last year.
Yeah. Oh, I see you. I see you. We'll come back. We'll close out this show. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll try to get Bumper to dump it in here, have some fun before we go. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't even know that we're going to do that, because I feel like that's a topic that can carry and it'll work during the finals. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys can have that without me, or we can hold on to it. I just feel like that idea, that concept can carry for a while.
Thinking about it yesterday as I was eating them. Is chocolate chip cookie the perfect dessert?
Yes.
Like chunk chip, whatever. We've had
Yep.
the wars, but
Facts.
it's perfect.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Straight up. That's all we need.
Yep. 100%. 100.
I don't think I've ever met someone who didn't like a chocolate chip cookie, by the way.
Probably can't trust them, to be honest.
Exactly.
Like that cookie we had from Crumble the other day, despite the fact it almost murdered us, was perfect.
No, yeah, I don't even really.
I probably
don't eat
should have
Crumble
eaten
cookies all
half
the
of
time.
it and not all of it. It was perfect. Aldrin, I don't gamble, bro, at all. Like I won't stop at a single table, slot machine, nothing like that all weekend. We'll go to our brunch spot. Then we'll probably nap tomorrow, go see Janet, maybe stop at a speakeasy after it's over. Saturday's brunch, then we're going to go to the Gardens at the Bellagio. Come back. Kendrick's that night. We'll have dinner, of course. Kendrick's that night. Sunday, we'll eat, go see Hamilton, come back. Then we're grabbing Trista, going to dinner with Trista, and then Trista's going with us to the Cirque du Soleil MJ show. Then we'll probably end at the Speakeasy there. So, yeah, man, they ain't gonna get none of my money. I mean, they're gonna get all of my money, but it's gonna be in food and alcohol, and none of it is in betting.
Soren, ice cream's not the best because like they could just hand you pistachio and that's all it's there. It's like that's gross. Like get that out of my face. John Pauls, what do you think the best one is then? Map one. I don't either or. Cousin Pete, if I eat dinner and I have cookies after, like that's dessert. Like
Facts.
I don't know.
2 cookies every night.
David, that's disgusting. Tyler, yes, it's fire. Shout out Motorhead.
You better be careful though.
What do you mean?
You get like
I mean, like when Motorhead does it or whatever, the people that have been
yeah.
like,
That's the move. Yep. They do it perfectly.
See, in my Coach Chris there, don't ever serve me ice cream. It's facts, Brian. Actually, I had a plate of eggs this morning. Cass, I'm just watching you guys talk about tuna flavored ice cream and whatever the hell you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I'm sick of technology at this point. I just seen this video.
Too late, pal. We're back.
Hey, real quick, I didn't want another opportunity to go past without me giving a big shout out and sending condolences to the family of Isaiah Fleming, young man that I coached, passed away in his sleep at 11 years old the other night.
I couldn't believe when you told me that.
Was not, at least that I know of, wasn't sick, didn't have any health issues. Just passed away in his sleep, man. And it's I've coached a lot of kids for better part almost 20 years at this point, different age groups. And one of the great things is seeing them get older. Like there's kids that I coached 10, 12 years ago who were 25 years old and, being young men and young women and starting their lives and stuff like that. And, you see them and it's always so great to see. Not once did I ever think about of one of those kids passing. And man, that's just, it still trips me out to even think about it. But his mom, Aubrey, his dad, Tariq, his brother, Rafe, great people. Want them to know that we're here for them. Love you guys. And Isaiah's watching us for sure. He's with us, man. So prayers up. And I just wanted to show him love, especially, like I said, they're great people and I've known them, but Tariq is a fan of the show. He's always texting me during the show, talking about something that we're talking about. So I don't expect him to be listening right now. But if he is, just want him to know, hey, love you, man. Love you, big dog, and love your family. So shout out to them. I know there's no easy transition, but they were fans of what I do. So I wanted to make sure on that platform I showed my love.
Well, why don't you show your skills and transition us to something else? Because that was beautiful. I couldn't believe when you shared that story with me the other day. 2, what do you want me to do now?
I don't know. Talk about wrestling.
Well,
I started the WrestleMania 9 doc.
Oh, did you?
And so the fact it was 15 minutes, and then I fell asleep. Not because it was bad, just because I'm at that age. We've talked about it. If I turn something on while I'm laying in the bed late at night, I got 10 minutes.
No, the question is, what's late?
It was about 11:45, 12 o'clock last night.
Well, because late's gotten a little earlier for you in recent months, where just all of a sudden 10:15.
It's Ryan's fault because I go put her to sleep and we lay on her couch and I turn something on YouTube. Usually, you know what I've been watching Jesse a lot lately is
Ryan 2 yet? How old is Ryan?
She's 2.5. 2.5.
Yeah.
I'll throw on the secret bases or whatever.
Oh,
it always pops up on my YouTube. So I'm watching that. Those things are only 15 minutes.
Wait, what's secret bases again? I know we talked about it.
The beef series and all that.
Yeah,
sorry?
They go
the beef
deep in the
series,
history of people's beef.
Oh, no, that was crazy. The way that was crazy. That was crazy. Boom, boom, you're gone.
Throw me out. I don't care. I wanted to get thrown out.
Well,
but
I'm not gonna put that into my search engine.
But
So wait, I know we talked about this. Is hip hop or
it's sports?
Okay, sports.
It's sports.
Okay.
They do a fantastic. So it's beef. It's just they do a rewind. So like they'll do a rewind of game. Yesterday was the anniversary, game 5 of the 2002 series. A little 15. They're all like no more than like 15 minutes, and they just kind of give a backstory. They do a fantastic job. They do a great job. Used to be SB Nation. Then they went on and did their own thing.
Yeah, they got like Dion and Andre Rison, Kyrie and Boston's up here.
That's dope.
They do fantastic. The last 2 I've watched is McGuire and Canseco.
Give it stolen bases. What is it?
Secret base.
Secret base.
They got Candace versus Gino that they posted 2 months ago.
Oh. All right.
Steven Jackson versus Tony Parker.
Yeah. Who's the one versus? It's Chris Paul versus everybody, right?
That one or like Rondo, I think.
Yeah. They be having the most obscure ones. They do a fantastic job. And the last 2 I've watched was Mark McGuire versus Jose Canseco, and then Barry Bonds versus Jeff Kent. That's the one I was watching. But I say all that to say, I'll start watching these as I'm trying to put her to sleep, and then I end up going to sleep. So last
God
night,
knows what Ryan does. Then she just gets up and throws a party.
well, she'll go to sleep, but she ends up putting me to sleep too. But so I watched the beginning of WrestleMania 9 doc, and it was funny where they all were like, "What the hell are these cameras doing here?"
Yeah.
That was going on here. That was hilarious. But I didn't know anything about the Sugar Ray Leonard boxing match that they had. I never heard of the guy before. And I was like, oh, this was probably a massive fight. This was probably a massive fight. Sugar Ray Leonard, the cocky young black boxer, against this white guy.
Yep. Yeah.
This was probably massive.
Literally Vince McMahon's favorite thing in the world. Hulk Hogan versus Zeus in the boxing ring. Like, absolutely.
I had never heard of this guy, and I guess they sold it out. They did great numbers. And I was like, oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah. I think Coward was talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Was it in his stupid little chair? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to finish watching that because it looks fine. It looks cool.
No, it's enjoyable. What's so funny is I was thinking about that like a night or 2 ago when one of the games ended, and I fell asleep at the end. I don't know what happened
at the end of the.
I don't know how that like Hogan comes in. He's got the black eye. Beefcake's telling the story that Hogan said to me, "I might have one more thing to do tonight, brother," and he whatever. And that's all I have. I do not remember what happened next. And I've never gone back to watch. It couldn't be more than like 15 minutes, 10 minutes. I just haven't gone to see it.
Sometimes it's like that. The part they were like, it was the intro before they really got started, or maybe it might have been the first 5 minutes, but it felt like the way they told the story, and then you saw the clip, it felt like Vince was pushing Hulk out when he goes, "So is this WrestleMania your last WrestleMania?"
Yeah.
And Hulk was like,
yeah.
Oh, what? I just hate them both. So it's good to see that.
Redacted. Did you see John Laurinaitis got pulled from that lawsuit, so now he's going to present evidence, I guess, against McMahon?
Well, yeah, he's cooperating with the prosecution. Yeah, like I was texting about this with WCW yesterday or the day before. It's like it doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No, I mean, does it matter in the case? Yeah, of course it does. Vince isn't going to suffer one single second for this.
Nah. He's going to make sure
his boy, his very literal dog, is in the White House.
Yeah,
and he's just handing out pardons.
He's going to make sure.
He is absolutely not going to. He has no company anymore. Like what? Maybe, I'm sorry, did Vince McMahon, the wrestling promoter, have a pristine reputation? So what his reputation is going to be damaged? Like none of it is of consequence. Yeah. None of it. Yeah. Like we will get disgusting Sean Combs level details about Vince McMahon's behavior, and it will not matter.
Like you say, he make sure.
Will not. His wife works in the his wife works in the administration. He will not suffer one bit.
Yeah.
And if he even thinks for a heartbeat he's going to jail, he'll probably just die. He's like 80 or something. Like, how old is Vince McMahon at this point? Like, he's I saw that story. I was like, this is
well, I saw that, but
absolutely nothing.
I completely forgot about the White House ties too.
Yeah.
And that's over.
That's his man.
70, he's 80 in August this year.
That is very literally his man. I'm sure Don's already called him.
Don't worry.
You're good, dog.
Don't trip.
I got you. Well, I'm gonna go get NBA young boy out real quick.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go get the Grizzlies or Chrisleys or whatever that reality show was.
You got them out?
Yeah, they're out.
I didn't even see
$30 million fine. They stole $30 million from people. Yeah, that's good, man. You good?
Damn, that's crazy. Speaking of documentaries, did you guys watch Javaris Crittenton and Gilbert Arenas?
You finally watched it?
I did.
It's fire, right?
It is pretty good.
I didn't.
It's pretty good. It did a good job with that.
I feel bad for.
This is the same people who did Malice in the Palace.
Yeah, it's the Untold series, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did a pretty good job with that.
I feel bad for Javaris Crittenton in that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Him and Gilbert. That was, I don't want to say, because I'm not a big fan of Gil. I never have been. But that was probably the realest I've ever seen him.
Yeah.
He was just like, he talked about his flaws, why there is flaws. And he's just like, yeah, I probably should have done this different. I wasn't even thinking about it this way. Like I probably should have. It probably messed up more
and
than just me.
Was Jarvis on the doc? Or is
yeah,
he
yeah. He's prominent in the doc.
Is he in?
No, he's
out. He's out. They talk
Okay.
about that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
They talk about it at the end.
Yeah, I was like,
I was gonna say you feel bad for him in the sense where like it's tough, but also like he's a grown ass man. He made some decisions.
yeah. I honestly don't know how he got out on that. Well,
they talk
speak
about that,
it,
yeah.
but that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was one of the better docs I've watched in a while. Like, because
Okay.
now it's just been lately just documentary, just whatever. But this one was actually good. Like even Crystal was into it and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I don't
check
have to
that
watch
out.
this one.
They got
This
a-
is Netflix, right?
Yeah, they got a Brett Favre one that came out. I guess they trash him in that one, but I don't know if I want to watch it. Like you better do that one right then.
I think I might watch it, but like, I know he's a piece of crap.
What's the thing? I don't want it to be a doc where it's like, oh yeah, Brett Favre, blah blah blah, great quarterback. Now he's running into issues.
Run into issues. Yeah, let's
Like
call
no,
it run into issues.
tell it like it is.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for me. I'll pass on anything that has to do with Brett Favre.
Did you have something specific you wanted to touch on right now? So I wanted to address something real quick. So last night, I don't want to say I got in hot water because I didn't get in hot water. It was like 10 people that responded. But I had the tweet where I said,
"Oh Lord, Twitter be beating your ass sometimes."
Look, they ain't beating my ass. I don't care what they got to say. I tweet and move on about my life. But I'm watching the OKC Thunder after their destruction of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
And they're in the post game, getting their awards and stuff like that. I was like, oh my gosh, like, you know how I feel. Like, this is boring. The exact quote was, I like the OKC players, but ...
Oh man,
big space.
I see it. Yep.
This might be the most boring combination of players and fan base.
You even got Kamara quote tweeting you
that the NBA has ever seen. Snooze, yawn, a bunch of yawn. And look, I mean it. I think the players are great. Great. Watching them play basketball is not the snooze fest. The snooze fest. Look, and what really triggered it was I'm listening to the post game, and I think Chet Holmgren was the one talking. You could hear a pin drop in that place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell is this? I'm not saying you got to drown out his words or whatever, but I wish we could pull up the audio. I've never heard a place that quiet when the home team has just won something or done something great. And you had the perfect line the other day. They sound like they just respond to an applause meter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they sound like there. And it wasn't always like that, because I saw the clips of the last time they made the NBA Finals. It looked lit. It looked lit when like Harden and Westbrook and all those. It looked like it was popping.
Exactly. Like, I think it's Russ or Katie has like this shot. We used to play in commercials all the time where he hits it and the crowd just erupts. Like, it hasn't been that since.
Nah, it's different than it was that first time. That first time was popping. This one just looks staged.
Mm-hmm.
Looks staged. So my whole thing was
in a sound studio.
my whole
there's a producer hyping him up. Come
live
on,
from Studio 47. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder.
The whole thing, I had two things with that. Number one, I don't think that it's popping. It is the environment is not exciting to me.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to, I'm not trying to convince you, and you don't have to tell me that I'm wrong or whatever, because I don't care. To me, how you going to tell me what's entertaining to me?
Well, okay, multiple things here.
Mm-hmm.
One is, fam, it's Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Two, this is what I was talking about the other day when I said, why say something with no context? Like, I could read what you wrote and understand complete context because of because of us talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone seeing that for the first time and looking at the replies, they have no idea what you're talking about. They think you're just hating on the basketball team.
Right.
They think like, oh, you wish the Kings were this. Bro, no one's talking about the basketball.
Right.
You're not either you're an idiot, which is possible, or you're purposely not reading the words that I'm writing. And that's the nature of Twitter.
Yeah.
It's scroll and reply, scroll and reply, scroll and reply.
Yeah.
And your opinion, no matter what it is wrong.
That's what, more times than not, that's what Twitter is used for not just me, for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says something, you just, like, if you like it, you retweet it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like it, you comment. That's what normally happens. But it was just like, to your point, I got a show to talk about this stuff. So I was like, I'll just talk about it on the air. I don't think that it's not bad. It's not like a bad crowd or nothing like that. It's just different and not as exciting as the Garden or even Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana looked like it's popping. It is not on a sound stage.
Mm-hmm.
That is organic. Like, these people are getting after it. I think that's what it is. OKC, it doesn't feel that way. The other thing, and you kind of mentioned this during the handoff, with SGA. I like SGA.
Mm-hmm.
I like SGA. And then you've been around me enough to know, I think this. SGA doesn't seem like he for none of this nonsense. SGA seems like he has a limit to all this nonsense. Did you see him?
What nonsense? What do you mean?
Just SGA is more like Jokic than Anthony Edwards.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got you.
Like, because during the post game conversation with SVP, he's talking and Jalen Williams is in the background dancing and all this other stuff, and it was a funny moment or whatever. And the SVP was like, "It's like, hey, look over your shoulder, your teammates over there." Da, da, da. And SGA looks behind him, sees Jalen, and he goes, does a little chuckle, like, "Will you stop? Will you stop, Scott? I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry." He was pissed. He's not for none of it. Like he'll have fun every now and then, but he about his business. I like that. I like that with SGA. He about his business. That's one of the reasons why he's great as he is. So
I do think he loves basketball. I think he loves being an NBA player. I don't know that Jokic loves being an NBA player. Like, so, I don't remember someone was like, no, Jokic absolutely loves basketball. He loves professional basketball. He wouldn't be the only one who didn't love being an NBA player and everything that comes along with it. I think SGA actually does. He just has a lower key personality. He's a business oriented type guy. Which is cool, especially for a brother his age. I think that's dope.
Absolutely. I wish I could find the clip. There was a I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but there was a clip of SGA getting mad at them during the post game because they were doing all that stuff. It was like one regular season game, and they were doing all that stuff, and he said, "Hey, man, cut it out." He was getting pissed. I like that, man. I like SGA a lot. Aside from all the is he a star type stuff, I'm a big fan of Superstar, all this other stuff. I'm a big fan of SGA. I like when he speaks, the things that he says, what he represents, just everything about him, man. I'm a big fan of SGA. Big fan, man. But I thought that was funny. He had enough of Jalen in that moment. It's like, sorry, Scott, I apologize.
What
SGA.
What an amazing trajectory for this brother's career. He's 26 years old right now, been in the league 7 years. Of course, he started his career with the Clippers. Averaged 10.8 points per game, traded to Oklahoma City as part of the Paul George hostage crisis. 19 points per game, 23.7, 24.5. 31.4, 30.8 in this MVP season where it looks like he led the league in scoring at 32.7. Man, what a amazing career trajectory for SGA to this point. And I'll just say it again. What a spectacular job by Sam Presti to say, you're going to give us all of these draft picks, but you're giving us that young man too, and he's coming to play here. I don't want to. I'm sorry to take your point about Shea and flip this. I was talking earlier about Sam Presti because a lot of this conversation, a lot of today has been how much you hate Monte McNair.
Wow.
And
I hate the job that he did.
And you talk about drafting and the moves that Sam Presti has made to get Oklahoma City in this position. And man, I go back to that Chris Paul move where everyone thought Chris Paul was going to go to Oklahoma City, get bought out, go wind up playing for a contender, and he didn't. And I don't know what conversations took place between Chris Paul, his agent, and Sam Presti, but they got that man to stay there. They got that team to the playoffs, and they got that young team some mentorship from one of the most respected player-wise vets in the game. Another a really underrated Sam Presti move in the SGA era. Incredible, man.
Yeah, he's the truth.
It sounds like KC's got a loaded show tomorrow, man. Make sure you're tapped in. We're going to head over to 102.5. We got lots of giveaways to do over there. We will see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Timberwolves. Go home. Well, just got to keep it low key. Humble hearts. Humble hearts. Humble hearts.
We were naming streets a round ago.
Humble hearts. I forgot it was that late in the I didn't even realize it was that late in the show.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Oilers versus Dallas Stars today. Let's go Oilers.
That's McDavid?
Yeah.
Yeah, McDavid, yeah.
Draisaitl too, I think.
What is it? Oh, it's 3-1 Edmonton. Oh, they're trying to go take on Florida. As Edmonton, do they have a long championship drought? Stanley Cup?
I think all of Canada has a long drought.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they haven't won since Gretzky, I guess.
Oh. I just realized coming out of this commercial break, Peekaboo and Squabble Up play back to back. Wait. Yeah, sorry. I just noticed something on KSFM and I was trying to fire off these. Yeah, we gotta go, everybody.
D'Lo about to turn up, boy. About to turn up out in Vegas. Vegas D'Lo different. He different.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.